Hey guys, SK here. Just wanted to let you know in advance that this series comes with a heavy content warning for graphic depictions of violence and abuse, both physical and psychological. The creator also has a small battery of content warnings they wanted to put out front, and we'll list those in full in the description below. Thanks. Yo!
Hello.
Hi everyone! This game, starts off with some pretty important content warnings. So I thought we would start here just to make sure we all get on the same page here. The author has listed their suggested age ratings for this game, and also a whole host of content warnings, which I'll go through real quick. This game contains potentially upsetting content and should not be played by anyone who experiences detrimental psychological effects when exposed to these: bullying, social ostracization, and religious, psychological, emotional abuse and manipulation. Graphic and abstract violence and horrific death. Violent, but not grotesque, torture. Strong horror elements in all aspects of design. Sudden images, text, or sounds, also known as jump scares. However, this game does not contain screamers or excessively loud sounds. Thank you. Surreal and unexplainable things, and insects crawling wherever they damn please. All right. It's quite a list. Furthermore, this game should not be played at all by those with criminal or narcissistic inclinations, those who demonize, idolize, fetishize, or otherwise strip the humanity of minority groups. Actually, that's just a good, blanket statement for most of this channel anyway. Those who soothe themselves with perfectly happy or perfectly unhappy stories. Those who try and resist the electromagnetic radiation poisoning, or those with a screen resolution so large the game window is the size of an ant. If you can no longer continue, please install the game here. Well, thankfully, we are not screen whores. We've got a nice, moderately sized television that we're playing on right now, and the screen is the size of at least several ants. Possibly an uncle. But please do take those content warnings to heart, because we're playing Soundless by Milk Plus. This is what our patrons voted on this month. And I had no idea what this was going into it. I did look up a couple things about it just to make sure that it was going to be okay for us to play on the channel. It'll be fine. But see if you could figure out where the inspiration was from how it's presented.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think we're playing this at a very fortuitous time. All right, let's do this. Do you want to narrate or do you want me to narrate? I'll narrate. My voice is nice and phlegmy, so that way. Get some of that chunk. Wow, that autoforward. Everyone's singing to each other. Happy songs, angry songs, sad songs, nostalgic songs. In this town, songs of every kind are heard every day. Sometimes their songs go on non-stop, without any rests. They're songs shared between good friends or bitter enemies, who, either way, can't stop chattering with one another. Sometimes the songs are slow, deliberate, and meaningful. They're songs shared between older people, or someone delivering a sermon. And sometimes the songs don't have much melody. They're between inexperienced composers too nervous to share their own work. When I was little, my mom sung every word to me to clear up the monotony of everyday life in this town. Since then, everything sounds like a song. Nothing can ever get boring if you hear the melodies between everyone's words. But now, nobody sings to me anymore. Nobody is allowed to. It's the rule.
Hmm.
The chairs clattered and screeched before class that morning. The songs of the students resonated throughout the hall, leaking through the open doors, pouring into the room, drowning and suffocating me. If I spoke to anyone, I'd hear something ugly and vile. I covered my ears. It's better to keep everything soundless. Title drop. We're not even 3 minutes in and already got a title drop.
I don't know, I hear sounds.
That's true, there are sounds. A blurry, shapeless beetle crawled its way onto the tip of my finger. It jumped down and merged with the paper, looking perfectly like a pencil smudge. An ink-like tree root grabbed onto my pencil, threatening to pull it down. My vision was red, red, red. The beetles did not talk, and neither did the roots. They didn't even chitter or squeak. I couldn't call them friends. I couldn't even call them acquaintances. They were my mortal enemy. No, the town's mortal enemy. This is everyone's battle. That's what the head said. I should let someone know. I learned it doesn't matter whether I hide that I'm seeing things or not, because someone will figure it out anyways. Some kids were already looking my way. The teacher walked in, stood in front of a chalkboard with thousands of eyes plastered all over it, and took roll. He did it methodically and mechanically, making sure to get every one of us. It was late enough in the year I could tell when it was my turn without taking my hands off my ears. I croaked out affirmation. Here. Class began. Like every other time I'd get like this, it all blurred together. The notes became indecipherable. The things I wrote in my notebooks were either chicken scratch or random strings of letters. I was only copying what was on the board. The lunch start bell rang. The lunch end bell rang. I didn't even bother getting up to take my share. Faust probably would have just stolen my food anyways. Oh my god, Faust is here? Ooh. Before I realized it, the school ended just as quickly, and I began to shut my notebook. A familiar hand wedged itself forcefully between the pages before I could completely close it. Do you want to be whoever this is?
Yeah. Hey, Mercy.
It was Clara. Right behind her were a few friends. Hi, Clara.
The teacher kept calling on you, but you didn't answer. You're seeing things, aren't you? Look, your notes look like shit.
Yeah. Clara smiled and giggled, glancing at her friends.
You're so easy. Well, then, since Delilah's off training today, I guess we have to take her place.
So you can show off your hack apostle skills? Oh, who is this? Oh, no, that's Faust. That was... Oh, hello, Faust. Faust sauntered past us, smirking at Clara. He was the only one in the class who still mocked her. He was a delinquent, one who needed serious saving. I rarely saw him at the church. And I didn't like it when he decided to discipline me.
Shut up, Faust.
Have a lovely afternoon, Clara. Thankfully, he wasn't interested in messing with me that day. He left the room with his friends without saying anything else, and as soon as the door shut, Clara picked up all the books scattered on my desk.
These are so messy.
I think that's still her.
They're covered in creepy dark blotches. That's weird. It's like they're really cursed or something.
Or maybe this is her and her posse.
Oh, probably.
Because she's got some people with her, right?
You're right.
Clara walked out the door. I followed. She approached the trash chute in the hallway. It was large to accommodate lots of trash from messy kids, so you could fit lots of things in there. What are you doing with my supplies?
Take a wild guess, idiot.
Clara opened up the trash chute and placed my copy of the Dual Compendium inside. It was the only textbook we worked from, and it was hard to make new copies. She destroyed that. I don't think that's necessary.
But this book touched your other papers, right? The cursed one. It has to go, Mercy. I'm just looking out for everyone.
Yeah, we're just trying to help.
I'm assuming that's what her posse sounds like. I didn't believe that for a second, and lunged at the trash chute, making a desperate grab for my textbook. Clara's two friends restrained me. My body was so weak from taking constant beatings, I couldn't fight back. Not that I'd fight back if I had the energy anyways. There's no real point. Clara put my notebook in as I looked on, exhausted.
Already out of fight, huh?
She seemed disappointed.
Well, whatever. You're going to get in serious trouble when the teacher finds out. Delilah will be back tomorrow. I'm sure she'll find a good way to discipline you.
She placed my schedule book on top of the stack. My heart sunk as I watched her push the whole stack down the chute. The books rattled around as they made their way down, eventually stopping at the compactor beneath our feet. Clara shut the chute door and pressed the button. The compactor came to life, mechanical buzzes and whirs emanating from below. The floor vibrated. There were some plastic and paper crinkling sounds right before it stopped. The button turned green again. The girls let go of me and left with Clara, walking down the stairs to the first floor. She called out to me without looking back.
Good work, Mercy. See you tomorrow.
As their backs disappeared down the stairs, their piercing laughs echoed throughout the empty school building.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Nice. I was all alone. I decided I might as well get my empty bag and go home. Honest question, what do you call the genre? Because this is definitely part of a definite genre of queer games that are reckoning with a religious upbringing.
Yeah.
Is there a name for that genre, or
I think that.
Okay. I'm just it's a mouthful is all I'm doing. And not enough of a response from you for me to have enough time to get in my coffee is all I'm saying.
Oh, I see. It was a gambit.
It was a so
But I outsmarted you.
What do you mean outsmarted? Now I don't have any coffee.
Wait. I outsmarted myself.
Aww. I headed down the stairs to the first floor, past the primary school classes, and pressed my hand against the door anxiously. Everyone is going to be mad. When I left the school, I glanced to my left. Right by the school was a path that led out of the town. I'd always been curious about it, but we weren't allowed to leave. I didn't have reason to leave anyways. I left quickly before I wasted any more time. Oh! I walked up the dirt path on the hill towards the river in the middle of town. The ground outside was a little damp. A group of adults stood near the river, waiting for the pre-dinner drink. I joined them, standing a fair distance away from them, not wanting to attract any attention. Adults were neither kind to me nor cruel. They only kept their distance and walked a little faster when I ended up behind them.
Mercy.
But the eldest people in town were different. I looked to my right. There was the old woman who lived near the river, gesturing for me to come over. I made my way to her front porch. She reached under her shawl and rummaged around in her dress pocket.
Mercy, I made another barrier cross for you.
Her wrinkled hand shook as she pulled out a little weaved grass cross attached to a blue ribbon. She always gave these to me. I took it and put it in my jacket pocket.
Please try wearing it this time. If your true self is harmed spiritually when people are removing the curse,
She wiggled her fingers around and closed her eyes, trying to remember what she was going to say. I waited patiently for her to finish.
Then, it doesn't matter. We want you to be set free, not destroyed.
I clutched it nervously. I didn't want to disappoint her, especially when she was being so nice to me. But the head said when the last time he caught me with one...
That it's protecting the curse? He's paranoid, Mercy. It's fine, trust me.
The woman waved her hands dismissively. I nodded, biting my lip, still unsure, and left with a quiet, "Thank you." Members of the clergy came down the hill with baskets full of gilded ladles, and everyone crowded near the river, more and more people joining as time passed. I stood as far as I could from the growing crowd. Some people I recognized from school. They were already in their casual clothing, shoving each other around jokingly and laughing about things I didn't quite understand. The apostles blessed the ladies with a prayer. Everyone received their share of water, even the old woman. The crowd grew smaller and smaller and smaller. Finally, the last straggler got their water, and I walked towards the only basket of ladles left. The young apostle, holding it, almost wandered off without me. Victoria, stop. Nope.
Oh.
A man who I recognized as Delilah's father put a hand on her shoulder. The apostle gave me a disgusted look and reluctantly put down the basket. I took a ladle, quickly got my water from the river, and threw it back in, running off to the church on the hill before anyone could say anything. It's better this way. It's always better this way.
Mercy, you're late. The head and Yia have already finished dinner.
The barrier-head priestess gave me a disappointed look as I walked into the church. I ended up slipping and tumbling down on my way up the hill, and now I was covered in mud. My whole body hurt. She shook her head and sighed.
I suppose you're going without dinner tonight. Come, I'm taking you to your room.
Yes, ma'am. She had a nasty look on her face with the whole way up the stairs. When she tripped on the top step, she groaned. I flinched.
You know, Mercy, would it really hurt to be a little more grateful every once in a while? We could have executed you. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
We feed you. We give you clean clothes. All we're asking is for you to make it back home in time.
Yes. She opened the door to my room, letting me inside with some parting words.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You'd do best to remember those words.
I nodded again.
Good night.
The priestess shut the door. I peeled off my dirty clothes and put on my nightgown. Then I took the little cross in my pocket and hid it at the bottom of my drawer. If an acolyte found it while cleaning my room, they'd tell the head. He'd definitely hit me for it. Exhausted, I climbed into my bed and tried my best to sleep, hoping tomorrow would be a little easier. Damn, what is going on here?
Strange and bad things.
Once, I was loved. I'd always been able to see things others couldn't. Like white butterflies floating between blades of grass, or flowers growing on barren trees. It was a sight I was gifted with. Mom and Dad smiled whenever I told them I saw sparkles around them. And they always laughed when I said happy grass was growing all around us. So one day, after chorus practice, they approached the head.
Look, head priest, our daughter is a prodigy. A one-of-a-kind individual with a penchant for seeing the unseen.
When my parents proved it, we moved out of our little home into the church. The group dressed me in elegant robes and sat me atop a platform on the stage. Day in and day out, people would come and seek my sight, asking if I saw good or bad omens. Everyone's excited singing was so beautiful. I didn't go to school like the other kids did. I was special. A lot of the kids scowled when their parents dragged them in to see me. I guess it's only fair. I'd always get jealous when I watched them play downhill. A rare few admired me, and most of those rare few tried to take tests to become apostles when they came of age. Their gaze was refreshing. I welcomed it. My visions were always good. People would smile and thank me, but they weren't allowed to touch me. Mom couldn't even pat my head anymore, but she didn't seem to mind. The head said it was an important rule to uphold. I was at high risk of being tainted by the ugly masses. I didn't argue. He was the leader of this town. He always brought us miraculous medicines and food from seemingly nowhere. So, naturally, he was always right. I missed Mom's touch, though. It was something I treasured. She rarely did it, and now she couldn't do it at all. At least I was loved. My 8th year, my parents died from heart failure, or so I was told. I couldn't remember seeing them actually die. For a week I assumed they'd come back eventually, but they never did. Yaya would pat my head as I sobbed, telling me everything was going to be okay, that the group will take even better care of me than before. Clergy pitied me for months, and at least once a day, someone would give me a little extra off their plates. It was a generous gesture. We don't get much for our meals. The villagers left me flowers they picked. Every morning I woke up to more flowers than usual piled near my platform. But it still hurt. My room felt so empty without Mom's dresses or Dad's shoes messily thrown on the floor. I even missed the alcohol they had gifted them that they hid under the bed. I refused to come downstairs for anything other than visions. Instead, I cried and cried and cried. My ribs could be seen if you looked under my shirt. When everyone forgot my parents' deaths, it suddenly seemed like a lot less people were coming. Normally, I felt like a little ant sitting among groups of people. I didn't know if it was because I got bigger over the years or turnout actually changed, but staff would whisper to each other when people wouldn't come for days at a time. Only the elders and devout families made weekly visits. Nobody remembered it was my 9th year. I looked at kids wearing the school uniform with envy. The few children who still got dragged in to see my visions glared at me like I was the cause of all their suffering. I didn't understand. They were the ones who got to go outside. I wanted to go outside. I wanted to leave this place. I wanted to play with everyone. I wanted to go to school with everyone. I wanted to drink the water with everyone. I wanted to do this and that without any restrictions. They never, ever let me go outside. Not once. They forgot it was my 10th year. So I went outside late one night, cupping water from the river in my hands instead of taking it in my gilded ladle, like I was supposed to. I was never loved again. I woke up the next day feeling nauseous. Dreams about my past were frequent and tiring, but it was better than waking up and living in reality. If I had a choice, I'd never wake up from my dreams, no matter how repetitive they were. I put on my freshly cleaned uniform and left the room. The tiny hallway outside my room wasn't too busy that day. It was so narrow, even two people could barely squeeze through side by side. I headed down the only stairs to the first floor and entered the hallway surrounding the main room. From one of the 3 doors into the main room, I could hear the head delivering a morning sermon. I didn't want to disturb him out of fear of any repercussions, so I waited patiently for him to finish.
Mercy, good morning.
I turned around. Delilah stood there in her school uniform. I smiled a tiny bit, blushing.
Are you...
Oh, is that... No, I think that's us asking
Okay.
Delilah. Are you coming to school today?
Yes. I'll be here tomorrow as well. Lately, they've told me I'm doing so well, they don't know what to teach me until my 16th year. So I'll be coming to school a lot more often until then. Are you waiting for the head to finish?
I nodded nervously. The only exit is in the main room, and the doors are kind of squeaky, so...
Don't worry. Follow close behind me and you'll be fine.
I did as Delilah said, and made sure to keep myself hidden when we walked in. The few elderly people sitting in the front pews glanced at her, then returned their attention to the head's sermon. He stood atop the stage in front of the pews, standing behind a pulpit with a copy of the scripture open before him. I didn't see Ye around, which must mean she was having trouble rising again. I hope she was all right. Do you want to be the head?
Sure. I am the ordained minister here.
You are the ordained minister. That was auto. No. It only auto forwards on a page. If it'll still like force us to click forward after the page is finished. So
okay.
we won't miss anything if it does that.
Okay. So it looks like we went back a page.
Oh, we did go back a page.
Is the return... Oh. And so Lot said to the troubled man, "Keep your head high, sir. This situation is not hopeless. Should one be confronted with a demon, you must first not give him as he desires. Next, you must protect yourself with the barrier, invoking its name while lighting a bundle of field grass. And finally, you shall trick him into drinking so much water his belly becomes distended, and he shall never bother you again." That concludes this morning's sermon. Bendeth, my friends, bendeth.
The visitors bowed, rose from their seats, and left the building quietly. Wait, was that bendeth like a command or a name?
I think it's supposed to be like amen.
Okay, got it. The head, my really milquetoast white suburban, what was it? Oh, we were really middle of the road, religion-wise when I grew up. Can't even remember. It's, the name of it's going to be on the tip of my tongue. Our denomination.
Were you...
Methodist. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So, really kind of, on the scale of things, pretty damn chill.
I see.
Yeah. The visitors bowed, rose from their seats, and left the building quietly. The head walked down from the stage, picking up the cane leaning against the pulpit. He approaches slowly, shaking it a little with each step. I always liked the sound of his cane hitting the floor.
Good morning, you two. Good morning, holy head.
Delilah gave him a deep bow.
Please, Delilah, you have already become such an incredible heir. There's no need to bow so deeply when you're just starting to surpass your father in skill. Was turnout low again today? Yes, it seems the clergy's concerns have even reached you. I hope this drought of faith ends soon. I worry for the future of the children. Mercy.
Yeah, that's me. I stood to attention, snapping out of my thoughts quickly. Yes?
You were late for dinner last night. I'm very disappointed in you. You've been doing this a lot lately. Perhaps you should go without food today to know what it's like to live in a world where you don't have people who give it to you so generously.
I gulped.
That shouldn't be necessary. It's not her fault. Much of her lateness is due to rituals, which is something she has to do. Is it not good that she's doing as she's told? Delilah, you know it's a waste when we have to throw out our food. However, I suppose you're right. Mercy, you've been excused this time. You two eat your breakfast and head to school. It's almost time for the morning drink. Yes, sir.
Okay. I didn't know what made me so worthy of Delilah's protection, but she defended me anyways. She was the only one out of all the other kids that actually cared about my well-being. But I was sure she'd get sick of protecting me eventually. I must be irritating to deal with. Delilah's fans crowded around her and kept asking her what she did while she was away. She gave them the same blank expression, the same response, but girls would sigh anyways. It was always just reciting prayer and rituals in the courtyard. She perfected them all only a month after learning them, just like how everything else she did was perfect. I didn't really blame those girls for sighing. During that day's reading, once again, she spoke with a perfect cadence and flipped through the worn pages of her textbook gently. Her words had a nice flow to them that not many could achieve. The god of the two... wait, no, that's you. Sorry.
The god of the two halves descended upon the raised earth. From a single twin-headed seed came the first two families. From the same budding plant, the 100-year stalk connecting them became the head. For 100 years and several short-lived generations, they fought for dominance. But it was our head that stopped them, uniting them, and forming our beloved town.
You notice how the cross is upside down?
Yeah? I guess they love the cross of St. Peter, huh?
Yeah. So is our mouse.
Yeah?
I don't know if it's showing up... Hold on, let me see if it's showing up the recording. I don't believe it is, but our cross is currently... the cross of St. Peter's when it's upside down?
Yeah.
Yep, with a little pointy bit at the end, so you know where you're pointing.
And so are the ties in the uniform.
The ties are the... Oh, I didn't even notice that! Oh, that's really good thematic design. 10 out of 10. The sun filtered through the half-shut curtains nicely. Since Delilah sat close to the windows, it shined on her like a spotlight. Even from where I sat, I could see how soft her hair was.
His dutifulness did not go unnoticed. God came again, its trial proving how the world should work. 2 sides and 1 neutral party to bring them together. To reward them all for succeeding without killing off the other's lineage, God granted them sustenance and roofing, and the holy river which provides us with our water.
We listened to this story at least once a month, so we didn't forget where we came from and who we should always appreciate. Usually in our class, Delilah read it like always, but sometimes they let an acolyte in training do it. Had to do with something about how their words bind it tightly with holy care. Never quite understood it. I didn't feel any different. Maybe it was the curse. Delilah softly inhaled whenever she needed air, never taking too long nor making it so short she'd become breathless later on.
But God gave the head a special task. Recognizing him as an efficient moderator, it gave him permanent immortality. Then God delivered to him the Holy Woman, the Divine Woman, the woman who speaks the word of God, and tasked him with her safekeeping and purity. With the Holy Woman, the head populated the town, and their work became the fada of today.
Good golly. The class clapped.
Woo!
Thank you for that. You know what? Here, let's do some... That's some Foley work. Right? That's the quality Foley work you can expect here at 80% Relatable. Remember that one time we toyed with having an actual Foley setup? We should do that someday. Delilah bowed and took her seat. Some girls sitting next to me sighed, the same ones who approached her this morning. I played with my pencil and stared at my empty desk. The teacher noticed right away and frowned.
Mercy, where are your notes? Who's talking?
I believe this is our resident bully here.
We had to get rid of them. Who is we?
Oh, that's Faust. Before I could answer, Faust raised his hand, sat far, far away in the back of the class, right next to the door so he could leave quickly. Oh, teacher, you think she's having another one of those hallucinations? His friends laughed. Maybe she has an evil imaginary friend who makes her do bad things. Oh, wait, this is the class then.
Yeah, so she live punishment, right?
Punishment!
Yay! Faust and his rowdy crew chanted and laughed, pounding on their desks to the timing of every syllable.
All of you be quiet.
Delilah glared at them. They immediately shut up, Faust grimacing and growling. Stupid church hound. She looked back at Clara, who sat directly behind her, and Clara cowered.
Clara, do you know anything about it? Yesterday, me and my friends noticed she was seeing things, and we saw these splotches she drew in her books, so we decided to throw them out in the compactor. I see. There's your answer, ma'am.
The teacher nodded and looked directly at me.
Naturally, we cannot let what happened transpire without some sort of ritual. Delilah, I'll leave you to do it after class. Yes, ma'am.
Shit, now we gotta go down to ritual division. Everyone check your service weapon. I just played Control for the first time and it was very good. I liked it very much. And then class continued without any further interruptions. I barely paid attention the entire time. Even though I had nothing to worry about since Delilah always kept her punishments mild, I still had a broken heart to repress. Delilah was so cool, Delilah was so pretty, and yet I would never get to speak to her like the other girls did. The final bell rang abruptly and pulled me out of my thoughts. Voss leaned his hand against my desk after class ended, his arms crossed. You look so depressed all the time. Have you tried being happier? Don't you ever get tired of it? Why are you here? I'm going to help, obviously. Clara came up with the punishment idea. It'll be fun! For me, anyways. Uh-huh. Oh, don't give me that face, Mercy. You sure are cute when you take the bare minimum effort to look mad.
Faust, stop messing with her and get over here if you're going to help.
Whatever. Delilah, Clara and her friends, and Faust and his friends, all huddled together as Delilah explained to them what they were going to do. Their voices were low, but I could hear something about a bath. A minute later, the group broke up and approached me.
Mercy, come with us. We'll be going to the sink outside.
Okay. I followed the group downstairs, keeping my distance like usual. The children in grades 1 through 6 got to play outside during lunch, so the communal sink was for washing themselves off when lunch ended. Of course, nobody was washing anything after school. It was a large 2-inch deep basin attached to the outside wall.
We'll be using a water-based ritual to counteract the curse. You remember it from last month, yes, Mercy?
I nodded quietly. Clara recommended it that time, too. I bent over the basin, my head hanging over the drain. It was one of the most aggressive, expulsive rituals Delilah utilized when punishing me. Even though expulsive energy was represented by the color red, it had so many water-based rituals, and the same went for barrier, which was blue with fire-based rituals. Fire scattered away enemies, and water purified them. That was the logic behind the scripture. Someone turned on all 4 of the faucets. I shut my eyes tight and held my breath once the basin reached full capacity. I felt the surface of the water lightly brush against the tip of my nose. As soon as I did, someone shoved my head into the water rather forcefully. I recognized their strength. How could I not when it was the same one who always beats me? Having fun, Mercy. Faust pulled my head out of the water so I could get air, or perhaps just to say something cruel to me. I faintly heard Delilah reciting some sort of prayer.
O Divine One, expel from her this curse.
My head went right back into the basin. My nostrils filled up with so much water, the back of my throat burned. Every time I thought my lungs would burst, I'd be pulled back up at just the right time to get some air. I was convinced that after 5 years of tormenting me, Faust had memorized even my breathing patterns. Come on, squirm a little, why don't you? Make it look like it's actually working. No mercy for mercy. Before I could completely catch my breath, my face went back into the water. I ended up inhaling some as a result and kicked my legs in shock. Faust wouldn't pull my head back up. His laughing was muffled by the water in my ears. He pressed me down harder, my neck squeezing against the edge of the basin. The water turned red. At first I thought it was because he caused me to bleed, but when a beetle swam around the bottom of the basin, I knew what had happened. The ritual wasn't working. This was bad. I'd have to endure more punishment. I'm lightheaded. I think this is Delilah.
Faust.
Just then, Faust's hand flew off my head. Someone lifted me up out of the water, holding me in their arms. It was Delilah.
What is wrong with you?
Several things, it turns out.
You don't need to do it so harshly. The point is not to kill.
Get it, I get it. You didn't have to hit me so hard, bitch. A little warning would have been nice.
Get out of my sight. I'll be telling your parents about what you did.
Faust immediately shut up. One of his friends made a low ooh, and Faust's other friend elbowed him.
Don't do that, man. You know what his parents are like.
Sorry. Whatever, let's get out of here. With that, Faust left. I started coughing violently, some water rising up out of my throat.
Mercy, are you all right?
Ew.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Oh no.
I saw the opportunity and
Yeah.
you can't blame me for that. I tried to respond, but I only ended up coughing more. Delilah took that as a sign I wasn't fine and stood up. She pulled me up with her and let me lean against her for support as I continued to cough.
Let's go home. Good work, you three. Thank you for your help.
Clara and her friends waved.
Goodbye, Miss Delilah.
I can't quite get what. So those like Clara and her crew are bullying us. Faust and their crew are bullying us. Delilah's nice to us, but she's also nice to those groups, and but doesn't do anything about them bullying us.
We'll see.
It doesn't make sense. She cheerily addressed Delilah while pretending I wasn't even there. The two of us began to make our way up the hill. People gave us strange looks, but Delilah looked on unflinchingly. As soon as I felt good enough to walk, I stopped leaning on her and we walked side by side.
You've got a little mud on you.
I looked down. Just as she said, there was some mud on my clothes. My shoulders drooped.
I'll tell you, yeah. She's barrier today, so she'll do something nice for you.
I perked up just a tiny bit, trying not to show it on my face. Okay. Only the group and anyone who lived under their care knew the truth about Yaya. Yaya?
I don't know.
Yaya? Holy women were supposed to change their affinity depending on what God's will may be, but Yaya was defective. She would rise as one energy and stay like that the whole day, never changing until she returned to her nightly slumber. I had suspected maybe because of her eye injury, which she received before I was born. We entered the church. Yaya was inside, guiding some new acolytes on how to bless the drinking ladles. She glanced up and smiled at us, then dismissed the acolytes. Her robe's length made it appear as if she was gliding across the carpet to us.
Hello, Delilah. Mercy. Welcome back home.
She smiled gently and bowed her head slightly as she spoke.
Holy yeah. However you say it. Good afternoon anyway.
No, it's all right. I've been doing that. It's got a whole lot of vowels there. Hi. Yaya's gaze traveled down to my clothes, and she gazed and gasped in surprise. I know how to read. I swear I do.
Mercy, what happened? We were doing an expulsive ritual, but Faust took it too far and got her all dirty. That poor, misguided boy. We keep telling his parents to rein him in, but they seem to be having a hard time no matter what they do. They've told me they're quite embarrassed, considering their family has always been loyal to the group. He's quite the outlier, isn't he?
It's so hard to get a read on me. Heavy footsteps marked the entrance of the head. He rarely left his office those days, only to eat and deliver sermons, so I was surprised to see him come out.
He spent the rest of his time gazing at that portrait in the background for some reason.
Oh my god. I know I mentioned it obliquely, but we're doing this? We're really doing this.
Good afternoon, holy head.
Delilah gave him a shorter bow compared to her morning one.
Greetings, Delilah. Please stay here with me for a minute. Counting the seconds starting now. 60, 59, 58. I got bored already.
Did you want me to do something with you, or are you just... Okay, you're just gonna sit... You literally... Okay.
I want to speak with you about your performance lately. I've been thinking about letting you skip straight to your 16th year studies, but we'll need to discuss it in depth. Yes, sir. My head. Oh, sorry, that's...
Is this Yaya? I think it is because she just appeared on screen, and that's usually how it works.
Yeah. My head. Look at Mercy. She's filthy. I heard. Yeah, you may feel free to prepare a bath. I won't be having Mercy drink the water and eat dinner looking like that. I was hoping you'd let me. Come on, Mercy, let's go take a bath.
The corners of my lips tugged up ever so slightly. Followed behind Yaya as she walked past the exit. Oh, I followed behind Yaya as she walked past the exit to the courtyard and up the stairs. We reached the small, narrow hallway upstairs. Some acolytes were running around carrying things to and from places, forcing Ye and I to squeeze against the wall. It was suffocating. Suffocating, just like...
Don't be mad at that boy, Mercy. I know you want to be.
As always, Ye seemed to read my mind. I didn't even realize my fist was clenched until she spoke.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Yes, ma'am. If I kept being nice, then surely they'd start being nice to me too. Just like that old lady, her Delilah. Then they'd leave me alone. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, that's why people tell each other to follow that. Yeah, because, yeah. Yep. Thing is, that only works if everyone's kind of doing it, and if they're not, then... Well... Yaya opened a door and let me in first. Inside was a small marble room with a built-in bath in the middle of it. A tiny hole on the ceiling was right above it. The floor was 1 inch lower than the edge of the door. I stared at my feet and carefully entered. I'd fallen one too many times entering this room without looking, so now I'd enter as slowly as possible. Yaya shut the door behind us and helped me undress. She hung my dirty clothes on a small hook on the back of the door. When she pulled the cord, warm water spilled from the hole and filled the depression. It made a big splash when it hit the marble. I flinched when the cold droplets touched my bare skin.
Sit, Mercy.
I obeyed. The water slowly filled the bath, already covering my feet. The warmth relaxed my muscles. I felt all my stress wash away. Once the bath was filled, Yaya pulled the cord again and grabbed a glass bottle filled with shampoo. The shampoo made by female acolytes specifically for Yaya, but she would use it on me anyways. Sometimes I worried I'd get in trouble for it somehow, but she would dismiss me when I asked her to stop. Yaya poured water on my hair and began to work the shampoo into a lather on my scalp. She started to hum a familiar tune, and I closed my eyes and listened. I don't know this.
Neither do I. Is this an actual song?
Hold on, we're gonna look this up real quick. Do you want me to sing it while you're looking? I'll read the lyrics. I'm not gonna try to sing it. Dun po sa amin, bayan ng san rok. May nagatuan apat na plubi. Nagsaya ang pile, umuwit ang pipi. Nanud ang bulag, nangkinig ang bingi.
Looks like it's a Filipino children's song.
A Filipino children's song. Okay, there you have it. Does it have a title? Or is it just like a folk tune without a...
I don't know. And presumably it does. I do not know
Alright.
the language, so
I didn't know what...
limited information I can give you.
That's fair. I didn't know what she was saying, but I loved it. She would always sing it when she would give me a bath. Before the curse fell upon me, she would even sing it to me when I couldn't sleep. Way back when I didn't have a mom to sing lullabies to me anymore. It was a goofy-sounding song, though. It only calmed me because of how low and sweet her voice was. Yaya's fingers scratched my scalp, getting every last bit of dirt out. Yaya's figure was reflected in the water along with me. A minute later, floating soap suds obscured us. I saw my face in the countless reflections in the bubbles. Some dirt washed off me and made the water a little murkier. I stared at the natural patterns in the marble. The marble would make the room slippery when it was wet, but it was really pretty regardless. I almost wanted to sleep. Oh, this is a different verse. Okay. Yaya finished her song just as she finished cleaning me. She pulled the plug in the bathtub and then pulled the cord and instructed me to get under the water. All the soap washed off of me and went down the drain along with the dark muck. Yaya handed me a soft towel.
I will go get you your nightgown and your ladle of evening water, little one. Please wait here and dry off while I get them.
She left and closed the door behind herself. I pat my skin dry and sat in the bathtub, resting against the edge. The towel acted as a blanket, and I felt myself drift off. Well, alright then. What are you doing? Huh? I looked up at the girl who had approached me. Most kids were playing out in the fields or in town, but for some reason this girl was spending her time in the church. When I looked closer, I noticed she had white blotches on her face. Oh, this'll be Delilah. I thought it was cool. I'm waiting.
Wait, who's talking where?
I think this is us saying we're waiting.
Okay.
Waiting for what? Now that I thought about it, I didn't really know what to call the people who came to me for visions. As any other 6-year-old child would, I came up with a name on the spot. Vision likers.
What are vision likers?
People who like visions. I give out the visions sometimes. People like to hear them. She perked up.
Oh, I think I know you. Isn't your name Mercy? What do you see?
I'd never seen her around. There was no way she didn't know. When people found out what I could do, everyone except the sick came to visit me. So clearly she must have been sick and nobody told her. I see lots of things. Like pretty butterflies. Yaya translates the visions for me.
The Holy Woman?
Yeah, she likes me a lot.
Wow, that's so poggers.
Why would you do this? Who are you?
Huh, me? My name's Delilah. I'm training. Want to see my training stick?
I had no idea how to respond to that because I didn't know what the word training meant. She bounced up and down excitedly, anticipating my answer. Training? She patted her hands on the platform happily and pulled out a miniature ceremonial staff out of her canvas bag. I guess she didn't care whether I said yes or no.
I'm gonna be a cool priesty lady. I'm the heir of the family, which means I'm at the top. This is my magic stick.
This is my magic stick. What family? She gave me a giant grin. It was so wide I worried she'd split her face in two. Don't know anyone like that.
The explosion clergy.
Sorry, I'm just imagining her as like a tiny Megumine now.
I'm gonna be a hero.
Are you?
Yes, I'm gonna be an adventurer.
But you can only do
my explosion magic.
Which you can only use once a day. Just then, Yaya ushered her away to a man and woman dressed in robes with red accents. The man's skin and hair looked a lot like hers, but the woman had her soft hair and face. I looked at her in awe as she left.
Aww.
Aww. That was the first and only time I'd ever seen Delilah so excited. Damn. When the curse came upon me, I almost screamed. I woke up seeing nothing but beetles crawling all over the wall and leafless trees growing from the window pane. Everything was blurry and murky, almost inky at some points. They looked like the pictures I'd draw, but I stayed quiet. I feared what would happen if I told anyone, and instead pretended it was business as usual. For a while, it worked. I only had to replace the beetles with butterflies. They're both insects, and they can both fly, so nobody suspected anything, but I think the head could tell something was wrong with me. He pulled me aside into his office later that day and asked me if I was all right. He asked me again, then asked something strange.
Did you go out last night?
I didn't reply, but the answer was written all over my face. I broke out in a cold sweat. Yes.
What did you do?
His voice sounded quiet, yet serious. A father preparing to chide his daughter. That was what it reminded me of. I went to the river. He gestured for me to continue, a little hastily. I drank from it. It tasted weird and I felt bad. And then I went right home. In a moment I would never forget, his eyes turned stone cold. No, rather behind that frigidness was fear.
Damn it.
The head reacted in a way I didn't expect him to. He pulled at his hair as he yelled,
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You've done it now. You really have. Naomi!
He stormed out of the room, leaving me all alone, confused. He didn't come back for an hour, and it was getting late, so I left for my own room. And an hour after that, 3 acolytes rushed into my room.
There you are.
The head asked us to retrieve you. Come outside. Hurry. Outside? Wanted me to come outside. I was confused, but I followed them regardless without asking any questions. It was late at night. The moonlight lit the town with its glow. In the distance, I could see people crowded around the river, near a reversed cross. They all held some kind of pole. The closer we came, the better I could see, and in that moment I realized those poles were sharpened. They're the torture tools we use for the heretics, as told in the scripture. When the acolytes and I made it to the river, I gasped at what I saw. A woman, barely recognized in the darkness, hung from that cross. I couldn't see her expression, but she was silent. I sensed a strong will from her. That was definitely the woman that was with Delilah, her mother. The head stood near the cross, yelling at the crowd, whipping everyone into a frenzy.
You're the wife of a clergyman, and yet you have betrayed this town. You have betrayed your own people. You tried to escape from your duty, and for your crimes we will make punishment swift.
His teeth shined white as the moon. Spit flew from his mouth. He was angry. Really, truly angry. People waved their poles around and yelled incomprehensible curses at her. There were even children standing around and brandishing the weapons.
Do you have any last words before your punishment begins, heretic? Perhaps an apology will earn you a kinder spot in hell.
The woman struggled to inhale, then spoke as firmly as she could. The only person I will ever apologize to is my daughter for failing her. Where is my child?
You little. Die.
The poles gouged into her limbs, her hips, her torso, her face. Not once did she scream. Blood poured from her body, spilling onto the ground, soaking into the soil. The poles soon became covered in her blood. I watched from afar, never shutting my eyes. Soon her arms popped out of their sockets with a sickening sound, appearing to grow significantly in length. She let out her last sigh and stopped moving. The town unceremoniously dumped her body in the river, along with the poles. She floated down, down, down. The river went far, way beyond the town. All we knew was that it was holy. Nobody knew where it ended because nobody was allowed to leave. And if you tried to leave... Well then.
I'm beginning to think that everything might not be quite right in this town.
Really? What tipped you off? You're only just now coming to this conclusion, huh? No, just now, after like maybe an hour? Really? Okay. No, that's just a bold decision. I sat at the first row of pews, bored. I woke up too early because of the nap I had last night, but I didn't miss dinner again, so I was able to save myself from losing any meals. Only 2 neophytes were in the main room with me, minding their own business and cleaning the stained glass.
Get those stains off there.
No matter how hard I wipe it, it's still stained! I don't know why that's hitting me as hard as it is, but that's actually very funny.
Good morning, Mercy. You're up early today.
Delilah came in and approached me when she saw me. She had her school uniform on again, which was a relief.
Did you have trouble sleeping last night?
I shook my head.
I see. I'm glad.
Delilah sat down next to me and flattened the folds in her skirt. We stared at the acolytes doing their work. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were the same 2 Yaya was instructing yesterday.
The head is insisting I skip to the next level of my studies, even though he said I've surpassed my father. I think he's desperately trying to impress the town with any method he can think of.
I nodded, unsure of what to say. Delilah had always been on top of the group's internal politics, more than I could have ever hoped to be.
Mercy, you're smiling.
I quickly stopped smiling.
That doesn't mean you have to stop smiling, Mercy. What are you thinking about?
You care about the town a whole lot.
Do you think so? Well, it's the only place I know, so I don't see a reason why I shouldn't.
I twiddled my thumbs and mumbled to myself. I wish I had that sort of kindness. It's nothing. I stared up at the ceiling. Delilah was cool and Delilah was pretty, but most of all, she was incredibly kind. All I ever thought about was hiding or running away. But Delilah was so much stronger than me. I took this as a rare chance to talk to her normally, like all the other girls did. Hey.
Yes?
Have you ever thought about walking down that path out of the town? The acolytes abruptly stopped cleaning. Delilah and I went silent.
Don't you two have a job to be doing?
The two quickly went back to work, whispering to one another. I hung my head low and dropped the subject. Never mind.
I should probably get going. You should too. The flock will be coming in for the morning sermon any time soon.
Okay.
I'll also be a little late today, so see you at school.
I must have scared her. Today was uneventful. I didn't see anything, so there were no punishments. In a rare move, Clara sat next to me with her friends during lunch.
Hey, Mercy.
I glanced at her, then glanced at Delilah. She sat in her seat, reading her textbook like always. I was prepared to whine if Clara tried to do anything out of line, but that had a low chance of happening. After all, if Delilah was here, then Clara would be a good girl.
Hey, Mercy, answer me.
Clara's voice was low and dangerous. What?
Why are you acting all buddy-buddy with Delilah, huh?
What?
You heard me. Pretending to drown just to get her attention? You're the lowest of the low. You're a real scumbag. You know she's too nice to you, so you took advantage of that.
I wasn't pretending.
Yeah, right. It's too bad you don't have any more books for me to compact, or I'd get rid of some more curses for you.
Just the thought of, like, ugh, it's too bad you don't have any more shit for me to compact for. Yeah. Like, here, you know what? Just give me your backpack. I'll compact that.
You know
that'll
what?
have to. You know what? How about your desk? Can we compact that?
You know what? Here's $20. Go to the bookstore, buy some books, come back here. I'll compact them for you.
I know it's not the point, but it's endlessly amusing to me. I clenched my fists. What was she trying to say about me?
Oh, you look angry. It's been a while since you've looked at me with such contempt. Should you even be allowed to feel that towards me? You're no saint, Mercy. I know you.
My heart sunk, my stomach churning. The anger in me left, quickly changing into guilt. With that, they stood up and took their bags with them.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So do the very least and stay away from Delilah. Though if you really want my forgiveness, you could try killing yourself. It would make everyone's lives easier if we didn't have to deal with you.
I gripped the edges of my desk. Faust whistled. His legs were propped up onto his desk, a single bag of peanuts in his lap. Wow, that was harsh. He waved his hand in the air like he wanted to answer a teacher's question. Mrs. Holy Delilah, Clara said a mean thing.
Oh, shut up. She doesn't care.
that look of expression when you done fucked up.
Clara, Mercy hasn't done anything today. Please come here and speak with me instead. I'd be much happier if you did. Yes, Miss Delilah.
Clara seemed genuinely hurt. She and her friends took their seats, and I felt a small amount of satisfaction in her little defeat. After school, something mildly irritating happened. Children from the 3rd grade class crowded around me and began throwing rocks at my ankles. I describe that as more than mildly irritating.
No mercy for Mercy.
No mercy for Mercy. Yeah.
Could only guess they picked up that chant from Faust and his delinquent friends. It stung a little at first, but as they continued, it soon became dull and predictable. I refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing me upset. Kids who messed with me usually got bored when I did that, but these children were particularly persistent. Hey! When I reached the river, the old woman who always sits on her porch yelled at the kids. They scattered and ran off, giggling about the fact that they got in trouble. She gave me a little wink, and I returned her kindness with a small smile and a tiny bow. I took one step and... Faust, get back here! Faust, listen to your father, now! No! Shut the hell up and leave me alone! The door to one of the homes burst open. I immediately recognized... Maybe I gave him too much credit by giving him the voice. He was still in his school uniform. I kind of guessed from his, posture that he was like, I'm too good for you. Right? I took a stab in the dark with that one, and it might not be paying off here. Did he just get home? Behind him stood a tall man and a stout woman. They both looked a lot like him, and they were fuming with anger. Faust, we need to talk. Get over here now, or you won't like what I'll do. No! What are you, 5? You caused another disruption during class today, and we've had enough. I'm going to talk to Hector and Sammy. You guys can go die. That was a breaking point for his father. He approached Faust, raised his fist in the air. Faust didn't have enough time to defend himself and fell to the ground, his cheek red. His mother glared at him with contempt. Not a hint of worry could be seen in her features. You will never speak to us like that. Ever. Get inside. Faust, defeated, raised his head off the ground, dirt smeared all over his cheek. When he looked up, he saw me. He gave me a dark glare. I stepped back reflexively. Faust stood with a huff and entered his home, and his mother shut the door behind them with a loud bang. I stared at their door for what seemed like forever. His parents really were strict. They reminded me of my own, just a little. For once in 5 years I've known him, I felt a tinge of sympathy, but no more than that. Mercy, I froze. It was Yaya's voice, and it was cold.
How long have you been standing there? Any longer and dinner will be cold.
Dinner won't be ready until after we drink from the river. You always think it's dinner at the wrong time when you get like this. And that's what I wanted to point out. But I nodded, gulping down my back talk. Standing behind her was an acolyte, likely an escort. She handed me a ladle, knowing I shouldn't drink first before I inevitably become trapped in the church. Yeah, was a little stranger when she was expulsive. So the group was slightly more forgiving toward me, but only to hide her defects. Never for my sake. I got my water, and then we left. Yaya and the head and I sat at the small dining table. Everyone who lives at the church had to eat in rounds because it was so small. An acolyte placed our meals on the front of us. That night, it was rice and beans. We all clasped our hands in prayer. The head spoke with great respect, hands clasped together tightly to the point that they shook.
O divine Lord, thank you for the meal you have provided for us today. We would not be able to live without your holy sustenance. And for that, we thank you by always following your grand guidance. Bendith.
Bendith. We picked up our spoons and began. As I ate, sometimes my food would spill from my mouth. The bland sauce from the beans trickled out between my trembling lips, and Yaya watched me like a hawk. My spoon clinked against the plate.
Mercy, stop that.
I didn't look up at Yaya. I didn't even try clarifying what that was, and ate slower, thinking that was the cause. The spoon hit the plate again.
I said stop that.
My hand shook. Nobody moved.
Stop what, yeah? I cannot see what the problem is.
The head gave her a stern glance.
That cling-cling noise, it's giving me a headache.
She pointed her finger at me, eyes unblinking. The acolyte standing watch near the door started to mumble and whisper, giving me concerned glances.
But, yeah, I am eating the same way. I know, but when she does it, it feels louder. Mercy?
I didn't reply. A beetle crawled under my wriggling rice as my sauce bubbled. Shaking and shivering, I stared right at my spoon. When I looked up, Yaya's flesh had expanded significantly. A single ink tree grew from her eye patch. Oh! Tears formed in my eyes. Please, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Do whatever you want. I don't know what I did wrong, so please stop trying to touch me with your flesh. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Yaya used her massive arms to shove my plate off the squirming table. It shattered on the floor, causing ink branches to grow where the food landed. Can't take this anymore. Oh, that's... Yaya?
Probably. I can't take this anymore. You're such a dumb child, Angelica. No more tea for tonight. Go to your room.
I didn't get to finish. She raised one arm in the air so high it hit the ceiling, making it burst open and splatter ink everywhere. That meant no more backtalk. I shuffled up and away as fast as I could, not wanting to get Yaya any angrier. Was I always doing something wrong? I just wanted to feel safe. The head told everyone what happened to me, and so the abuse began. I lost my status as someone to worship, and, as such, no longer had the privilege of staying home from school. The good thing was that I saw Delilah again after so long, but she looked tired. Exhausted. Horrified, even. For a month, nobody really knew what to do with me. They avoided me, sure, some even sneered at me. Those were the kids who hated getting dragged in to see me. Nobody really tried to approach me. At worst, people would deface my desk, and they did it often. Sometimes the head would hit me when I acted out, but in the privacy of the church. When I pointed out there was a beetle on the teacher in the middle of class, the lesson would pause for a minute so Delilah could say a prayer. That was all. I didn't quite mind the isolation, but I didn't like it either. I'd stare blankly out the window, doing catch-up as everyone else enjoyed their recess. One day, in the distance, I spotted a girl getting pushed around. I knew her. Her name was Clara. She would come into the church time and time again, trying and failing to take the acolyte acceptance test. She always fixed her previous mistake, but ended up making a different one. Eventually, she gave up. I never thought I'd see her again. The boy, who I'd later learned was Faust, tugged at her strangely long bangs. I cracked open the window so I could hear them. What's up with your bangs? Wait, what's a younger Faust? What's up with your bangs? Don't you ever cut them? She pouted.
I'm not cutting my bangs. Cutting them means I can't be an acolyte no more.
First of all, idiot, you've got no chance of being one. And second, stop talking like that. You sound stupid.
That's just how I talk, dummy. That's how Ma and Pa talk.
You're so weird. Is your whole family filled with stupid people? The boy tugged at her bangs again. You might as well just cut these, really. No chance for a dumb freak to become an acolyte. Every day they'd go through the same routine. At some point, Faust and his friends started to beat her. Initially, they merely shoved her on the ground, but it escalated into slaps and punches, and I would watch the beatings without telling anyone nor stepping in myself. I was so detached from this town and the people at the school that it was like a spectacle to me. I wanted to see how far they'd go, how badly they'd hurt her. I knew it was wrong. And yet I did nothing to change that. Clara noticed. After a particularly bad day, she got up off the ground and noticed me watching. Every day after that, she would check to see if I was watching. I made no effort to hide what I was doing. She gave me the same look every time, an expression that cried, "We're in the same boat, so please help me," over and over. I never gave her what she wanted. The bullying stopped the day Delilah stepped in. She stood in front of Clara protectively.
Cut that out. So what if she can't become an acolyte? That doesn't mean you need to hurt her.
Who are you to talk, church hound? Clara here, you see, she's...
Done nothing. Go away.
Shut up, you can't tell me what to do. Faust lunged at Delilah. She responded by slamming her palm into his chin. Faust bit his tongue and stumbled back, rubbing his chin. Whatever. His voice wobbled as if he were about to cry. Defeated, he left with his friends. Just you wait until my balls drop. I stared at her in awe, my mouth open. That was heroic. It was something a hero would do. Just like she said, Delilah became a hero. Delilah bent down.
Are you alright?
This is probably Clara.
Yeah. Just fine.
Clara sniffled and tried not to touch any of her bruises.
If it means anything, I like your bangs. Huh?
Delilah nodded.
It's a sign of your devotion.
From that day on, Clara followed Delilah around like a lost puppy. And that was when my own abuse truly began. Faust had nothing to do with his free time anymore. He tried to mess with other people, but they'd either give him an unsatisfying reaction or get violent. One day after a bad vision of mine, he snickered. He had an idea. After school, he approached me, dragging Delilah along. Clara followed, along with two of Delilah's fans who would later become Clara's friends.
Hey, Mercy.
I stopped and turned. Yeah? Wait, is this Faust? This is probably Faust, right?
Oh, probably.
We have to do some exploding.
It's expulsive.
Delilah wrestled her wrist out of Faust's grip.
And why did you drag me here?
Because you're the explode girl. Come on, make Mercy go boom. Delilah sighed and held out her hands. She recited a short prayer and walked away. Faust groaned. Oh, come on, I know there's cooler stuff than that.
Wait, Miss Delilah.
The one who spoke up was Clara. Her bullies conditioned the accent out of her.
Maybe she needs a harsher ritual. I don't feel safe leaving her with only a prayer anymore.
This is probably Delilah now.
I see. Let's see what we can do. I was thinking maybe we could try the one where we have to slap every point on her body.
Delilah seemed hesitant, but Faust was overjoyed. As him and his friends closed in on me, Clara stared at me the same way I stared at her. And she would continue to stare at me like that for as long as I knew her. What I did was bad, and my curse was my own fault. I brought this punishment upon myself. It was all my fault. I deserved it. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I woke up again and got dressed for school. When I passed by Bahia that day, her eyes were red for the second day in a row. I hurried past her and out the door, making my way to school without stopping, not even for a drink. I had a bad feeling. It didn't help that I woke up that morning tasting bugs on my tongue. Yuck. Delilah was away to do her usual training. I stay quiet and don't move. I'll be fine. That was what I told myself the whole day. The din in the classroom didn't interest me as I packed my bag to leave. A hand slammed down on my desk. Shook my only pencil off the edge and onto the ground. I didn't even move to grab it, and Faust slammed his foot down on it anyways. Mercy, what's wrong? You're looking at my foot like you want it to move. His friend pointed his slender finger at my face. Oh no, could it be? She sees something on your foot! I don't see anything. The boy kicked my desk. Come on, of course you see something. If we caught you lying, you might have to tell the head boss. I'm assuming this is still the lackey here, right? Mm-hmm. Don't know what they do at the church to keep all that impurity in check, but it's making you clam up. It can't be good. Faust got close to my face. His breath smelled rancid. Come on, just let us take care of it. We'll be way gentler than they are, right, boys? They nodded. Their grins were so wide, their faces seemed to split in half. Great. Let's go. A kick in my ribs. A kick in my arms. A kick aiming directly for the shin. If they were feeling daring, they went for the face. But they knew if they killed me, they'd suffer a worse fate. Even if it was someone filthy, murder was unacceptable. The guilty must pay double for their sin. Well, that was how the law... okay. It's hard to tell sometimes when it's written this way, okay?
Yeah.
It's undoubtedly effective, it's just hard when you're trying to do the voices. It all ended in crucifixion and torture for those who dared to violate the rules of this town. No mercy for mercy. No mercy for... Oh, yeah.
No mercy for mercy.
No mercy for mercy. Stay down, you bitch. A foot pushing against my spine slammed me into the ground. The impact left me winded. I felt things crawling on me. A flower beside me whispered, no mercy for mercy, and stung me as my cheek brushed against it. Rain from last night made the ground all muddy and wet. Faust laughed and spoke, but his lips didn't match what he was saying. Mercy gets no mercy. A kick in my jaw. Something white fell out of my mouth. Blood filled my mouth and spilled over my bottom lip. It stopped earlier than usual. This is getting boring. We do this every week. Do we have anything else? Like weapons?
Oh, hey, I got it. My dad has some of those things they use. The ones from 5 years ago.
The mud beneath my fingernails hardened. Little black bugs crawled out the cracking mud, pouring out my fingers. They crawled all over my hands and melted into the ground. Faust laughed knowingly. Oh, I remember that. My mom had a blast, that's for sure. Did you bring any?
No, but...
Come on, town's small enough. Go grab some.
That's right, you're just being lazy.
The little black bugs crawled into my mouth. They taste like dirt.
Fine, whatever, I'll go get them. Yomi.
A kick in the leg. He walked away. To occupy their time, they sat down on me. Mercy, it's your civil duty to be our bench right now. You're doing great. Always do your duties. Always. I couldn't reply. There were too many bugs in my mouth. This didn't satisfy Faust. Pulling my head back by my ponytail, he hooked me right in the eyes. He didn't have a mouth. He gasped. You have to do your duty, Mercy. I saw you struggle. You're not supposed to struggle. It's your job. You have to take the beatings, Mercy, or you'll never get better. You won't be good at anything. As if to emphasize his point, he tugged my hair harshly and let go. My head fell back into the mud with a slop. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So maybe if you're nice enough to me, I'll leave you alone, right?
She doesn't reply to anything when she's tripping like that. It pisses me off.
Oh, whatever.
Me too. Just talk. It's not that hard. What's wrong with her?
Nothing, that's what. She thinks she's got it so bad. The boy sitting next to Faust shifted his weight, putting more pressure on my back. A small amount of air traveled out of my lungs and through my closed throat, creating a squeak. He laughed. The sound of metal hitting metal alerted the boys. They got off me. I caught my breath.
Guys, I got the stuff.
Sweet, what's all here? Wow, it's definitely them. Your dad keeps this kind of crap?
Yep, same ones I used when they tried that clergy chick.
The exact same ones.
Obviously not, idiot. You gotta get rid of dirty sin stuff in the river.
Oh yeah. In that moment, I realized what was going to happen to me. A pole dug into my calf and wedged itself inside my muscle as I tried to crawl away. It didn't reach bone, but it was enough to stop me in my already weakened state. The offender made himself known with a dry laugh. Now, Mercy. What did I tell you about struggling? He wiggled the pole around my leg, making the wound wider. This is your duty, an obligation given to you by the group, something we've all been burdened with. Yours is real important. Faust pulled out the pole, the wound now exposed to open air stung. It was as if a void had opened in my leg. For a few minutes, the only sound was the wind picking up. The boy with the bony finger spoke up.
Hey, this is actually kind of gross.
What are you, a chicken shit? Can you only handle it when someone else is doing the prodding?
Actually, I didn't watch it. I just heard it.
Come on, it's refreshing. Watch. Faust grabbed the boy's wrist and forced him to stab me. It was a lot shallower than the last jab, but it hurt all the same. He pulled it out himself and started to breathe heavily. Yeah. This is kind of fun. You try it too, Hector. Alright, I'll go for her butt. Funny, right? Grow up, man. He thrust the pole. Hard. A shooting pain traveled from the left side of my rear all across my body. My spine popped when I jerked upwards, screaming. When he pulled it out, the strange sensation of my tendons moving back into place caused me to dry heave. Another attack went into my arm. It had to be the bony one. He wasn't strong enough to pierce anything easily. So long as the strong one didn't touch my torso, I'd be fine. Surely, I'd be fine. It hurts! It hurts! One dove into my arm. I tried to crawl away again. Faust grabbed my ponytail and straddled my back. It felt like he'd rip off my scalp at any moment. Mercy, you just never learn your lesson, do you? I'm not going to be fine. I'm not going to be fine. For the first time in years, I felt something intensely. It was fear. Let me get at her stomach. Sorry, man, can't move her. She'll try to escape again. Fine. I'm going to die. Going to die. I thought they cared about the law to some extent, but I was wrong. 3 more injuries in my calves. They were easy targets. Beetles buzzed around me as my vision started to go dark. I didn't know what to think. For 5 years, nothing like this ever happened. Was I supposed to feel lucky? Doomed? It was inevitable. The abuse was going to escalate someday. They always needed better entertainment. Another 5 to my right leg. I made howling noises like an infant. Tears spilled down my cheeks and soaked into the mud. I felt blood flowing out of me onto the ground, getting all over me, all over my clothing. Faust tore out some of my hair. Why? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything that time. I didn't see anything. I wasn't being weird. I was quiet that day. Please stop is what I wanted to say, but nothing left my mouth except screams. Didn't know people could bleed so much. It's really red. Hey, what does this stuff do again? Beats me. It's fun to watch. See some pink stuff under her skin. Let's dig it out. No.
Children!
Yaya's voice. Scrambling of feet. Metal hitting the ground. Someone hooked their arms under me and lifted me up.
You shouldn't let them take advantage of you like that.
Oh, I shouldn't let them take advantage of me. You're right. Yeah, that was my fucking fault. Someone else's voice. Where had I heard that voice? Ah. It was you. You saved me again. Ooh. Hi, we're back.
We're back.
Sorry about the weird break if that was in the middle of an episode, but I needed a moment. I sat at the top of the stairs. My body was covered in the head's miracle pastes and bandages. Some acolytes changed out my school uniform for my nightgown. I needed a new uniform. On my way up, I exhausted quickly. My legs hurt too much for me to continue moving. Every step felt excruciatingly painful, as if the rods were still piercing me. Felt dirty. They only healed and cleaned the wounds. There was no bath for me. All the blood would have stained the color of the bathing room. A dried patch of mud remained on my right cheek. The hallway felt more suffocating than usual. It made me want to leave more than ever, but my legs wouldn't allow it. I played with the frayed edge of a bandage wrapped around my knee. A figure turned into the hallway. On seeing who it was, I immediately stood up with my back rigid. The sudden movement caused me to wince in pain and my legs to shake. Yaya approached me with a grimace. Holy women were meant to be eternally young until expiration, but she was frowning so hard as if there were wrinkles on her skin. I waited for a slap or screaming.
Why are you such a stupid girl?
Ah, yes. I don't know why I expected it to be anything different. I slowly opened my eyes. I didn't even notice they were closed.
Why are you such a stupid girl?
She asked the question in the exact same voice and intonation. It bothered me a little. I can't answer that.
Why are you such a stupid girl?
Unsatisfied with my answer, she asked again, slightly angrier.
Why are you such a stupid girl?
Huh?
Why are you such a stupid girl? Why? Why are you such a stupid girl?
She gripped my shoulders with unbelievable force, shaking me. She wasn't even letting me respond anymore.
Why? Are you such a stupid girl?
I don't know. I can't.
Stop that, Nina. You know exactly why. I told you again and again not to go out there and get us captured, but you went out there anyways, and now we've become monsters. How many times did I have to tell you we'd be worse off? I told you I saw their plans. I'm not stupid. Why are you such a stupid girl?
I shook, and for some reason she shook as well. This was not her normal expulsive self.
I don't understand. Why are you like this? What did I do to raise such a stupid kid?
I wriggled away when she shook me enough to lose her grip, to run off and tell someone the holy woman was acting strangely. But I couldn't run fast enough with the pain I was in. It didn't take long for her to catch me. Now her back was to the top of the stairs. She shoved me against the wall.
No, don't run. I'm not done with you yet.
She squeezed my shoulders. Tighter, tighter, tighter. Ooze poured from her mouth. The wounds on my shoulder reopened, the paste on them stinging on the open scabs. Warm blood spilled out and stained the dress. Yaya's lower lip was melting and contorting with every syllable she spoke.
Don't you realize how much I care about you? Look, now you're making me reopen your wounds. Answer me. You are supposed to be smarter than this. Tell me why, now.
Let me go! Yaya's long robes fluttered in front of her. The end of her dress ghosted against my chin. For the first time since I had known her, Yaya looked truly holy, the splitting image of the messenger of divine spirits. But it only lasted for a second. My hands shook. In my confusion and fear, I shoved her. Yeah, I twitched at the bottom of the stairs, a strange substance pulling underneath her body. Holy women bled gray-red. My eyes opened. I didn't know what time it was. When I sat up, pain rocketed through my body, forcing me to lay down again. Someone changed my bandages. In the hallway outside my room, shuffling and low voices could be heard. I focused on those voices, straining my ears to hear. What now, Dead? Where's the head? Mercius. I couldn't completely understand them. I sat up a little in my bed as best I could to hear better. My best ended up being shuffling up so that my head rested against the headboard. Yeah. I held my head weakly. The stairs. No. Tears brimmed in my eyes, but never spilled, as if they were too exhausted to fall. What's going to happen to me? Crime. I'm going to die. They're going to stab me with those poles again. I'm going to die. Again, I felt fear. After sustaining those injuries, I was given a harsh reminder why I didn't want to feel anything anymore. I ripped out some of my hair. My nails dug into the palms of my hands, cutting them open, causing blood to run down my arms. I'm sorry. I couldn't even move. My mind searched for solutions, and it went right to the path by the school. I could have tried running, but in that state they would catch me anyways. And where would I go after? What would I eat? What would I drink? What was even beyond here? Nobody's ever been told. Maybe, just maybe, if I left when nobody was around. If I left. I couldn't leave. Even if I were guaranteed survival, I owed these people. They fed me, they gave me clothes, they gave me an education, they gave me a roof over my head, they gave me a warm bed, they gave me so much, and in return I did so little. The least I could do was contain the curse. I had to get rid of it. It's the only place I knew that could get rid of it. That was my duty, my only reason for living. If I lost that reason, what would be the point? And there was that one selfish reason. It was so stupid. Staying for someone who will never look at me as something other than a victim for a hero to save. It was so stupid. The door cracked open. Is she awake?
She is. Shh.
An acolyte walked into the room, shivering a little.
Miss Mercy, are you all right?
I nodded, quietly. Somehow this scared her even more. She ran out of the room.
I can't do this.
It's okay. You did your best. They reassured her outside in the hallway, like I wasn't the one who had collapsed on the floor. I felt tired again and tried to rest, covering my head with my blanket. Heavy footsteps entered the room. Someone kneeled next to the bed.
Mercy.
It's probably the head. Peeked out from under the blankets. Who was the head?
Mercy, my child. What happened? Mercy, please answer me. You can trust me. I won't hurt you.
I didn't want to reply. His smile went away and his eyes became a little colder. He was scary. He was scarier than Yaea was. I didn't want to talk to him. I wanted him to go away.
Mercy, if you don't answer me, I'm going to have to give you a special bath to clean out whatever toxin caused you to do this.
I covered my head more. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know if replying was a good idea. I didn't know what he'd do if I told him the truth. Should I lie? What should I do? The head lifted my head up by the roots of my hair and balled into a fist. He maintained that cold look in his eyes. His lips were pursed.
Mercy, answer me. Fight past the curse and answer me. I want the real Mercy out now.
All of the clergy in the hall peeked in to look, muttering this and that about this exorcism. He's making quite a show for them. He tugged harder and I squeaked.
Mercy.
I swallowed. Yeah, tried to hurt me. The hallway erupted with whispers and chattering. For a second I saw panic in the head's eyes. Just like how they looked back then. Put his palm to my forehead.
Do not lie to us, cretin. Admit it.
Is it cretin? I always thought it was cretin.
Probably. You murdered our holy woman in cold blood. This is all an act.
tears brimmed in the corners of my eyes. Did I do that? Without warning, he jerked my head up again and dragged me out of the bed by my hair. I screamed in pain. The people in the hallway shivered. He dragged me down the hall. Hundreds stood in the hall, shaking back and forth so much they almost looked like streams of paper in the wind.
I will fix this. I will fix this.
The streams of paper lined the little hallway leading us to the bathroom. Bugs crawled out of my wailing mouth. The curse was leaving my body, melting into the walls and escaping to parts unknown. The head shoved me into the water. I couldn't see anything in the pitch redness.
I will fix this. Be gone. 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 Etc.
No, I want you to read every single one.
I've already lost count.
Okay.
That's a lot of I will fix this begons.
And it continues. Goodness gracious.
Be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone, be
Begony.
gone.
B. Joan. Bajane. There it is. You can read or?
Are they gone? They're gone. You have to be good for me, Mercy. You have to obey, or else I'm in big fucking trouble. I thought I told you this the first time you acted up. Do you have any idea what a pain in the ass it is dealing with all of this? Why can't you just be a good little freak and act like the punching bag you are? All she would have done was just smack you around. You just got poles rammed into your body, for fuck's sake. You can take another 5 or 6 hits from some woman in a fancy dress. I can't believe you. I've never met someone as ungrateful as you. I really should have killed you. You're lucky I've been so nice to you. Don't tell anyone about this. Nobody's going to believe you anyways. Nobody ever believes you when you say anything. I bet someone's already running their mouth off about how you killed a religious figurehead. Whatever happens to you now, you deserve it. Think about it. Yea had her bad moments, but she went so far as to clean you up every time that little shit Faust turned you into a used dish rag. You could have just waited for her to be nice again. You're so damn impatient, I can't stand it. I warned you, after I had Naomi killed, that if you ever fucked up again, things would get worse. I won't kill you, even though everyone's itching to see it happen. I can still wring a few uses out of you. Luckily for you, no matter how many times you get the shit beaten out of you, you can always come home to get patched up. I'm a damn miracle worker, remember? You'll be good as new for the next round. Can you breathe? No? That's too bad. Now say you're sorry.
I'm sorry. Is it ever going to end? I'm so tired. Nobody looked at me at school. Or rather, nobody looked at me like I was even human anymore. The head announced that Yaya had died in mysterious circumstances during the morning drinking. Oh. At the time, nobody assumed it was me. Some even gave me pitying looks. But rumors spread fast because that was one of the few ways to entertain ourselves we had there. I had a target painted on my back should anything go awry since day one. I hit myself with my pencil. Why did I do that? I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Yana would never kill me. Never. At least I didn't think she would. Such a moron. What if someone wanted to try me as a criminal? I didn't want to go through more pain. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. My body ached. Even though completely miraculously healed thanks to the head's holy pastes, I still felt the pain. Both Faust and Clara were there. Just thinking about what they might do made my phantom wounds ache even more. The bell rang. I scratched my cheek and stared at my pencil and my paper. The teacher walked in, started the lesson. Once again, I was greeted by beetles dancing around my paper. The day ended faster than I anticipated. Maybe it was because I spent most of it staring into red space. Couldn't remember what had happened at lunch. All I knew was that Faust approached me, then the usual group took me behind the school. I came to my senses with dried blood on my face and mud everywhere, clothing soaked. Afternoon classes were halfway done. It was like nobody bothered to come for me. My head was lying in the sinks. They must have beaten and bathed me was the only conclusion I could come to. It was rare I had complete memory blackout like that. Every single part of my body screamed in agony as I dragged my feet through town. My bag got thrown into the river by some older kids. All my pencils were in there. I guess I was going to get beaten for not being able to write on handouts in class the next day. That's what it's like to be a living criminal. Somebody's going to call for my execution any day now. Hey girl, come here. The woman called out to me. Sitting with her were a few friends her age. Put down their knitting tools and stared. I felt like I was walking right into the clutches of a predator. The woman was silent for a moment. Then she took off the holy necklace she wore and put it in my hand. Huh? She stayed quiet as she pushed it into my palm, making me wrap my fingers around the charm tightly. I wondered if she was giving it to me. Was it for protection? The stone in the center of the cross was blue. Quietly again, she shooed me off. I nodded and walked a foot away. Oof, the sound of an impact startled me, getting me to stop in my tracks. I whirled around in surprise. The woman was holding her cheek as her friends gave her fretful looks, some looking back at me with glares. What? The woman shrieked. Carter! A burly man came barreling out the front door of the house, holding a broom. The old woman pointed a bony finger at me, and I paled.
Oof.
That little brat stole my necklace, the cursed one! Without a word, the man came running towards me. My feet moved right away, but a sharp pain shot through my body, and I fell to the ground. He loomed over me, raising the broom into the air, the woman still shrieking about anything that came to her mind. I should have never trusted her. She's here to bring us to ruin. She's an evil, evil creature. The curse has overtaken her. We must get rid of the curse. Stop. I dropped the necklace in the mud. The bristles of the broom scratched my skin with ease. She'll infect us all. She'll ruin Fada. My necklace. My connection to God. How dare she take that away from us? Did I take that necklace? I must have been imagining things again. The man stopped and took the necklace back, spitting on my face. The old woman and her friends laughed. A droplet of rain hit my face. Everyone's staring. It's like a play. I am the main character. Everybody loves watching. I'm so tired. If I sleep, I'm going to catch a cold. It's too bad. How much can you get hurt before you die? I can teach everyone that limit. I can be all sorts of examples for the community, see? I'm useful. I'm very useful. Please praise me. It's all my fault. Wake up, Mercy. Oh, that's probably the head.
Wake up, Mercy. It's morning.
A nostalgic voice woke me up. I was being haunted by the memories of the woman I murdered. Sunlight filtered through the window, hitting my face and warming my damp skin. I didn't remember making back to my room or changing my clothes. Another bunch of memories I didn't have. It started to make me uncomfortable. The drinking bell rang, vibrating and shaking the walls of the church. I quickly put on my uniform and stepped out into the hallway. The adrenaline from being late ended the second I left my room, my body racked with pain. It's like I was getting stabbed and punched all over again. Clerics and acolytes alike were rushing down the stairs in groups. I followed behind them carefully so I wouldn't get trampled. They weren't even gossiping. They must have really been in a hurry. The church was nearly empty, save for a few neophytes cleaning the stained glass and icons. Even then, they were doing it in a rush, as if they had somewhere to go.
Did you hear?
Don't tell Paul Revere. Of course I heard. One of the church was in full force purifying and cleaning the place last night. Finally, a group of gossiping young acolytes passed me. I followed them out of the doors and down the hill.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to. I'm just really excited.
Aren't we all?
Only the heads of the two families got to see and dress them directly. But I think I heard one through the door while I was burning incense in the halls.
Really?
I think he even canceled the children's school for this.
Now I feel weird in my uniform. Made it to the river with the gossiping acolytes. Tried to squeeze my way through to get some water, but everyone kept pushing me back. Someone even purposely stepped on my toes, hissing at me.
You're going nowhere near the platform. You hear, murderer?
Platform? Oh, they must have brought out that platform. The crowd hushed. I got on my tiptoes to see. The head priest was making his way through the crowd, walking over the bridge and towards the platform, the barrier head and the explosive head and 2 lumps under a white cloak. My legs gave out. I only caught that glimpse and nothing more. The 2 lumps under the cloth got on the platform. Along with the help of the bridge's arc, they were tall enough to be seen over the crowd. The head priest's booming voice echoed across the whole town.
My dear citizens, we have been given a gift. God, the divine holiness itself, has rushed to replace what we've lost. We are still loved in its eyes. Fret not.
The crowd muttered with a mix of excitement and disbelief. The disbelief primarily came from the younger voices.
Behold!
The cloak was torn off.
God has given us 2 holy women instead of 1.
On the platform under that cloak were 2 beautiful young girls who seemed to be as old as me. Sunlight touched their skin and made it glisten. The tiaras they wore sparkled in the sunlight, golden light twinkling. I was dazzled, and so was the crowd. They made soft sounds of awe as if admiring the fine art in the church. The head's voice bellowed out once again.
Greet our new holy maidens, my dear citizens. Nin of the expulsive and Alma of the barrier. God has decided that the energy must be divided. Now we can be protected by both at once.
The crowd clapped and cheered, making a fine ruckus. I stood in the back, stock still as ever.
God bless us. Bendith, bendith.
Oh, what a beautiful gift. Please, beloved maidens, protect us. Clerics had to hold back the commoners. I could see Alma take a step back a little in surprise, but Nin didn't move. The head held his hand up and the ruckus stopped.
Now. Do not touch them yet. They still have yet to be blessed by our world. Some of you may be a little too young to remember Yea's descent. Yes, she too had to be settled into our dimension. Touching them now will deliver unto you great pain as punishment.
Everybody stopped.
Because they are so young, we've planned to let them go to the school, in the 9th class. They couldn't learn everything from God, as their descent came so early due to the sudden passing of Yea. May our classes be an adequate replacement for the remainder of their teachings. And may you all be blessed with fortune yet again.
The head bowed to the crowd, then bowed to the holy maidens. They were guided off the platform by the family heads, each following their own respective energy's head.
Bendith, my friends.
Bendith. The crowd dispersed. Since there was no school that day, I hurried back to the church before anyone could see me. I ducked through groups of acolytes. The elderly people at the pews were too engrossed in their prayer to notice me. I sighed in relief. Maybe today will be okay. Before I could start limping up the stairs, someone grabbed my sleeve. It was Delilah, holding a few scrolls.
The head wishes to see you for dinner tonight, despite your injuries.
Why are you in your school uniform? Was she blushing?
I was a little tired this morning. Goodbye.
She scurried off. I blinked, watching her back. Strange. I didn't realize I fell asleep until someone came and woke me up for dinner. I rushed down the hall and descended the stairs in my nightgown. Considering how exhausted I was, what I considered rushing was slightly faster than limping. My feet ached. Just ahead of me were the holy maidens, unaccompanied by others. Were they already purified? I caught up to them and reached my hand out. The explosive one, Nin, slapped my hand away.
Stay away from us. We don't have the time to deal with mother killers. Come on, Alma. Keep her behind us. That's how it works here. Oh, that's interesting. We heard Yea say the names Nina and Angelica. We now have Nin and Alma, and they seem to be getting used to the names still.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're right. And they're calling us explicitly a mother killer.
Yeah.
Whew! They were told about me, too. I entered the dining room, my head hung low. Just as I was about to sit at the table, the head spoke.
Oh no, young lady, don't sit there. We have a special seat for you tonight.
He motioned towards the floor. A single plate with beans sat there. I sat down in front of the plate.
Good girl.
Their hands joined in prayer for their meal. I, too, put my hands together and prayed along with them, quietly.
Bend it.
Our spoons clanked simultaneously as we picked them up and ate our meals. Well, the 2 bites into my cold beans, a quiet voice spoke up. Does she really have to sit there? It was the barrier one, Alma. She seemed upset by me being there, nervously frowning. Did she not realize I killed her predecessor? The head priest gave her a curious look while Nin glared at her.
Leave it be, Alma. It's not the time for that.
But on the floor? Is that really necessary?
Maiden Alma.
Yeah, that's me. Alma swallowed and stared at her plate. She moved the beans around with her spoon.
I understand you want to protect the people of this town. However, please understand that this girl's case is quite special. Her curse's antidote is not kindness.
But why does it have to be so...
Your predecessor chose a detached approach. Why not try that?
She didn't reply to the head's interruption. They went back to eating dinner without further conversation, but I stared at my plate. Why did it have to be this way? Was it really that bad? I didn't know why I hadn't questioned it until then. The night continued without incident, aside from the occasional worried glances Alma would give me when we passed in the halls. Mercy, wake up! An unfamiliar voice woke me up immediately. It was Alma. Her hair was tied into ponytails with 2 red ribbons, bells secured on the ends of each. They made soft tinkly noises as she moved. With the sunlight cascading through the curtains the way it did, she truly looked like an angel. I was told to wake you up. We have to go to school today. Okay. She left, and I dressed and joined her in the hall. Nin was there too, dressed up as well, intentionally straying her gaze away from me.
Come on, Alma. If we don't hurry, we'll be late for the morning thing.
She only acknowledged her twin. I looked down at the floor and sighed. The dirt on the path down the hill was damp from all the rain. My shoes sank into the muck, the earth sticking to my soles. Nin and Alma didn't speak. They only looked ahead of themselves silently. There was no interest in the scenery around them, nor any interest in making idle conversation. Like they'd known each other for years, despite being born yesterday. I swallowed the saliva in my mouth just to have something to do. When we approached the river, people noticed us immediately, dropping their ladles and running up to the girls. The elderly got on their knees and gripped at their skirts. Oh, beloved Nin!
Lady Alma, your hair is so soft.
Their indifferent expressions changed to small smiles to suit the situation. They stood there like statues of worship. Some people gave me glares for daring to stand near them. Discomfort bubbled up within me, and I sipped away to get a drink with a dropped ladle. Nin cleared her throat. We must go now. We need to learn. That's an important duty we've been entrusted with, considering our premature birth. It's probably,
I thought I was.
Oh no, that was
Nin.
you. That was you. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I fucked up. Do you want
What?
to read your line that I read?
No, it's already read.
Okay, fine. Oh, but wouldn't it hurt to stay just a little longer?
No, and Alma, let's go.
Fine. The two girls walked off, and I quickly followed. Do you really think we'd let you? I felt a wrinkly hand grab my ankle and yelped. We're not letting it happen again. The younger one grabbed my arm and pulled me back. The twins stopped and Alma looked back. Let her go. Alma's voice was cold. The crowd went silent. One by one, their hands let go of me, obeying their holy woman's command. They quietly went back to what they were doing. I rubbed where they gripped me especially hard, wincing in pain. Are you all right? Alma's voice was warm and concerned. But just like last night. Nin sighed and started walking again.
Come on, let's go.
We hurriedly followed Nin and reached the school. Like magic, the girls went back to their mechanical selves as they approached the entrance. You couldn't have another couple scenes without me showing up. Faust at the top of the stairs noticed a center, pointing us out to his friends. Oh, it's the holy ladies. Look at them, guys, aren't they cute?
Come on, man, don't say that. They're like pure and divine or whatever.
Yeah, they look a little creepy too, like dolls.
Shut up, you know what I mean. We came up the stairs. Faust ran backwards until he was next to Nin, grinning at her. His friends giggled. What's up, your holy explosiveness?
Expulsive.
She wasn't even looking at him directly. Tried to get into her line of sight, but she never acknowledged his presence, not even with a glance. Whatever. Say, are you two going to school again?
The head asked us to, because we're so young.
Wow, to think the great god of everything can shit out an unfinished product. What's it like being half-baked?
It was an emergency. Please stop talking to me.
Faust clicked his tongue and ran back to his friends. What a stingy bitch. I'll try interrogating the blue one next time. Did he even know their names? I doubted it. Nin let out a huff of air from her nose in irritation. We entered the 9th classroom. Students huddled around the maidens, loudly talking amongst themselves. Being behind the twins, I had nowhere to squeeze in and forced to go through the same thing as them.
Wow, she's pretty. Her skin's so clear.
Look, their hair is so silky.
You're right, it's like feeling church robes.
As they continued to play with their hair, I grimaced. The two in front were the same girls who fawned over Delilah, too. Seemed they were attracted to women with power and beauty. Wait. Couldn't say they weren't pretty, especially Alma, but how could they just abandon Delilah like that? That was petty. The bell rang, and a teacher entered. She ushered us into our seats and told us to hush. Kids still muttered here and there about Alma and Nin. I chose seats far in the back since the last row was the only one with empty seats. Some people intentionally moved back a seat to be with them before the teacher chided them and forced them to return. I see. So this is the power of God. I did my best to pay attention in class. I still had no supplies, but I decided to try my best to remember what we'd go over. The teacher opened the massive book of scripture. Today we'll be going over a few things we've already covered for the maiden's sake, using popcorn reading. Immediately, the entire class groaned. Hey, this is important! Be quick. Be so ungrateful when God has been so kind lately. Delilah, please read about the daily drinks.
Understood.
Delilah opened her book, clearing her throat.
And so the holy woman declared that if the children wished to join her in holiness, they would have to drink from the holy river every morn and every eve. The purifying waters of the river coursed through their body. No evil remained. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's the teacher. Thank you. Samson, the next verse. Delilah sat while Faust's lanky friend stood abruptly, scratching his neck. Yeah, what page again? 54. This should be child's play for you, and yet... Sorry, I'm not good with page numbers. Come on, Teach. Give the guy a break. Faust, I don't want to hear anything from you, of all people. You still mad about that thing with the whole God isn't real speech from 2 weeks ago? My bad. I didn't know you held grudges. That's a sin, right? You little. By the way, when is this town going to grow a spine? Hear me out on my theory about survival of the fittest. Faust started a large speech questioning the meaning of ethics for seemingly no reason, angering the teacher further.
Well, you see, really, this whole thing is about ethics in video game journalism.
Why won't you debate me? Isn't this the open... Why are you not open to discourse? If you have ideas, please present them in the... I can't. That absolutely would be Faust, though.
It would be.
Faust started a large speech questioning the meaning of ethics for seemingly no reason, angering the teacher further. As the two of them continued to bicker, presumably in a gamble to waste time until the bell rang, I stared at a pencil and I took off the floor. I rolled it back and forth on my defaced desk. My pencil clattered on the floor. Something black and blotchy flew into my vision. I reflexively raised my hands to protect my face, only to end up squishing the blotchy thing in question. There was black goo all over my hands. Little black beetles wriggled out of the goo, making silent birth cries. I tried to rub it on the desk away from me, but it wouldn't come off. It dripped and smeared and covered my hands in a dark black. The beetles died as soon as they were born, falling lifelessly onto the desktop.
What the hell is her now?
Oh, great, not again.
Mercy?
Delilah's voice. It wouldn't come off.
She... Another vision.
The teacher grabbed my arm and twisted it. Her hand, too, was black and blotchy. Inky branches grew from it and wrapped around me. Again? That chick is...
Weirdo.
What if we're...
Her...
More!
Children, back. Room.
But maybe if... She'll shut up. I was dragged out into the hallway. The students gathered around the doorway and watched the teacher take me away. Ew.
Curse.
Evil people deserve this kind of treatment.
Did you see her? Fucking...
As soon as we turned around the corner, I knew exactly where the teacher was going. No, please, please, please.
Of this.
Please, not there. Please, 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 please. The teacher ignored my pleas and locked me in the cleaning supply closet. I wailed and scratched and kicked the door, but to no avail. I hated the closet more than anything. Preferred beating over it because it made it worse. The darkness around me melted and warped into horrific things mere seconds after the light vanished. Black figures twisted and snaked around my limbs and tainted my clothing and skin. I gagged on the stench of something I couldn't quite describe. Tears gathered in the corners of my eyes and I sank to the floor. I closed my eyes and covered my ears. I whimpered. The shadows laughed even more at my pathetic form. This curses.
No. Special
Making fun of curse?
Holy...
My ears hurt. Their voices would go down further and further in pitch seemingly infinitely. Pitches never reached a logical conclusion. It was disturbing, an inhuman buzz. Nothing good can happen here. Nothing good ever happens. That's my fate. Until the curse leaves, I'm stuck here. I can't escape. I rammed my whole weight into the door. You're not here for yourself. You were born into this world for us.
You belong to us.
We brought you here, so you should repay us.
We feed you. We give you clean clothes.
Don't complain.
You're not allowed to complain.
This is your only home. All alone. I was all alone. In this small town, I was all alone. No singing. No love. Only buzzing. Only laughter. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for being born. I'm sorry. The desk felt like a pillow. At some point, someone finally unlocked the door, and I was forced to stand outside for the rest of the day. I was allowed back in when the final bell rang. Lying there, I didn't even care that the sun was setting or that class has been over for an hour. I just wanted to sleep. Bells tinkled. Quiet voice came from someone standing in front of my desk. I knew that voice. My eyes shot open in surprise. Slowly, I looked at the person in front of me. Mercy, right? It was weird. What did the holy woman want with me? She gave me a soft smile. Are you all right? You were in there for a long time, so... Why do you care? I didn't mean to say that, but it came out of my mouth anyways. Her smile went away. Do we have to go home? I wanted to talk to you. You want to talk to me? She nodded. I waited apprehensively for what she was about to say. The head priest told us that you have cursed vision. What do you see? Corruption, beetles, blackness, darkness, redness. She fidgeted a little. You're a very blunt person, aren't you? I put my head back down. I didn't know what she was trying to do, but I wasn't in the mood for it. Wait! Please, don't ignore me. I'm not going to hurt you. I raised my head again, a little more curious now. Considering the things she'd done for me recently, I was sure she must have been telling the truth. There you go. So you're not the only one who can see those things, right? So you're the only one that can see those things, right? I nodded. Is it lonely? She asked a question I wasn't expecting. I slowly nodded my head. It's okay. I know what it's like feeling all alone in a world that seems to reject you at every turn. And I'm glad I'm not alone now, too. Huh? Can I tell you a little secret? Hesitantly, I nodded. I had a bad feeling. My stomach twisted into a knot as I waited for her response. She inhaled, then exhaled. I can see it too. Huh? What? So don't feel alone. Uneasy feelings gathered in the pit of my stomach. A pure blessing descended from God shouldn't have been seeing those sort of things. No, maybe it was possible. But that would mean... something's wrong with the town. Huh? You're right. Everyone is so cruel to you. Huh? Everyone keeps telling me to stay away from you and stop being so nice to you, and I don't understand it. Aren't we supposed to, protect all of you? It's not fair. For a divine being, she sure was uncertain of herself. Must have been due to her premature descent, or she was disturbed by what she was seeing. Just like me. I'm here to serve a purpose. Everyone is. Oh, no, that's. I'm here to serve a purpose. Everyone is, that's it. Doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. It does. You're getting hurt. Shouldn't that be enough for you to question that purpose? She was right. So, I'll protect you.
even if nobody else in this town wants me to.
Protect me? Something inside me swelled. It was a different happiness from what I was used to. Rather than being temporary and uncertain, I'm safe for now became, I'm safe.
That's right. You don't have to be scared anymore, Mercy, because I'm here.
Is that allowed?
Of course it's allowed. I'm one of the holy maidens. I'm supposed to protect you. That's my duty. Even if the humans disagree, I can say it's my divine right and other stuff like that.
But your vision...
My vision? Right, my vision. What do you want to do about it?
If you're seeing things, then something bad is probably going to happen. Maybe we should go to the head priest. That eye roll. Okay, no, I thought that was her rolling her eyes for a moment. I was like, well, right.
No.
The sudden outburst took me aback. For a brief moment, she looked scared.
You mean the head? Tried telling the head, but he just told me it's probably dizziness from the mortal air or something.
He did? She nodded. Oh, then I don't know what else to do.
You don't? Then maybe we should try warning the citizens tomorrow.
Memories of the elderly woman wailing at me flashed through my mind. You don't want to do that.
Why?
They'll really hurt you if you do that. The kids, too.
But what? But what if something bad happens, like you said, and it's because we didn't warn them?
She was right. Could we take that risk? Then, tell Delilah.
Delilah?
The child of the expulsive head. She takes these things very seriously.
All right, then. I'll tell her. Will she really take me seriously?
Yes, she's the only one who gets serious about actually trying to expel my curse, so...
Our curse, Mercy?
Yeah. A smile made its way onto my face. Somehow, that comforted me. I was really glad that I wasn't alone, and I could finally do something for this town for once, after all they've done for me. That's not the preposition I expected at the end of that sentence.
It's getting dark. We should go home.
She sounded a lot more confident than before. Alma held out her hand. I took it and tried to stand. Ah! Sharp pain shot through my body, starting at my abdomen. It threw me off balance and caused me to land right on Alma.
Mercy!
She stepped back in surprise, but stood her ground, holding me up with her own strength. She was stronger than I expected, considering her tiny frame. Slowly, Alma helped me back up.
Are you all right? You never did answer me when I asked.
I only groaned and leaned on her in response. My head was throbbing.
Here, I'll help you.
She managed to get me out of the school and onto the nearby grass fields all by herself, but it seemed like that was her limit. Alma set me down and then plopped right down right next to me, sighing. The stars in the sky twinkled above us.
Do you think we can make it back in time for dinner?
I didn't answer because I wasn't sure. I anxiously thought about what the head said to me a few days ago.
I'll take that as a no, then.
Alma rummaged around in her pocket for something. I heard a strange crinkling noise, a little different from the sound of the bags most of our meals these days came in. Then she held out her hand to me.
Here.
In her hand were 4 little multicolored balls wrapped in translucent, crinkly paper. I took it and stared at it, not sure what to do with the gift. It's called Bobo.
They're candy-coated peanuts. See? It says on the wrapper.
Bobo. Bobot? Is this a Gato situation where it's actually not what what we think it is?
I'm not sure.
Bobot. I'm gonna call it Bobot. After a minute of me silently staring at the gift, Alma let out a low, worried hum.
Do you not know what a peanut is?
Peanuts are bland and brown-colored. I don't think these are peanuts. I wonder what was wrong with this girl. The longer we stood there, the more I realized she thought the same thing about me.
Mercy, because they're candy-coated, you can't see the peanut inside.
Oh. My suspicions faded away. I opened it like I would any other wrapper and cautiously popped one into my mouth. Crunch, crunch. Sweet and salty. That's what it tasted like. The abnormal saltiness of the peanut mixed together with the sugary candy coating in a blissful harmony. I never tasted anything like it before. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Before I knew it, all 4 of them were gone. Alma seemed pleased, and traces of worry remained on her face.
Did you like it?
I nodded.
Do you feel better?
Yeah. My eyes landed on her jacket pocket.
Huh? Oh, you want more, don't you? Sorry, I only have one more. It's for Nin.
Nin doesn't have any?
No, I'm the one carrying them.
Is that your power?
My power?
Why was she looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?
Yeah, it's my power. I can make all kinds of candy.
Make more, please. Okay, that's the first like genuine chortle I've had in several hours now, and I'm all about it. Although, also, I'm still like very in the back of my head. I'm still very much tense. Like, what's the other foot gonna drop? Nothing about this game has led me to believe that such kindness will go unpunished.
And if we're reading the top of the window there, where it's slowly filling in do, re, mi, fa, so, as we have been playing along, we're at so.
Yeah.
So something bad is going to happen.
I should explain that because I don't think it's captured on the recording.
It's not.
So as we've been playing through the game, we're playing it in windowed, just for reasons I don't need to explain to you. But the title on the window has been slowly getting longer. It started out as do when we began, and then after certain key scenes, it's added on. So now it's been do, then it went to do re, then do re mi, and right now we're all the way up to so. So I can only imagine there's like 1 or 2 more pivotal scenes left here. For a demand towards it, anyway, back to candy. Back to peanut M&Ms. For a demand towards a divine being to suddenly come out of my mouth, it was absurd, but I was too hungry to apologize. My stomach growled painfully.
Mercy, I'm serious. If you want to have more food, we should really get back.
Did I anger you?
Anger me? Not really. I just really can't give you this last one. Okay?
Okay. We took a roundabout path to the church, avoiding the town completely. I glanced at the dim lights shining in the village and then back to Alma.
I don't know how to feel about all the attention I'm getting,
she said as if she knew that was what I was about to ask.
It's weird. People keep touching me and Nin. It'd be fine if they were just talking to us and praising us a lot, but I don't get the touching.
I don't know how to respond to that. She really was underdeveloped. We were sure an early arrival was a blessing. Were we sure? I can't read. That's bad news for this channel. A few feet later, she stopped moving, standing in the rustling long grass in the field beyond the town. She looked up at the sky and closed her eyes. The breeze blew our hair gently. From here, I could see the church on top of the hill.
It's beautiful. It's so green and beautiful, just like always.
Alma? She looked down at the grass, her hands behind her back. She seemed incredibly sad, as if she was remembering something.
Mama, it's different, but it's still beautiful outside. Did you get to see this too?
Alma whispered something under her breath.
Tunposamin.
That song.
Huh? You know it? What about it?
Okay, just in case we hadn't put it together yet.
Yeah.
This might sound weird, but can you sing it for me? Sing it? Sure, I guess. Maybe it'll make up for the fact that I can't give you the second bobat. Alma closed her eyes and inhaled softly, putting her hands to her chest. She hummed a few starting notes and then began. Dun po sa amin, bayan ng san rok. May nagatuan apat na pulubi. Nagsaya ang pile, umawat ang pipi. Nadud ang bulag, nakining ang bingi. A familiar melody reached my ears, piecing through the sound of the wind. Her voice tinkled like bells on her ribbons. It really is. Why did Alma know this song too? I stared at her in awe. The wind blew gently enough for her silver hair to float as if underwater. Light from the rising moon surrounded her with a special kind of glow. My heart skipped a beat. In that moment, tears started to fall from her eyes. I broke out of my trance and let out a concerned whine, but she didn't listen. Her crying began to affect the quality of the song. Each note came out with watery and warbled like it was painful for her to continue singing. Alma. If I'm honest, I just don't want to read past the first one because I don't know the language and I don't want to, like, butcher it unnecessarily. The song ended. She shook and held herself. I never thought something so holy could look as lonely as this until then. Alma. Abruptly, she snapped her head up, wiping her tears and forcing a smile. Sorry. It's a strange song, isn't it? Not sure why anyone would want to hear it, honestly. I nodded my head hesitantly. Suddenly, my stomach growled. Sorry, I completely forgot you need some food. Come on, the church is right over there. Alma took my hand and I blushed. Wait, why was I blushing? I barely knew her. And besides, something about her was really scaring me. Why was she being so nice to someone like me? And yet, her warmth was so familiar. I didn't want to leave even if things turned out bad. I loved that warmth. For the first, 2/3 of this game, I was wondering why it was tagged Yuri. We entered the church. Amazingly enough, the lights were still on. We made it. Think we might be in a little trouble?
You're actually in very big trouble.
I hid behind Alma without a second thought, like a mouse running from a cat. The head approached us, his brows furrowed.
I'm too tired for this. I am disappointed, Alma. You two are not getting dinner tonight. Go to your rooms.
Yes, sir. The head unexpectedly let us be without another word. I was anticipating shouting or a harsher punishment. Compared to me, Alma seemed relatively more easygoing about his unusual response. Get that he's mad, but did he really have to take dinner away? Jeez. Okay, Mercy, let's go upstairs. I was whisked away into the hallway outside the main room by Alma. She didn't let me say a word of protest. It seemed like the world operated on Alma time to her. Alma suddenly stopped. Alma, what's... Shh. She pointed at a spot further down the hall. I realized there was faint whispering coming from that spot. My eyes struggled to adjust, but when they did... Delilah and Nin were talking to each other. Finally, you get to talk to yourself for a while.
I have influence. I can make it happen. Thank you, Nin. Good luck to you. No, Delilah, thank you for being a friend in this scary new world. See you later.
Nin walked into the main room after saying her goodbyes. I glanced at Alma anxiously. We just witnessed something incredibly bizarre. What on earth were they talking about? So you already figured out something, huh, Nene? Boring. Hey, Mercy, go ahead and get some sleep. I'll go talk to Delilah about the curse since she's here after all. Okay. Well, that didn't last as long as I thought it was going to. I went upstairs and got into bed after changing. My body greatly appreciated the soft bed and comforter. But my mind was restless. Could it be that Delilah and Nin were plotting something? But more importantly, did Delilah see something in Nin like how I saw something in Alma? I don't know, but my heart hurt. There it is. Dot wave. I woke up abruptly. A strange, scary dream like my visions was the only thing that I could remember. I hated bad dreams more than I hated dreams from my past. The long-lost feeling of disgust bubbled up inside me. Ugh, I hated that feeling too. Mercy! I rushed to hide under the covers. My foot kicked my pillow up, knocking over my lamp. Crash. Oops. I peeked out from under the covers to see Alma standing in front of me. You should be more careful. She pat my head while using her foot to slide the pieces of the broken lamp under my bed. I felt pathetic somehow. Alma kneeled down and looked me in the eyes. Her expression was so serious, I felt fear. I talked to Delilah. What did she say? She told me not to tell anyone. I sat up in my bed abruptly. What? What? Keeping voices in jaw. What? Alma nodded solemnly. She twiddled her thumbs and pursed her lips. Last night, after you went to sleep, she looked concerned at first, but then she got a really scary expression and told me not to tell anyone or the whole town will panic. I couldn't believe it. That Delilah, the studious, devout heir to the head of the explosive family, thought she'd take more serious action than that. But I guess she was worried about the town falling apart. It's okay to make a scene about a worthless citizen like me, but what about a holy woman? I understand. Huh? She wants to keep order and fix it behind the scenes. There's nothing we can do about it. You're too important for this to be handled carelessly. But... Alma clenched her fists and stared at me firmly. If something happens because of the curse, everyone will just panic anyways. She was right. I scratched my chin in thought. Alma put her hands on her hips and smiled confidently. I'll tell everyone about it tomorrow during the morning drink. People listen if they respect you. She was right again, but I still wasn't sure. I'm really not sure. I don't want you to get hurt. Mercy, if we keep waiting, something bad will happen. Please just talk to me like you have been. All right. She took my hand and squeezed it. Relief washed through me as if I had bathed. Alma's protective aura felt so refreshing. She was my oasis, my sanctuary, my hero. I could trust her. I didn't know what I was thinking when I thought she made me uncomfortable. With Alma around, nothing bad can ever happen. She hugged me, patting my head like Yaya used to. It's okay. I will protect you, Mercy. Thank you, Alma. After a few minutes, we pulled away. I looked her up and down. Why are you wearing your robes? Huh? Oh, well, you know, yesterday we went to school even though it was Sunday. Didn't we go because we missed school on Friday? Yeah, but Nin asked the head if everyone could take another day off. You know what he said? Okay, so today is a free day. I turned my head towards the window. Ah, the sun was just barely rising. Alma woke me up that early? She must be really excited. Do you want to do something? I want to see more of the town. Oh, that's... I want to see more of the town. Really? Uh-huh. Then, let me get ready. Not that there was much to do. Alma left the room to give me privacy. But all I did was put some of my hair up like I always did. I didn't have any other clothes after all. Felt a little self-conscious when I looked in the mirror. I wanted to look good in front of Alma. Comparing me to her was almost unfair. The best I could do was brush my hair to look barely presentable, when she was always pretty. And she always smelled so nice. I didn't know if I was allowed to think about a holy woman that way. I might taint her if I get too close. I took longer than expected to preen myself. Huh? When I left the room, Alma was nowhere to be seen. Alma? I walked downstairs, but she wasn't there either. I even checked to see if maybe she was playing a trick on me, hiding under the pews. Was she that type of person? I don't know. She seemed a little playful to me, but she wasn't there either. Huh? The space between the bottom of the pew and the floor, I spotted someone's feet. It walked out of view and then it came towards the front. I heard something that sounded like the rustling of a sack. I kept hidden behind the pews. There was a strange, quiet beeping noise. Then a loud metallic sound came from the front. I poked my head out. The top of someone's head quickly disappeared beneath an opened trap door. I got up and snuck over to the front. The trapdoor was just big enough to fit 2 people, hidden in a little corner at the back of the stage. The red carpet covering the stage had been rolled up, the pulpit wheeled off of it. Inside the trapdoor was a ladder. Only the very top could be seen while the rest disappeared into the darkness. Curious, I entered the darkness. I guess. I mean, I guess. Not gonna get any backup from. Okay, just going in. All right. The ladder was actually quite short. A few feet away from me, the light could be seen. I approached the light, discovering a flight of stairs. Not wooden, hard, concrete. And the walls were covered in bizarre graffiti. Words overlapped each other. Some of it looked newer than others. Some of it was even fading. No hope, God, holy Lilith, Eve. I am Adam. These words repeated over and all over the area. They'd been written with some kind of ink. In one spot was a full sentence. I'm so sorry, baby girl. It was clearly in different handwriting. Who wrote all this? Was it a video game set designer? They do love their environmental storytelling. I went further in. Beyond the stairs rested a small, minimalist hallway, and a door unlike any door I'd seen before. At least I assumed it was some kind of door. P3-kun? Is that you? I'm told that's a funny joke. Is that still funny?
Yeah.
It's very funny? Alright. Please laugh now at my reference to the game I have not finished playing. I would have mistaken it for a wall had it not been opened. Looked like something from the future. Someone forced open the 2 flat metal pieces so hard they were bent at the ends. I peeked in. Beyond this door was only a dark room with faint green lights in the back.
Green space.
Before I stepped in, I heard someone move some things around and I froze. I wonder. At first I thought it was the general, like, oh, Stephen King isolated community setup. But as soon as they mentioned that their food came in bags, that was what kind of got to me. Like, hold on. That's not idyllic, middle of nowhere, isolated community.
Yeah.
That's something else.
And the whole thing with, like, oh, the head has this miraculous future technology such that Mercy is fine despite being tortured to death.
Right.
Like, something...
I did.
Something is up.
I did kind of gloss over that for a moment. I'm like, maybe he's actually does have godly powers of some sort, but...
It is also possible that it's not a sci-fi scenario and it is a mystical power.
Enough things are like no one leaves the town. I get that, like that, but that's used in enough like scenarios where I'm like, it's probably not worth it. Until Nin, where are the other rations? Did you see them? Was that Delilah's voice? Sorry, I spoke for you again.
No, sorry. I wish I knew where the lights were.
And Nin's. She sounded warm and timid, like how she did last night in the hallway. I listened closely.
It's all right. It's not your fault. Did you make it last night? Yeah, I think it's broken. What's going to happen now? People are going to start waking up. That's what's going to happen. And I'll put a stop to this mess.
What are they talking about? I was scared. Something told me it was nothing good. I had no basis, but regardless, my intuition was pounding away at my heart, ringing like alarm bells.
You really think you can do it? I can't take you and Alma back to your old lives, but I can make a new, better life for everyone. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong, trust me. But, Alma, I can't predict what she'll do. I know she's already got her sights set on Mercy. I guess you're right.
Gotta get an actual coffee break.
Maybe if I give her a little scare, she'll stop. Is that really enough?
What did Nin mean she couldn't predict what Alma would do? What had Alma ever done other than be kind? This was bad. They really were gonna do something awful. My body shook. Without thinking, I ran. My feet pounded loudly against the floor. That definitely alerted them. I had to hurry. I had to get out of there. My hand slapped painfully against the bars of the ladder. I didn't even stop to close the door behind me. I ran out into the hall, out the back doors, and into the courtyard and hid behind a tree. My exhaustion and pain caught up with me, forcing me to kneel down and pant. I waited, and I waited. They didn't come after me. I sighed with relief. Quickly swallowed it when I saw Delilah exit into the backyard. She held a sack full of something. She looked right, then left. Oh, right. English, am I right? She looked right, then left. I couldn't tell if she was looking for me or making sure no one else saw her. Delilah walked towards the back wall and, right before my eyes, pulled bricks out to make an exit. She crawled under it, hugging the sack close to her as she did. Curiosity got the better of me again. What was in that sack? I had to know. And so I crawled under the hole myself. Delilah was only 5 feet away from me, stood very, very still. She just walked a few steps, then stopped and turned. I think that's you.
Ah. Good morning, Mercy.
Delilah? She spoke with the same tone of voice as always. Flat, aloof. Her eyes weren't malicious, but they weren't exactly friendly either. Concerned, maybe? I glanced at the sack. It was so full the straps looked like they were about to break off. You...
Me?
It's nothing. Oh no, that's...
we
Oh,
swapped.
whoops. Alright, let's try that one. From the top.
You.
Me?
It's nothing. Say, Mercy.
Huh? The wind blew past us, kicking up loose blades of grass and whipping our skirts around.
Don't feel guilty about things you can't fix.
What? What are you talking about?
Sorry. I must sound strange, huh? I have to go.
Delilah? She walked off without another word. I stood there, confused, trying to comprehend her advice. I never did figure out what was in the sack. Mercy! Alma came running towards me. She held her arms out and tackled me in a hug without warning. There you are! I was looking all over for you. Ow. Oops. She stood up. Maybe you should have braced yourself a little bit more. I guess. Where were you? Some acolytes saw me in the hall and dragged me off to go to bless the ladles since they couldn't find Nin. I haven't seen her all morning. Where is she? Jeez, I can never tell what she's going to do. Should I tell her?
Clearly no.
I almost spotted the worry on my face. Huh? Mercy, what's wrong? Don't worry, you can tell me anything. I saw Nin. You did? She was talking to Delilah about something weird. Tell me. I told Alma everything I heard, leaving out the part about the trapdoor in the strange room. Her expression grew increasingly concerned. And then just now I talked to Delilah, and she was acting strange too. How so? She was holding a sack full of something. Couldn't tell what it was. She told me not to feel guilty about things I can't fix. That is strange. Well, no use dwelling on it. Let's go to town. Just really unconcerned about this whole thing, are you? Alma turned on her heel to leave. I grabbed her arm. Wait. What's wrong? Going out to town sounds like a very bad idea. She tilted her head, blissfully unaware. Everything sounds like a bad idea to you. Why? People might get angry. Angry? Angry that I'm with you. She frowned. Guess you're right. Maybe we can just mess around in the fields. Okay. Alma and I started walking aimlessly around. The sun rose into the air, the orange glow of sunrise now non-existent. The grass tickled my legs. Hey, Mercy, tell me. Tell you what? Tell me what's happened to you. I don't know a lot about it other than the bare details. You want to know? Of course I do. We're partners. I nodded, nervously playing with the fringe of my nightgown. I'll tell you. I started with how it all began. My parents dying, the water, the curse. Alma looked at me, listening intently. I told her why it got so bad, my guilt, my obligations, how I ignored it all those years. And recently it's gotten really bad, even worse. Much, much worse. And why is that? I paused. I inhaled. I killed the last holy woman. So it's true. We just told her we killed her mom.
Yeah?
Probably. Alma instinctively stepped back. It stung, but I accepted it. Alma was kind. If she listened to my explanation, then she'd understand. I hung my head in shame. I panicked. I didn't know what I was doing. She started shaking me around and yelling about things I didn't understand. We were at the top of the steps. I pushed her and she fell in a bad position. Mercy, you're shaking. Sorry, I'm only explaining how I murdered someone.
Someone being your mom, as it were.
That someone also being your mom, probably. Why are you apologizing? Does she not know? No, she's gotta. She's gotta. Or maybe she...
Does she not know what?
Does she not... Maybe she knew her mom... It seemed like Yaya was separated from her children for a very long time. So maybe she knew she was separated from mom, but hadn't figured that her mom had done the job that she is now taking. Although Nin seems to have figured that out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh. Her face went to shock to an understanding smile again. It's not your fault. It's her fault. Huh? It's all her fault for scaring you. If she didn't scare you, she would still be alive, right? Was that right? Don't worry too much about it. I don't think you're going to kill me. But you look scared just now. What do you mean? You must have been imagining things. Did I? I frowned, a little confused. I see. Anyways, that's why you're here now. I'm sorry for what happened to you. Oh, no, that's I see. Anyways, that's why you're here now. I'm sorry for what happened to you. It must have been awful. Ah, look! We'd walked so far, we reached another hill that overlooked the town. I'd never been this far. The sunlight made the white walls of the buildings glitter and sparkle, and the sky was a clear, beautiful blue. Wow, amazing! It's so pretty. Suddenly, Alma took my hand, and I blushed. Look, Mercy. It's like they're all little ants. She pointed at the townspeople gathering at the river. We were just the right height that we could see smaller details, like the fact that they were holding ladles. Alma smiled wider and wider. I feel like I'm on top of the world. Yeah, I nodded in agreement. We stared out at the view for a few more minutes. Alma pulled her hand out of mine, then moved to play with my thumb. You're so small. Feels like I could just reach out and crush them.
I see.
Oh, okay. Hey, Mercy. What if Delilah and Nin are mad that I'm trying to help you? Huh? Alma took both hands and held them together in front of her waist, as if she was about to tell me awful news. Just like when I couldn't believe that my parents were gone. When the head had told me the truth. When the head told me I was cursed. They sounded like they couldn't trust me, like they're mad about something I did. Maybe protecting you. And they talked about cleaning up a mess, right? What if that mess is you? No, that can't be Alma. Why would it be me? Well, I would never. No, maybe unless she's tired of me. No, if she really wanted me to become a hero. Maybe because I killed Yaya. Because I killed Yaya. I'm a villain now.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Let's check that our sound's still working. Still working?
Still working?
Is the mic working?
Still working.
Yes.
Hey. Good. One of us, not naming names, is kind of a dumbass at the moment. No, you're wrong, Alma. Delilah always tries to keep me safe. No, she doesn't. Alma gave me a firm look. Yesterday, when you were locked in the closet, she didn't do anything. She just stood there. I wouldn't put killing you past her. If she actually cared, she wouldn't go with the town's flow and be so cruel to you. She doesn't care about you, Mercy. Nobody here cares.
What?
My heart broke into a million little pieces. I felt like I was going to throw up. Can't be. No. I mean, she's been the least... She still said, like, oh, yeah, we gotta do this ritual.
Mm-hmm.
She's been the least cruel, but, like, she's still actively participating in coordinating these.
At the same time, we see the whole backstory where she's originally excited about being an heir to one of the families of the clergy, and once she's older and is initiated in that, seems horrified.
Oh, I'm not saying she's not horrified. I'm not saying that she's also not, like... She might be in a position where she understands what she's doing is wrong and is trying to minimize it as much as possible. But Alma's not wrong. She's still complicit in what's happening to us.
But I think, to me, it doesn't read as correct what Alma's saying, that no one here cares about you but me.
You think she's being manipulative?
Yes.
I understand what you're getting at now. Interesting. Trying to get us to put all of our hopes in her.
For some reason.
It does seem a little bit... Some of her interactions struck me as genuine, and some of them struck me as more like, you're definitely pressing this a little bit more than...
Yeah. She is not being 100% straightforward with us.
Interesting. But I care. So that's where the other shoe is going to drop, huh? Oh no. That's just mean. Then I felt warmth. Alma wrapped her arms around me and pulled me into a loving hug. Alma, you care? You don't want to hurt me? No, I'd never hurt you. I told you, didn't I? That I'd protect you? But I don't deserve love. What makes you think that? It's ridiculous. But Clara, that wasn't your fault. None of it was your fault. In fact, it was only natural. Only natural? Alma pulled away from me. Natural that it would progress like that. Clara never tried to fight back, even though she could. It's all her fault. Okay, now we're... Okay, fine. Yeah. This definitely feels like...
She is up to something.
Up to something. And up until now, she's kind of struck me as, like... Some of those explanations were like, no, that doesn't seem right, but it also seems like she just might be naive. And, you know, like... It is? Because if that's true, then we would think it's also true that we deserved what we got, because we didn't fight back even though we could. Yeah, let's go down to the river. Doesn't it look beautiful? Before I could respond, Alma took my hand and led me down the hill. The river ran a ways away from the town, far off into the distance where we couldn't see. Despite Alma's comforting words, I couldn't completely shake my heartbreak and confusion. Did the world really work like that? Was I wrong all along? To my surprise, Alma stepped into the river, holding her skirt up and smiling at me. Get in, it's nice and cool. We're not allowed to play in the river. Alma pulled me in. I almost slipped on the rocks in the water, but I regained my footing. The current was a little fast, but I could handle it. It rushed past my legs, and to be honest, it felt kind of weird. I lifted up my skirt so it wouldn't get any wetter. Mercy, you can afford to break a few rules every once in a while. Especially now that I'm here. You can break all the rules around me, even. Take this. Alma splashed some water at me. I gasped. It was cold. Oh, why did you do that to me? You really never played in water? Try splashing back at me. We just explained to you all of our various traumas surrounding being in water, Alma. Like, are you... See, and the stuff like this seems really, like, naive and genuine.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, we literally just explained, like, all of, like... Splash. Alma giggled and splashed in return. We spent our time splashing one another. After we got bored of splashing with no technique, we tried to see who could make the biggest splash. Got our sleeves all wet, but we didn't mind. During our play, the sun arrived and left at the highest point in the sky. We flopped onto the grass and gasped for air. I'm all wet now. Me too. Notice how I didn't make the joke there.
Yeah.
I could have.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Together we laid like that, letting the grass brush against our skin. The cloud slowly moved it left in from the bright blue sky. Alma's hand brushed against mine, then again. I guess she was looking for it because she eventually grabbed it. Thought I was touching a rock for a minute there. Does my hand feel that strange? They do have a few scabs on here. Mercy, let's play a game. Whoever finds the coolest cloud first wins. I'm the judge. I don't think that's very fair. Do you think so? Well, I'm the one who suggested the game, so it only makes sense, right? I guess. Alright, here goes. I spy a cloud in the shape of a jaguar. What's a jaguar? You don't know what a jaguar is? No. Alma let out a low hum filled with concern. Did they go extinct? Hey, Mercy, what animals do you know? There's only birds and insects, aren't there? Of course, but insects would survive the radiation, but...
Oh, is it post-nuclear winter?
Oh, no, or they might be talking... It could still be space thing.
Oh, it could be cosmic ray radiation.
Exactly,
It could be
yeah.
space.
Yeah, it still could be space. What's radiation? It's when something radiates brightly.
That doesn't help. You can't
see.
define the word in terms of itself.
Alma knew a lot of things. So that would make that like a bunker.
Maybe.
That does make more sense if it's a Fallout scenario, because that, like, that being a bunker. It could also be just like, oh, that's below the although, the thing that makes me think ship is still a possibility is that they've never left this very enclosed area.
Yeah.
But also, they've gone very far away and haven't seemed to reach the edge yet. Which would be what I would expect if it was a spaceship scenario.
I mean, they've stayed all this time in the area of the village and not left it by the path.
But they're outside the village right now. Remember
They're not outside the area that they can't leave, right?
No, I thought they were. Because they're so far outside the village, they were looking down upon them.
So, I didn't take it that they were that far away.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm just interpreting it wrong, but whatever. Anyway, after the awkward exchange, we went silent. We enjoyed the sound of the breeze and the river rushing near our feet. The river. Alma. I sat up and so did she. I pointed at the water. Do you notice how strange the water looks? It does look weird. Oh, no. Did you notice how strange the water looks? It does look weird. Wasn't it clear before? It's a little tinted. Purpley, almost pink.
Uh-oh.
Maybe we shouldn't drink the water from now on. It could be contaminated with the curse. I keep getting the voices wrong. She was right. I gulped. Good thing we missed the morning drink that day. We have to find a different source of water, but I wasn't sure where. Curious, I stuck my finger in and licked it. It tasted faintly of gum. It's almost familiar, but I couldn't tell why. Alma, if it's contaminated with the curse... We should tell everyone soon, right? Alma looked at me with new determination. I didn't want anyone to know, but since it had come to this, we had no choice. Let's do it tomorrow in front of the town, during the morning drink. I quickly shook my head. Alma frowned. You scared of how they'll react? Okay, during class then at least. Smaller amount of people. Are you okay with that? I nodded. Alright, it's a deal. Alma. I looked at her like a scared child. After we do that, will things get better? Yeah, I promise. They'll start respecting you. I'll make sure of it. I smiled.
I don't believe that for a second.
A low growling sound came from my stomach, accompanied with a pang in my abdomen. Alma stared at my stomach for a second, then laughed. That scared me. Did you not eat this morning? I think we missed lunch, too. I nodded. I feel a little dizzy. Dizzy? Your blood sugar's probably low. Here. I'll give you some food off my plate later, too. From her shoe, she pulled out the second packet of Bobot. Aren't those for Nin? Oh no, aren't those for Nin? Mercy, Nin's plotting to kill you, remember? So they're not for Nin anymore? Of course not. Even if she's my sister, I won't let her lay a hand on you. See, and stuff like this makes me feel like she's genuinely trying to protect us, but it could just be making us kind of ingratiating us to her.
Mm-hmm.
It's my revenge. But then why would she tell us about revenge?
Yeah, huh?
She pushed candy into my hand, and I opened the packet. One went into my mouth. Candy coating and chocolate melted under my tongue. Already I felt a little better. But it feels mean. Why do you say that? I spoke between bites. We should do unto others as we would have them do unto us. About that. Huh? The sound of someone running through the grass interrupted Alma. They panted hard. Why are you here?
I've been looking for you two all day, and... That's my Bobot, isn't it? The one you promised to give me.
I hid the packet in the folds of my dress, shaking in fear.
That was the last one, and you know it's my favorite candy. You're doing it again. You're being weird again, Angelica. Why? Why? I thought you'd come to your senses after all that's happened to us, but you're doing the same thing you always do.
Why do you care what I do? You're so nosy. Go away.
Again with that response. Why? Why? Why don't you feel any remorse?
Nin looked at me, then back at Alma. What are you talking about? I really wish I knew what you were talking about, Nin. Maybe you can clarify for us. You've got Mercy all confused.
Fine. You win. Just get back to the church soon.
What the shit is even going on here?
Nin walked away. Alma and I sat there in silence. Wondered if Angelica was some kind of nickname. Honestly, she can be so annoying. The two of us got up and started walking back to the town. A question that had been on my mind ever since yesterday popped into my head. Alma, that song you were singing yesterday. You mean Dun po sa amin? Uh-huh, what does it mean? It's a nonsense song. A nonsense song? My mom used to sing it to us all the time. It's a little outdated, though. I mean, before we were born. In the divine world. It means that not everything is as it seems. How? Well, it tells about a town that doesn't exist, where a crippled man is dancing as a mute man sings. The blind man watches, the deaf man listens. The rest of the verses don't make sense either. If you listen to it without thinking, you'd think it was a nice song about a happy little town. I see. I would imagine that a holy woman will learn songs from the scripture, but I must have been wrong. Alma knew a lot of things. By the time we returned, it was already late in the afternoon. The sun began to set. People crowded around a section of the river in the town, drinking from their ladles. I watched some people grimace as they drank. I wanted to tell them to stop, but I knew they'd just get angry at me. I looked to Alma for help. She didn't seem to care, going along her merry way. Maybe she was trying to get her mind off of earlier. When we approached the... Wait, did we just drink? Did we just drink from the water that we were taking pains to not to?
I don't think it said that.
Okay, I just blacked out for a moment. When we approached the church, there was a single acolyte staying at the entrance. She was staring at her wrist so intently, I thought she was going to bore a hole into it. Are you alright? The acolyte looked up at Alma, but didn't respond for like 15 seconds.
Huh? Oh.
She brushed her wrist languidly and gave us a drowsy smile.
Sorry. Spider on me.
I didn't see a spider on her at all, though. Alma gave her an awkward goodbye, and we headed into the church.
So what's in that river water, huh?
Well, bodies.
But clearly
No, I follow you.
Clearly there's some connection here.
Yeah, I was just being sassy. I'm sorry. Should I stop with the sass?
No.
Okay. The night continued without incident. For some strange reason, everyone seemed so dazed. The neophytes to the elites. Anxiety prickled the back of my head. I woke up the next morning feeling sick. My legs did not obey my command to get out of bed. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to ask Alma to call it off, but I didn't want to disappoint her. I didn't know what they'd do to her if she said something outrageous sounding as the river is cursed. It might even hurt me more. A knock at the door pulled me out of my thoughts. Mercy, it's time for school. Just as my luck would have it, it was Alma. She entered the room when I failed to respond. Mercy? Alma, what's wrong? You don't look so good. I rubbed my arm nervously. Alma, I think we should tell everyone another day. Alma stared at me blankly, as if I were speaking in another language. Why? I struggled to put my reasoning into words with malaise distracting me. I don't want you to get hurt. Really, really don't. I don't know what they'll do if you tell them that. Alma wasn't responding, starting to getting a little uneasy with how intensely she stared at me. Finally, her lips moved. Is that so? Fine. Tomorrow it is. She turned away and headed towards the door. Even though she said fine, I couldn't help but feel like we didn't actually reach an agreement. Maybe we can do it You better hurry up and get ready for school. I'll have to take a detour to miss the morning drink. Meet up with me at the entrance. Alma left as soon as she said her piece. I sat there more anxious than I was before. What was that? Maybe she could tell I was mostly thinking about myself. I felt immense guilt. Walking to school in the grass fields made me uneasy. One week I tried going to school through the fields so nobody would bully me, but Faust found out and my moments of peace came to an end. With Alma leading the way, I felt much safer. When we approached the school, we noticed a few students leaning against the wall or sitting on the ground. Would have assumed they were... Okay, so I guess you were right. Yeah, okay. Would have assumed they were hanging around before class, but I noticed they weren't even talking to each other. They weren't even looking at anything. Excuse me. I glanced at Alma. She too seemed nervous, and she whispered to me. You sure you don't want me to tell everyone? I nodded. I felt like a weakling. Please God, don't let this be a sign it's too late. The bell rang. The teacher entered a little slower than usual. She stood behind the lectern and opened her book of scripture. For a few minutes, she stared at the pages, unmoving. Good morning. There were some whispers here and there, but none of the usual buzz of gossip that I expect from something as interesting as the teacher be acting intoxicated. I glanced at Alma again, but I couldn't read her expression. The teacher gulped. Today's lesson is... Today... She rubbed her right temple while leaning on her elbow, then shut the book. You know what? I forget what we're supposed to do today, so why don't we all go out and draw?
Why don't you all read chapter 38 of whatever book you want?
No, it's like read chapters 1 through 38 of... What was it? It was something like that. It was really good. Draw? You haven't had an art day since 6th year. Looked around the classroom to see if anyone was as excited as me, but the best reactions the teacher got were waxy smiles. My brief moment of joy was washed away by uneasiness. The teacher motioned vaguely at Delilah, who stood up and bowed her head.
Everyone, form a line of pairs and thirds and follow me. We've only got enough supplies for partner drawing, so please pick who you think you'll get along well with. The more thirds, the better.
My muscles tensed. Wait, why isn't Delilah spaced out? The class got up in a zombie-like trance and followed Delilah's instructions. Nin and a woozy-looking Clara followed after her. Alma approached me as we stood right in the center of the line. She chewed her lip and then turned to whisper to me. The fact that she's fine is creepier than the fact that everybody's not fine. I agreed. Maybe it's because she's an heir. Again with this logic. We stood silently in line in the hallway until we reached the front. Delilah and Nin handed out sketchbooks and pencils while Clara stood behind them, sweating. Nin, too, seemed perfectly lucid. She held out a sketchbook to Alma, and Alma took it. Nin's hands lingered on the sketchbook for a few seconds before she let go. The whole time, they glared at one another. I gulped. After everyone received their sketchbooks, we were instructed to head outside on a hill near the school and draw whatever we saw fit. Alma and I sat down on the very top, but our sketchbook remained unopened. We watched as numerous students stumbled and giggled. One person was even squishing something in the grass. Hey, Mercy. Alma pulled my attention away from the oddity. Let's forget all this for now. What do you want to draw? I noticed you looked really excited when she said draw. Never seen you so happy before. I smiled. Alma was so smart. She knew how to cheer me up. Actually, I opened up the sketchbook and hunched over Siley. I really like to draw. Well, come to think of it, you mentioned you used to draw until the bullying that ruined that for you, right? You like it that much? I nodded vigorously. Vigor, vigor, vigor. My reaction seemed to amuse Alma a lot. Show me what you have. A knife.
No.
Try drawing us. Okay. I felt nervous drawing with her watching, but I didn't want to be rude and tell her to look away or anything. My pencil moved along the paper as I drew a nice picture of Alma and I, the charcoal slowly forming recognizable shapes. I was out of practice, so I had some difficulties with her hair and controlling my strokes. But eventually, I managed a finished piece. Even though it had been so long, it felt like it wasn't that bad for being a few years out of shape. There. Oh, you're fast. So wide. Alma quietly observed my drawing. Her expression turned from excited to bored. I started to sweat. Why wasn't she saying anything? What's wrong? How do I put this? Usually when someone tells me they can draw, I expect it to look good. My mouth went dry. I'm not the best, but... Suddenly, Alma tore out the page and handed it to me. She was rough with the corner of the page. She was so rough with it that a corner of the page tore off. Here you go. I'm gonna draw next. Alma took the sketchbook and pencil out of my hands. I sat there, shocked. Stared at my picture. I didn't know what was wrong with it.
It's such a good picture.
Surely it wasn't realistic, but I like to draw things kind of cute looking. I gripped the edges of the paper. Before my eyes, the strokes became smudged and inky. Then I touched the blotches of ink. They turned out to be damp. Pulled my fingers away and looked at my fingertips. Sure enough, they had a little ink on them. Mercy! Someone yelled my name and it wasn't Alma. I looked for a place to hide the drawing, but logic caught up to me before I could make myself obvious. So stupid, it's just a vision. I used a pencil, not ink. Approaching us was Delilah. Both Alma and I stiffened, going on the defensive. Delilah smiled at us like nothing was wrong. Her aura felt deceptive, manipulative. No matter what she says, I shouldn't reply.
Hello. It's been a while since I've seen you draw, so I wanted to...
Delilah's expression turned grim. I broke into a cold sweat. Alma followed Delilah's gaze, and she too appeared shocked. What's wrong? Two of them looked at each other, then back to me. Mercy, where'd you get the ink? Time stopped. It's not right. I shouldn't be able to see it. It's all just a vision. The more nervous I became, the more ink dripped through the paper and onto my skirt.
I guess I must have accidentally given you something that produces ink. Sorry, it was my fault.
Delilah tried to appear calm.
Well, I'm going to go tell the teacher we should return to class, so get ready to go back.
Okay. Alma didn't say a word when I glanced at her. She only nervously gestured for me to stand up. The three of us faced the school. From our vantage point, we were able to see the rest of the class's sketchbooks. Naturally, my eyes wandered to see what everyone else had drawn. My blood ran ice cold. Every single picture was drawn in heavy ink, and every single picture was something strange and unrecognizable.
Did I pick up the right supplies?
Delilah put a hand to her forehead and rushed down the hill. Alma and I didn't know what to say. We returned to the classroom uneasy. I gotta admit, the more I think I've figured out what the game is here, the more I'm like, I still don't understand. Alma and I were walking through the town after school, ready to go home. Classes weren't any less strange after the impromptu drawing lesson. Our teacher had us read from the textbook by ourselves for the entire rest of the day. Faust and Clara weren't just uninterested in messing with me, they were uninterested in everything else. We didn't even get any lunch. Things were so exhausting we didn't even bother to take the other route home. I just want to get back, eat, and take a hot bath or something. I nodded in agreement. As we crossed the bridge, I glanced at the people drinking the water again. Multiple people were having trouble getting the water into their mouths from the ladle. I expected that sort of mistake from the elderly and little kids, but adults and teenagers too? Oof! Ah! Someone bumped into Alma. She almost fell, but I quickly caught her. It was a man stumbling around and holding his head.
My brain.
It trembles! He slowly opened his eyes and stared at us. What do you want? Huh? I said, what do you want? Why'd you get in my way? The town didn't have any more alcohol, not after the shortage.
Huh.
Okay. But this man was acting a lot like how my parents would late at night. Let's go. I ushered Alma away. Every time I looked back during the walk up the hill, he was staring at us. Some other people stumbled around and fell. Some of them were people from class.
So what? So...
Hit me.
Delilah and Nin plotted to retrieve something from that underground passageway and spike the river with it. And it's not doing what they thought it would.
You think they're the ones that spiked the river?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they thought they had a way to cure whatever was going on with the town.
Gotcha. And they're just kind of, and it's not doing what they thought it would.
Yeah. That's my thought.
Huh. And some reason that's causing everyone to see what we've been seeing.
Yeah, because what we are seeing is not visions, nor is it simply mental illness. It is something related to water.
Do you think what we're seeing is how things actually are? And that's something that's something in our town has conditioned everyone to be seeing it this way?
I considered that, but what we're seeing is too odd. Things like ink trees growing from places where trees cannot, and insects crawling out of one's mouth, and injuries and so on is just not a thing that occurs. So I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for what instead it is that we're seeing.
Fair enough. Well, let's continue going. We're at law right now, so we should be getting pretty close. Mercy, this is weird. Does this always happen? This isn't normal. The oak doors squeaked loudly. I wish they didn't. I didn't want our presence to be known. Nothing felt safe right then. Barrier priestess approached us, stumbling a little as she walked.
Mercy, Alma.
She stared at us for 2 minutes as we waited for her to finish. She blinked constantly.
Dinner now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm surprised Delilah didn't pick up on us not being.
We are affected by what's affecting everyone else. We already were.
Oh. Oh, I'm very slow on the cupcake. We entered the dining room. The head and Nin were already seated. Nin had her arms crossed. She didn't greet us at all. The head's expression appeared grave.
Let us all sit and eat. There's no need for prayers tonight.
Huh? We all sat and dug in. Halfway through our meals, the head spoke up.
You three.
We stopped.
Have you noticed anything strange lately?
Alma and I looked at each other nervously. Nin crossed her arms again, eyes shut. The river is an odd color, sir.
Is that so? Thank you for being honest. You may go back to eating.
Even the head was acting unusual. It was getting harder to keep my food down. When we finished and left the dining room to head upstairs, the head called out to the twins.
Nin, Alma, I need to have a chat with you.
Alma and I looked at each other nervously. Yes, sir. I headed upstairs as Alma followed the head with her sister. We didn't say any parting words. We were too nervous. I entered my room and peeled off my school uniform, putting on my nightgown and taking out my hairband. Would have never thought the day I'd get to draw again would be the most exhausting one of my life. It's called chibi, Alma. I laid down in bed and thought long and hard about the pictures in Delilah and Nin's behavior. My anxious mind wandered to the worst-case scenario. Did they have something to do with this? Almost assuredly. I pulled the covers over me, but I didn't feel relaxed at all. Mercy! I jolted up in bed. Alma had suddenly slammed open the door and ran towards my bedside. She gripped my shoulders with a terrified expression, more terrified than I'd ever seen her look. Alma? Tears welled up in her eyes and her voice choked up. See, we have to tell everyone tomorrow, please. I shook. The way she gripped me reminded of something I did not want to remember. Please. Okay, I promise. Just please let me go. Alma's hand slowly lost her grip and slid off my shoulders down to my elbows. Her eyes were puffy and red. I wondered what could have possibly transpired in the past 8 minutes to scare Alma so much. Had the events of that day gotten to her? Good night. She left the room, sniffling. I hid under the covers.
The air was so heavy. When I left the church for school, Alma was standing near the gates. Was she waiting for me? My heart fluttered at the thought. Good morning. Oh, it's nice to see you smile again. It really is. Where's Nin? She went ahead of me without a word, like she did yesterday, too. Things must be so difficult for Alma right now. Alma helped me so much. I wonder what I could do to help her in return. She leaned in and whispered, her breath tickling my cheek. That's okay. I have to tell you something. What is it? Alma placed her hands on her hips. I'll tell everyone about the curse when class starts. That soon? Delilah and Nin want to kill us to keep the word from getting out, and we have to act as soon as possible. You're right. Alma was so smart. It doesn't seem that simple, though, because clearly Nin knows something is up with Alma, and the two of them are... It feels like Nin and Alma are the ones with agency here.
Yeah.
It feels like it's them having a spat. And Delilah and Mercy are just kind of the ones in the crossfire.
There's also absolutely no reason to believe Delilah and Nin want to kill them.
Yeah. She was much smarter than I was. But we walked down to the hill, past people staring out into the horizon. Now people are barely moving around compared to yesterday. I whispered to Alma. You drink from the river again already? They should have. We crossed the bridge. People turned around slowly and stared at us. They didn't move, like statues. All they did was stare. 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 When we reached the school, I glanced at the path to escape. No, I had to stay with Alma. The bell rang unceremoniously. Alma and I walked into class side by side. Students stared and stared at us, just like the people outside. Mercy, ignore them. Someone in the hall behind us was twitching uncontrollably. Nin didn't look at us. I felt like I just dragged Alma into my mess. The tickling sensation of a beetle's wings brushed by my fingertips. We took our seats as the teacher walked in, her roll call in hand. Even she looked a little uneasy. Her face was red and sweat dripped from her brow. I gripped the edge of my desk. Everyone. The teacher swallowed so hard I could see it from here. She looked sick.
Teacher, are you all right?
I'm fine. I ate too fast this morning is all. Thank you for your concern. With shaky breath and shivering hands, she took the pencil on the podium and positioned it over the roll call paper. Before she could say anything, someone's head slumped onto their desk. It was some random student I never bothered to learn the name of. The kid behind her reached out and tapped her back. She didn't respond. People muttered uneasily. Ma'am, I don't think Georgia is okay. I'll count her on the roll. We'll take her to the infirmary later. Stay calm, okay? Ma'am. Alma raised her hand now of all times. I knew what she was going to say and I held my breath. Alma? I have something I need to tell the class. She stood up in her seat. Delilah froze and gave Alma a cold look, but didn't say anything. Putting her hands to her chest, she inhaled and spoke. Lately, ever since I descended upon this town, I've been seeing alarming things. Nobody said anything. Time froze. Laughter came from the 8th grade classroom behind us. A raindrop hit the window pane closest to me. Was it going to rain? Right now, as I look out into the class, I see the forces of darkness, and I think... You! Oh, that's you, sorry.
You!
Nin interrupted her, getting out of her seat as well. The class didn't gossip at all.
You contaminated the water, didn't you? Oh,
Alma
that's
and
interesting.
I froze. Oh!
They think
We did.
we did it. We think they did it. I wonder
Okay,
what's
but hear me
going
out.
on.
Hear me out. Could Alma still have done it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't suspect the head. He seemed surprised by it.
He's an asshole for other reasons.
Yeah.
But one by one, people in the class got out of their chairs mechanically, looking straight at us.
Everybody shook and twitched abnormally, the laughing in the next classroom one over, never stopping. Delilah, Clara, and I were the only ones still seated.
Everyone, calm down. No, Delilah, we're not calming down.
I slowly got out of my seat and stood next to Alma, who only looked at what she had done without saying a word. The students shuffled to Nin's side in an inhuman manner.
You betrayed this whole town. You betrayed their hopes for your own selfish reasons. I can't take this anymore. I'm stopping you both now. Get them.
Doors slammed open in the hall, with floods of giggling and laughter of all ages flowing shortly after. Someone shattered a window. Someone screamed about God. Faust began to lead a chant. No mercy for mercy. No mercy for mercy. I bet you thought I wasn't going to show up again. My former classmates dove at me, and Alma swiped me out of the way. We have to run. The door nearly flew off its hinges when we ran out. The hall, countless numbers of students and staff wandered around like zombies. One person slowly lowered themselves to the floor and put their ear against the carpet.
It's red. It's red. I can hear red.
Where do we go? Already a few students from class made their way out of the room, their heads moving around like searchlights before unnaturally snapping to us when they realized where we were. It does definitely seem like Nin is in control of this, though.
Yeah, that also is interesting. Nin and Delilah don't seem to know the cause of what's happening, but Nin seems to be in control of it. So, is Nin lying to Delilah and Alma also to us?
Maybe? It seems to me like Nin is too much in control of the situation to not know what's happening. So, what I think is he lied to Delilah. Or, I'm sorry, that she lied to Delilah about what was, about what they were doing to the water.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. And is now acting surprised, so Delilah, I think, is very much a bystander. But Nin, I think she's the one that's, I think Nin, this is still somehow a scuffle between Nin and Alma. And Delilah and us are just kind of on the sidelines. Right when we reached the washing sink, someone broke through the window in front of us. His body was covered in scratches. As he slowly lifted himself off the ground, the glass under his palms shattered and pierced his skin. Mercy. Ah! Alma squealed and stepped back. A few more kids got out through the window, not bothering to break off the residue glass on the panes. A 12th-year screamed when a piece sunk into her thigh. Get it out, hurry, they're gonna get my blood, I don't want it in my blood, no! The kids who were coming after us stopped and stared at the girl in a moment of confusion. They couldn't seem to focus on more than one thing. Suddenly, someone grabbed my free hand.
Over here, hurry.
Delilah?
Don't just stand there, follow me.
I didn't have a chance to stop her. I grabbed Alma's hand in a confused daze. The three of us ran back towards the school in a daisy chain. Yeah, see, I think this caught Delilah off guard, too.
Yeah.
However, I don't know... While Nin has taken control of the situation, I don't know if they're...
We'll see.
I'm so confused. Alma tried to wring her hand out of my grip. She was surprisingly strong and managed to tear it away. I forced Delilah to stop. Why are you taking us back to the school?
Be quiet and trust me.
Why?
I know a place to hide. Nobody has the coordination to capture us right now. Stop panicking.
Alma's mouth clamped firmly shut. She didn't object anymore and let me take her hand. We entered the first floor where the primary school classes were, running past a gaggle of children rolling around on the floor and giggling, into the classroom closest to the entrance. Inside, Clara was pushing all the chairs to one side of the room and leaving the desks on the other. Just gotta get them sorted real quick.
Miss Delilah! Good work, Clara.
Delilah slammed the door behind us and set one chair underneath the doorknob and started shoving the rest of the chairs in front of the door.
Hey, look!
Ah! Our teacher stared at us through the window. Her hands and face pressed up against the glass so hard her nose flattened against the pane, bending in a painful direction. Blood spilled out of her nostril and slid down the glass. More and more students looked inside. One was looking around for something behind the crowd. Delilah didn't want to find out exactly what they sought.
Damn it.
She roughly pulled the curtain shut and ran over to a wood panel in the back of the classroom. Her fingers gripped the edge of the panel and slowly it came off. My mouth opened in shock. Secret passageway in our school.
Miss Delilah, I think some are trying to come in through the door. I know. Stay calm, just stay calm.
Alma gripped her hands together, so hard her knuckles turned a shade lighter. Delilah set the wood panel aside. A dark void rested beyond the few inches that the room's lighting could hit.
Everyone, go in one by one, and don't stop crawling until you can lift your head.
She spoke with a lowered voice so the people trying to get inside couldn't hear. Clara ducked and quickly crawled in first. She didn't even bother trying to be courteous, not even to the holy maiden right next to her. Next came Alma, who stopped and coughed after just a few seconds of crawling. Alma! It's so dusty. Ah! Sound of glass breaking made her speed up immediately. I followed soon after, and Delilah came behind me as quick as she could, going in rear first so she could close the panel again. The second it closed, the glass of the window completely shattered and the floor broke open. We froze and held our breath. With all the dust floating around, it was hard not to sneeze. Cobweb tickled my nose. Some footsteps came close. In the corners of my vision, eyes dotted the left wall of the passageway. Where are you, Alma? Whoa, sorry, that's you.
Where are you, Alma?
That's Nin's voice. Alma inhaled sharply and the footsteps stopped.
They couldn't have just disappeared like that.
Come on, what's the deal? Who cares about that stuff anymore? Voss was there too. His speech was slurred and a bit of a shake to it. They'll come out eventually, Nin. They can't hide forever. We'll just wait.
Fine.
Ah, the glass cut my hand. It did, stupid. With a little commotion, they left. Clara huffed and immediately started crawling again. We eventually made it to an open, dark room. There wasn't a lot of space to move around in. My feet bumped into something that felt like a box. Ah! Delilah turned on an emergency lantern. Alma blinked her eyes rapidly, struggling to get used to the sudden light. We were in a very small, very dusty room. The emergency lantern barely lit it up. You see, there were holes in there where there could have been windows.
Miss Delilah, where are we? This is an older part of the school. The classroom here used to be a staff room, and they would crawl through the hole here to manually ring the old school bell. Now it's just an unused storage area.
The box I knocked into had cans of food and a few meal packets. Cans of water as well.
I've been storing supplies in this place for 5 days now, in case anything went wrong.
So that's why she had that bag of stuff before. I had to do it to him. Alma sat down and curled up on the floor, shaking hard. She made small, terrified noises. I bent down next to her. Alma? Nene, why did you do that to me? All over some candy?
What's she whining about?
What I want to know is why Clara's here. Clara's voice shook a little.
Mercy, maybe you should leave her alone for now. She'll need time to process what happened.
Delilah put her hand on my shoulder like a loving mother. I got up and backed away from Alma, so she sat there, shivering every once in a while. Her sobs filled the room. Everybody felt uncomfortable.
I'm sure everyone is tired.
Delilah broke the silence.
Feel free to lie down and rest up. The floor isn't as comfortable as a bed, but it's better than finding out what everyone would have done with us had we stood around.
Clara nodded obediently and immediately rested in a corner. I got down on the floor and tried to sleep. Exhaustion hit me quickly like always. Alma's whimpering faded out as my mind faded into the darkness. So what the fuck is...
Mercy. Mercy, wake up. Someone shakes me awake. Mercy, you're up. Alma. Come on, everyone's waiting for us. I look around. We're still in the same dusty little room, but Clara and Delilah are nowhere to be seen. She grabs my hands and helps me up, and I shyly crawl into the passageway with her. I can hear chairs moving around in the classroom. Alma pushes open the panel door and light fills the crouched entryway. The room is filled with students. It's like nothing happened. The crisis over? People come up to me and greet me with smiling faces. Mercy! Mercy, are you alright?
What was it like hiding in there?
Nina approaches me with an apologetic expression.
Sorry, I don't know what got into me. You didn't deserve that.
I nod, confused. Alma drags me away from the crowd, trying to engulf me. Delilah and Clara seem happy for me. Even Faust has a smile on his face.
This can't be actually happening, right?
No, we're still dreaming. Alma pulls me into the next room over, which is empty. When I look out the window, I see people celebrating. What happened? The madness worn off once we all woke up. We're safe now, Mercy. Just like I told you. What about the curse? All it took was that little crisis and everyone became so much more understanding. They know what you go through now every day. When we're done here, the head wants to personally apologize to you and work on purification as a real team. I can't respond. I don't know how to respond. This feels like a dream. I'm not going to get hurt ever again. Near the window stands Alma. She's toying with the end of her skirt, smiling joyfully down at me. The sun shining into the room makes her glow like a goddess. Alma? Isn't the weather beautiful? She twirls around and flips her skirt up more. I blush. What is she trying to do? Against my better judgment, I try to see what's underneath, but all I can see is darkness. It's very pretty. You talking about the weather too, or me? She stands there lovingly lifting up her skirt until I can almost see something. Hey Mercy, before we go see the head, I want to talk to you about something. I gulp. What is it? Oh, it's nothing that special, but I'm wondering if you could... Huh? I said I was wondering if you could... What are you talking about? You and me in the room with only... Alma, what are you doing? Blackness spills out of her mouth. Mercy, do you... like me? Are you... No, something's wrong. No, everything's fine now. Just come to me. Now.
I like how the title went all the way to the end and then leapt back.
So we've been at law for a while now.
Yeah.
And during that sequence, it jumped all the way to Tito. And I'm like, that's not right. It skipped some notes.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I know, it's my solfege. This is Clara, I think.
Mercy?
I abruptly woke up in the little room. Clara was sitting right next to me, and she jumped in surprise.
What's wrong with you? First I get barely any sleep, and now you're freaking out about random stuff.
I ignored her and looked around. Delilah was nowhere to be seen, but Alma still remained in the corner. She had stopped crying. Crawling over, I looked at her tear-streaked face and tried to wipe away the dry tear trails away. Alma? She pushed my hand away and buried her face in her skirt. I didn't know what to say. I curled up next to her, the gravel on the floor leaving bigger imprints in my skin the longer I sat on it. Lesbians. Nobody moved, only staring at the lamp. The sound of something scraping against the wall outside caused me to jump. Someone was crawling in.
Calm down, it's just Delilah.
I instantly relaxed, but the calm was soon replaced by feelings of frustration. Clara wouldn't stop talking to me like I was a child. Sweat poured down her face, her huge forehead, all the way to her chin, her face wet. Why did she think she got to talk to me like that when she looked that way? Delilah's head poked out from the entrance. She had taken off her jacket like everyone else, leaving only her dress shirt and tie.
Hot, isn't it? You can take off your jacket, Mercy. It's not as if there's a class to return to.
Alma lifted her head up. Clara perked up and scooted over a little as if to say, "Sit by me."
Miss Delilah, what is it like out there? I could only peek my head out of the hallway. A few children and their teachers are still roaming around the school. They've completely destroyed the classroom we came in from, and all the windows I've seen have been broken.
A chill ran down my spine. What happened? What could have possibly caused it? The curse? At least it isn't my fault this time, came to mind, and I immediately perished the thought. This was both mine and Alma's responsibility, I thought. Yeah, so we should have been the ones to fix it. I looked at Alma, wondering if she was thinking the same thing. Her expression was filled with contempt. This is all your fault.
Excuse me?
Alma spoke in a voice not unlike the scary voice from my dream. There was no calming smile and no cheerful light in her eyes. I don't know what you and Nina did, but it's definitely all your fault. You knew something was wrong with the water, too. That's why you're lucid. What did you do?
I did realize something was wrong, yes, so I didn't drink it. But to be quite honest, I don't think you have much room to talk when it comes to the matter of what caused this situation.
Shut up. Clara scrambled to stand up next to her beloved master.
Hey, don't talk to Miss Delilah like that. I don't care if you're a holy whatever or not. Clara. I'm sorry.
Alma stopped hugging herself and stood up, coming face to face with Clara. Don't speak when you're where you shouldn't, you little shit.
Little shit?
And why are you so alert anyways? Did you not drink any of the water too? Why? Maybe you're a little smarter than you look. My blood ran cold. I didn't know what to do. Alma, stop. Shut your mouth, Mercy. This is none of your business. I shut my mouth. I'm sorry.
Alma, I know you're upset. But this is misplaced anger. Directed at something more productive instead of trying to start a fight in an already stressful situation.
How do you think I feel? Right before my eyes, black roots grew at Alma's feet, wrapping around her ankles and securing her to the floor. Blooming from a bud on a branch came forth a beetle. Its little black shell slid open, wings bursting forth and buzzing about. I've been tossed around ever since I showed up here. Wanted to hurry up and get out of here, but now it's impossible to escape, and on top of it all, tied in some maddeningly hot little crawl space.
How is that my fault?
Delilah struggled to stay calm, crossing her arms firmly. Alma's hand twitched. You know exactly how it's your fault.
I do?
Yeah, you...
Shut up, shut up, shut up. I've had it up to here with your crap.
In that moment, Clara shoved Alma. I froze up and rushed to the other side of the room, crawling away in the hopes I wouldn't be seen. You.
Huh?
You want to see what I'm made of? Alma straightened her back. She looked much bigger than she usually does. Clara cowered.
Enough. Alma, you're probably starving. Eat some food to see if that will calm you down, okay?
It was Delilah to the rescue again. The three of them stepped away, with Delilah moving to get the food out. I relaxed. The danger had passed. I didn't try thinking about anything. I just wanted to eat. So what the fuck? I didn't know what time it was. The only window there had been boarded and bricked up, leaving only a dark void that was hard for a floor lamp to reach. We ate. We slept. I woke up first. I still didn't process what happened that day, or was it the day before? I picked up my nails until only stubs were left. I didn't like sitting still there. It felt like someone was going to get me any minute. Someone was going to find us eventually. I was sure of it, even if the door blended in well with the rest of the wall. Someone will hear us bumping around or arguing in here. Maybe someone will sense our presence. Maybe someone here is a double agent reporting to the other side. Maybe Delilah's still trying to kill me and this is a part of her and Nin's plan. I glanced at her sleeping form near the lamp. She seemed so peaceful. Too peaceful compared to the others. Clara was still sweating and Alma's lips were pursed tightly. Delilah looked just like a baby. This makes sense now. My eyes wandered to the water tanks. Wondered how heavy they were. No. Couldn't do something like that, and I shouldn't ask Alma to do it. Getting down on the floor, I crawled through the tunnel until I hit the end. I strained my ears for any signs of life beyond the wooden slab. Silence. I almost moved to open the door, but quickly stopped myself. No. Can't just believe that someone isn't there because I can't hear anything. It's possible that if there's a double agent and that double agent's name is Delilah, she's waited for this moment. Meaning that someone she's hired is mad enough to wait in silence until we wake up might be just beyond this slab. Meaning Nin. I bit my lip. I don't think I'll be getting fresh air today. I started back out of the tunnel when my rear met resistance. Ah! A familiar voice and the tinkling of bells alerted me. Just behind me was Alma. She was rubbing her head. Alma, I'm sorry. What's wrong, Mercy? Do you not want to go out? The evil voice was gone. Normal Alma was speaking to me. I'm scared. Why? That someone like Nin will be out there? It's okay, I don't think anyone is out there. Really? Yeah. I trusted Alma. She would never betray me. So I pushed open the slab. One hand went out. 2 hands went out. Popped my head out, too. It was late at night. I didn't know what day it was, but if I had to guess, it was our first night there. I crawled out completely and stood up, glad to finally be somewhere with more open space. Alma followed shortly after, picking up a tiny chair off the floor. I joined her. We sat next to one another. It felt strange to sit in a chair without a surface or a pew in front of me, much less a chair that was too small for anyone my age. The whole moment felt completely alien. There was broken glass on the floor, scratched up walls, desks, chairs scattered throughout the room, and strange chalk scribbles on the board. The scene of mad vandalism. Alma looked down at the wooden floors and tapped her feet together, crunching a few pieces of glass underneath her shoe. This is horrible. Sorry for earlier. I was confused and upset and couldn't control my emotions. It's okay, Alma. I forgive you. The air felt awkward between us. Did I tell her about my dream about the black roots? Hey, Mercy. She spoke first. I'm concerned. Concerned? I don't think that everyone in that room is on our side. I thought so, too. Good of you to be stoking that anxiety, Alma. Alma smiled with glee. Really? She turned a little to face me. Her posture mirrored mine exactly. Alma's face quickly went from happy to grave. So you know Delilah is suspicious. And Clara would do anything for Delilah. See where I'm going with this? I nodded. I think they might be planning to take us somewhere dangerous. They'll act like the coast is clear and suddenly, bam, we'll be tortured to death. I nodded again with more vigor. Wow, you really do believe me. I'm so happy you trust me, Mercy. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, you believed that. I didn't think you would. I mean...
Wow.
Yeah.
That was easy. What are we going to do? That's easy. We trick them. We make them think we'll follow them wherever they go, but as soon as things start to look bad, we run when they aren't looking. Mom was so smart. She put her head on her chin, resting her elbows on her legs. But I'm worried. Oh, but I'm worried. Why? It's not, maybe if we're just nice to them, they'll see a reason not to kill us? Alma sighed. Mercy. You're worried about that motto, right? Do unto others and so on and so forth? I nodded. Alma was so smart. That's true, then you have the right to betray them like this. You have all sorts of rights. You even have the right to kill them if you want. Kill? Shh, yes. Don't you get it? What do you even owe these people? Everyone here has fed me and clothed me and given me a roof over my head. It doesn't mean anything. They're supposed to do that, to take care of you. None of your logic makes sense, Mercy. I held my head in my hands. What was I supposed to make of that? I've been taught my whole life that this is how it is. If I didn't owe them anything, why did she suggest we tell everyone about the curse? Are you tired, Mercy? Now that she mentioned it, my eyelids felt heavy. I must have only slept for a few hours. Alma was so smart. We keep saying that phrase.
Yeah.
Over and over. I wonder if she's somehow not grooming us, but not hypnotizing, but like somehow like conditioning us.
Yeah, maybe.
Something. Come on, let's go back in. I'll put the chairs back where they were. Okay. Pinky promise? About our plan? Alma held up her pinky finger. I tilted my head. Pinky promise? You don't know what a pinky promise is? Geez, there's still so much I have to teach you. See, you hold out your pinky like I am, then we lock them, and then we shake. Like this. Like we're doing right now. No, you don't have to contort your whole body violently.
You said to shake.
Just the pink. Okay. I'm realizing where the learning gap is here. I did as she said, and we pulled our hands away. Alma gave me a smile with a hint of mischief in it. Now you've done the pinky promise. You can't break the promise, or you'll get stabbed in the eyes with 1,000 needles.
Here are the needles. I counted them this morning.
Huh? I sat up straight. Let's go now. What a weird way to promise something. Anyway, one awkward recording break later. We woke up to screaming.
Wow.
There wasn't anyone in the room or even anyone in the school. It was a muffled din made up of about 60 or so people, loud enough to reach this little room. Nobody moved.
What's going on out there?
Don't even worry about it.
Nobody leave.
The screaming and shouting kept going for a good 30 minutes. The entire time we sat in fear. Slowly, the voices reduced in number. Soon it was quiet enough that we couldn't hear it anymore. Nobody said anything.
I'll make some food. Don't let it get to you. We're safe here.
Despite Delilah's attempt at comfort, our entire group seemed so disoriented. Delilah placed the self-heating unit with the main course in it against a stack of boxes. Expanded and steamed up significantly. My stomach gurgled. Was it breakfast or was it lunch? Either way, my hunger didn't care. Clara munched on hardtack, staring into the distance as if she wasn't completely there, muttering to herself.
Want to sleep more. Only 3 hours.
Alma chewed on a piece of gum, playing tic-tac-toe with me and using my four fingers in the thick layer of dust on the floor. Excuse me. Every time I won, she pouted and chewed faster. Take that.
It's done. Everyone take equal parts. There's only so much to go around.
Delilah set down her tray with a piece of square mystery meat on it. Package said beef, but mystery meat was what the head always called it, so it was what we said too. She cut it evenly with a plastic knife, and we dug in using the plastic forks from dinner last night. I really wondered if she poisoned it, but that was impossible. They were all tightly sealed bags, and Ella and I watched her the whole time. We were safe for now. Garbage compactor at the very beginning of the game. Books being so hard to replace once they were destroyed.
Oh.
It is a fucking ship of some kind. I think.
Maybe.
Oh, I want to believe it. I coughed. I accidentally swallowed before I finished chewing.
Mercy? Mercy, are you all right?
Delilah rushed to my aid. I couldn't stop coughing. The meat stuck in my throat. Shards slapped my back hard. Soon enough, I spit it out. A half-chewed chunk of meat hit the floor with a disgusting splat.
There. Don't eat too fast, or things like that will happen.
Delilah returned to where she was sitting. Alma gave me a worried look. For a brief moment, I felt Clara's eyes on me, but as soon as I returned to face her, she went back to munching on hardtack, dipping it in the meat sauce to make it softer. Some part of me felt guilt. Were Delilah's actions really that of someone conspiring to murder us? No. There have been so many times where people pretended to be kind to me only betray me shortly after. Yeah!
Huh.
Yeah! Delilah had to be one of them. Everybody listened to her and went along with her ideas. It was only another part of the endless play with boring, repetitive acts. The only things that changed were the methods. That was why the audience stayed. They wanted to see how horrible it could get, how much I could go through. Oh shit! That's kind of a meta.
Yeah?
Mercy? Huh? Just staring at your fork. Are you okay? I'm fine. I snapped out of it and finished my pathetic meal, which Delilah prepared. The one that Delilah did not poison, but would probably poison later. I went to my corner of the room with a small cup of water, drawing circles in the dust. It was so hot in here I felt like I was suffocating. There was nothing to do. It was getting so boring, the thoughts in my mind were gnawing away at my brain matter like moths to old robes. I've seen old holy women's robes infested with bugs. I like to eat cloth for whatever reason. I knew my mom tried to explain it to me, but I never bothered to pay attention. I was sure if I opened my head and looked inside, it would appear diseased and infected and riddled with larvae. Just like those old robes. I thought Alma was a cure, but she only soothed the pain. Yeah, even if we made it out alive, I was certain my bugged mind would kill me shortly after. Was there any hope for me? Alma prolonged my lifespan. Alma gave me hope in town full of people who wanted to watch the larvae fester. Alma gave me everything I needed. I clasped my hands together and gripped so hard my knuckles turned white. Nobody was paying attention, they were all still eating. I stared at them. I wonder what their heads looked like. One by one, I imagined their appearances. Lara's was small, minuscule and pathetic looking. Could only comprehend the things the world told her to do. It built a special section specifically for processing whatever Delilah said. She was the perfect accomplice. If one was special enough to earn their own section, she'd probably follow you to the ends of the earth. Of course, there was a unique bit for me, too. All of her anger towards me was in there. She'd follow me to the ends of the earth, too, but for different reasons. Even in death, her corpse would shamble along after me. Certain of it. Delilah's brain appeared fairly normal. Embedded within were holy relics. Her duties. Her father, the head, the holy woman, God. She was a saint, but with no emotion it seemed lifeless and cold, hence the lack of color. She could only mirror others' emotions. I saw through her ploy. I knew that someone with no emotion, what someone with no emotions looked like. I've seen a mirror. Oof. I've caught Delilah in rare moments where she looked just like me. And Alma's brain. Alma's brain could not be recorded with the technology of man. Instead of a traditional brain, it was that we saw in our textbooks. Surely Alma's mind was a ball of holy light, directly receiving communication from the divine God itself through a Holy Spirit channel. Refer to this particular channel as ANGEL, or ALMA, Networking Grid Electronic Ley Line. Okay, that's funny. If you look closely, see the holy line of God emerging from her head into the sky, through the roof. Did regular humans have God's holy line? We prayed all the time, but I never saw the holy line. Was our reception bad? We were never really blessed. It was always business as usual. It was the same blessings over and over. It never changed. The head didn't purchase an upgrade plan. I wonder if God's holy line was in my head, too. If God's holy line was in my head, then he wouldn't answer. I'd been begging for salvation for so long. What had I done wrong? How long did I have to be cursed? Was I born just to be cursed? Was my existence just a joke? It all made sense. The world meant mad because I was born. It was an elaborate and cruel joke, being born only to suffer, to cause suffering. I didn't ask to be born if nobody wanted me. Could have just put me back where I came from if you hated me that much. Dust moved every time I breathed on it. Stared intensely. It's like watching people dance from a roof. A mad, swirling dance that could only go in circles. A dust dance for people who could only handle spinning around, and around, and around, 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 and around, around, and around, around, and around, and around, and around, and around, 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 around. Baby. Right round. Until they threw up all over themselves, sick of what they'd done to themselves, tired of being alive. Just like I was. Tired of dancing around, and around, and around. I'm not doing this again.
Okay. That's fair.
I feel it. I feel you. But I'm not doing it again. Mercy. I stopped spinning. At some point I started to spin. Only just then had Alma decide to call out to me. I sat back down. How much time had passed?
Spinning, spinning, spinning.
Clara stared at me with an unreadable expression. At some point she had taken off her ribbons, leaving her bangs in her face. She clenched the ribbon in her hand tight enough to pierce her palms, blood dripping onto the floor.
Spinning. How annoying. Clara?
Clara stared at Delilah silently.
Why did you take your ribbon off? It gets stuffy when I have it on too long, you know? My parents make me wear it, see, because they lost our only pair of shears a long time ago. I see.
Clara pocketed her ribbon and smiled up at Delilah. Is that a really creepy smile, or is that just me?
It seems like it is a bigger smile than normal.
Something was wrong, but I was too mentally exhausted to think much of it, and all the spinning made me dizzy. Alma gave me another concerned look. Are you all right? Do you need more water? You spilled it all over the floor.
Here, I'll get you some more.
Delilah grabbed another cup from the stack, filling it to the brim and handing it to me. I tried drinking some. Ugh! I swallowed it down the wrong pipe and coughed. Immediately, the two girls in front of me got fussy. Mercy again. Mercy, drink. Oh, that's you.
Mercy, drink slower. Here.
Delilah took the cup with one hand and soothed my back with the other. Putting the cup to my lips, she slowly tilted it forward and a little bit at a time, giving me small, quick sips. I closed my eyes. It felt nice. Thief. I opened my eyes. A metallic snipping sound came from the corner opposite to mine. Delilah stopped tilting the cup immediately. We were halfway finished with it, too. Alma turned around, allowing me to see that corner. Reverse interrobang! Clara was standing up, her bangs completely covering her face, and one of her hands a large pair of shears with blades as long as my hand and wrist combined. Jesus! Opened and closed, producing the snipping sound.
I found scissors.
Whoops.
Miss Delilah, do you want to know what happened to the shears?
She approaches Delilah with the scissors. I guess you are my little PogChamp. There's a current meme joke that won't be funny in about 6 months.
Hey.
Actually, that's kind of generous, isn't it? Slowly, Delilah stood up, her face grave.
What?
Alma helped me stand and held onto my arm long after I was already up. She's got a fucking Beato smile on her.
I stole them.
Clara's expression filled with glee. She started rubbing her cheek against the blades, the skin softly pressing against the hard metal.
You know, back when I was bullied, one of the things they liked to make fun of were my long bangs, since acolytes can't cut their hair as a rite of passage, right? Remember? But you know, I never wanted to get rid of them, no matter what they said. Miss Delilah, I remember. Every day I remember. Remember what? Huh? You don't remember? When you complimented my bangs after you saved me.
Clara brought the shears back down to her side.
I had no hope of becoming an acolyte or being noticed by you, since I'm so dumb. But this was the one smart thing I did. After all, they can't cut my hair if they don't have the means to. Clara, why do you have them out?
On the final snip, she snapped it shut hard.
This room is really hot. It's tiny, so it gets hot easily. Did you know that living humans radiate lots of body heat?
Ooh, talking about radiate again. And also living.
It's called black body radiation. I may be dumb, but I remembered that part from science lessons at least. I got an A+ on the test about Planck's law.
Wait, Planck's law? Clara took the whole grip of the shears in her hand, flipping them around and holding them backhanded.
So, if a human is dead, they don't emit heat.
Alma pulled me close. Are you crazy?
Clearly, yes.
Which part of that was unclear to you? Shut the hell up. You're both home-wrecking whores.
Whoa.
Clara, calm down. Die.
She lunged at us with incredible speed. No doubt, I clicked too fast. Incredible speed, no doubt thanks to her tiny body. But before she could even land a hit on us, Delilah threw the cup of water into her eyes and pushed her so hard she fell on her back.
Ah!
Why is Delilah so competent?
You two, we have to go, now. I don't know.
When did this become like a zombie scenario, right? We crawled into the exit as quickly as possible. Alma went first, pushing open the slab so hard it flew off the wall completely. The three of us shuffled into the classroom. Delilah bent down and tried to cover the hole to give us more time.
Here's Clara. Hey.
A hand stopped her.
I'm still trying to leave, Miss Delilah. You wouldn't leave me behind, would you? Ugh.
Delilah smashed her hand between the wall and the slab and scrambled to meet up with us. Alma peeked out the door. There's nobody here.
That's good. Run. Now. Miss Delilah! Why? Why?
Clara wailed and wailed and wailed. It's more like the wailing of an infant than a person our age. Looking behind me, I saw a brief glimpse of her staring at her hand and waving her shears around. A chill ran up my spine. Our feet slammed against the floor as we made a mad dash to nowhere in particular. Bare instinct drove all of our actions. All we knew was that we needed to get away. At some point, we went up the stairs to the secondary classrooms.
Over here.
Delilah opened the door to a seemingly random classroom. In the corner of the room were 5 large lockers. I'd forgotten. There was one room with lockers that held lesson supplies. Thankfully, 4 of them had been ransacked and emptied. Without another word, we hid in one each, closing the messed up doors as tightly as possible. I heard footsteps. Calm, slow footsteps, but certainly not quiet ones. More like the footsteps of someone who could barely walk.
Everyone, where are you?
Snip, snip, snip.
I'm really sorry. I just wanted to mess around.
Doors slammed open and closed. Clara's wailing didn't stop. Every word that came out of her mouth sounded muddled and watery.
You guys, I'm so sorry.
So what the hell happened to Clara, and when the hell did it happen? You want to try that one again? The snipping came closer. When the door to the classroom suddenly slammed open, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Footsteps, footsteps, footsteps. She was coming over to the lockers. I held my breath.
Hi! What, did you think I was so dumb I wouldn't figure out you'd be hiding in here?
Jesus, that actually did kind of creep me out a little bit there. Clara went in to stab me right in the eyes. I ducked and attempted to snap it out of her hands. Her hand flew a little ways away, but the attack didn't knock the shears out.
You're really weak, you know that? Pathetic brat. Mercy.
Delilah came out of the locker without Clara noticing. She grabbed Clara and pulled her struggling form away from me.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me go, let me go, let me go. Get out of here, both of you. Ah!
Clara stabbed her beloved Delilah in the arm. Not even Delilah had the willpower to resist that kind of pain. She staggered back, letting go of Clara.
Miss Delilah, I won't forgive you for that, so...
Alma darted out of her locker and grabbed my hand, heading for the door. Ow! Delilah's cries made me stop and turn back. Clara stabbed her right in the shoulder, digging her shears around before pulling out.
Stay there and be a good girl.
For some reason, the violence is easier when it's wanton and not deliberate.
Mm-hmm.
Anakin Putananam, oh, she's really lost her mind. Mercy, we have to go.
Like I'd let you.
Oh. Like some sort of monster, Clara came at us at an incredible speed, arms limp and flapping around. Her eyes were bloodshot, her tongue stuck out of her mouth without a care. Alma ran as fast as she could with me in tow. My legs were so weak I felt as if they would fail me any second. Broken glass from the windows cracked under our feet. Ah! Alma slipped. I came tumbling down with her, my body landing on top of her. In that moment, I felt my entire body seize up in shock from the pain. I struggled to get off her.
Mercy, it hurts.
Ha ha ha! Idiots, idiots, idiots! Idiots, idiots, idiots! Stay right there!
Ignoring Clara, I rolled off Alma and looked above me. We landed right below the trash chute. Using the wall as support, I stood up, leaning against the chute.
Hello?
Reverse interrobang! But I didn't have time to run. Clara was already there. She raised the shears in the air and brought them down quickly, the sharp tip gouging at my collarbone. It felt cold. It felt sharp. It felt like an intrusion. Just like the poles did. I froze up. The intrusion had left my body, and Clara prepared to stab me again.
That's right. Hold still. I'm the winner here, Mercy.
Feel what I felt all... Oh, that's you.
Feel what I've felt all these years, every time Delilah protected your pathetic ass. You owe me.
I'm going to die.
Mercy, what do you owe these people?
Before Clara brought the shears down again, I grabbed her wrist.
Huh?
I flipped around and slammed her wrist against the wall so hard she almost dropped the shears. Alma was just barely getting off the floor.
It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
I took my left hand, curled it into a fist, and punched her right in the face, using the flat of my fist. It hurt. I'd never punched someone before, even though I should have. Yeah, I should have done this a long, long time ago. Because...
Stop. Stop, stop, stop. It hurts, it hurts. Stop hitting me, please.
You want me to stop hitting you? I opened the trash chute. It was large to accommodate for lots of trash from messy kids, so you could fit lots of things in there.
Stop.
My trash struggled and writhed around. It was trash that definitely had to go. Trash that had been sitting around so long and it can move was disgusting.
Stop, 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 please. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
The trash was halfway in.
I'll do anything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I had screamed the same way before when this whole mess started. You didn't do anything to stop, Clara. Alma came next to me, placing a supportive hand on my shoulder.
That's right, Mercy. It's good to take out the trash. It'll make you feel better.
That doesn't seem like the right message.
Yep.
Stop, stop.
The trash's legs slid in and disappeared into the chute. Loud metallic bangs could be heard beneath our feet. I pressed the button to start the process.
No. No, 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 no. Ow! It hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Ah!
The screaming stopped. A minute later, the compactor finished its job. The button turned from red to green. Yeah, tell me it wasn't inspired by Ryukishio 7. Come on, I dare you. I felt sick. A beetle crawled down my leg.
Mercy, you did it! You saved us!
I guess I did. Fast footsteps came from down the hallway. Delilah rushed over to us, her hand over her shoulder. She had taken off her tie and wrapped it around her wound tightly.
Are you two all right? Where's Clara?
It began to occur to me that I had done a terrible, terrible thing. Put my hands on my head and pulled at my hair.
She's dead,
Alma answered after a beat without a hint of shame. Delilah looked at us in disbelief, then turned her gaze down to the trash compactor.
I see. So that's what that screaming was about. I'm sorry, Clara. I couldn't do anything.
Question, if she tumbled all the way down, how was there blood dripping out of it? I know. But come on. Alma flared up.
She just went crazy and tried to kill us. Who cares about what happens to her? She deserves it.
Alma, it might not look like it, but Clara has been suffering too.
Does it look like I care?
I'm sorry. I didn't think she'd do this. I kept asking her to try to get some air so she wouldn't break down from the heat and lack of sleep, but she was too scared to leave.
Alma didn't seem convinced. I didn't know what to do. I no longer knew how to feel about Delilah. She tried to save me several times. Alma's theory was falling apart. My heart hurt. I felt lost. I felt scared. Delilah had always been so nice to me, but Alma gave me all the answers I wanted to hear. Alma had done more for me in a few days than Delilah had in 5 years. Delilah was so cool-headed compared to Alma. But... In the end, I stayed silent as Delilah led us back to the classroom. I stood at the very back of the group, ink branches growing behind me after each footstep. Who was I? I sat in a chair and stared at the grassy plains beyond the school. Little fuzzy ink beetles crawled around on the windowsill. My thoughts were so disorganized I felt like a pile of sludge. My eyes hurt. My brain was foggy. That scared girl who just wanted my help was gone. "I done?" Someone pulled a chair up next to me. Thought it was Alma, but
Mercy, are you okay?
it was Delilah. I immediately went on my guard.
I see beetles.
Pointed at them for emphasis. I wanted to feel pain. I deserved pain.
I'm not going to hurt you, Mercy. And I think those are just regular beetles. There's no need to punish you.
I tapped my feet on the floor. I wanted to throw up.
Do you want to be left alone?
I shook my head. Delilah left, then I'd feel less real. I need someone there to speak to me, to prove that I was still alive, that I existed. Nothing felt real at the time. It all happened so fast, I spoke without thinking. Tears welled up in my eyes. Delilah didn't respond. She only listened. What happened? Oh, that's you.
What?
Oh, what? Sorry. That is me. What happened? Why does this keep happening? Everything's going fine, and then suddenly something bad happens that makes it all worse. Every time. Every single time. The tears poured out. They were warm. Delilah could only rub my back. I didn't care if she wanted to kill me or whatever anymore. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Mercy.
It took 5 minutes for the tears to dry out. For 5 years, I held back those tears, tightly locked away behind a dam constructed with a mask. It wasn't the best mask, and sometimes things still slipped through the cracks, but it was effective. If I pretended I didn't feel, then I wouldn't feel. Pretended I didn't hurt, then I wouldn't hurt. I pretended I didn't hate, then I wouldn't hate. When did I start thinking like that? It wouldn't leave my mind. No matter what anyone said to me, no matter what comforting words they gave me, I still felt so guilty for not being able to handle it all like a normal person would. Like a stronger, better person would. Despite what I'd gone through, it was still weak and small. All I could do was cower in fear. So useless. I sniffled once, then twice, then stopped. Delilah seemed worried.
Mercy, have you calmed down?
Uh-huh.
That's good. Mercy, I don't want to alarm you, so please listen carefully to what I have to say.
I braced myself.
We're running out of food. I didn't put enough in the hiding spot. I thought I had a lot, but between the four of us, it's all gone so quickly.
And now what? And now what? A voice came from behind us. Alma crawled out of the hole and approached us. She looked exhausted, angry. Delilah appeared irritated herself.
We have to go to the church and get more. That's where all the food is.
Huh? Alma balled her hands into fists. So you want us to come with you to fix your screw-up? Are you kidding me? I peeked outside earlier from the second floor. It's a living hell! Speaking of which, I hadn't looked out the front windows myself. Must have been subconsciously avoiding the inevitable so I wouldn't panic. There's no way things outside ended well.
If only I go, then I'll have to keep going back in short bursts because I can't hold a lot of food all by myself, especially with this injury. That will make it easier for someone to follow us back. This way, we can wait a little longer before we have to go back out again.
Alma growled. Seemed like she stopped caring about our plan. I'm sick of sitting around here like a prisoner with you. We're not doing it. We should just fend for ourselves. Right, Mercy? I shook and swallowed. Sorry, Alma, but even now I don't want to die. No. What?
Mercy.
We should trust Delilah for now. She did all this. She knows so much stuff, more than me or you. We'd die if we were alone. Mercy! It's going to be dangerous. Oh, that's Delilah.
It's going to be dangerous. Are you sure?
I nodded. It was better than being cooped up there anyways.
And if you're scared, Mercy and I can get it ourselves.
Fine, I'll come. Jeez. It was decided. Delilah had us wait downstairs while she surveyed the area from the second floor. Alma whispered to me in a low, enraged voice. Mercy, you'll regret this. A chill ran up my spine. Did I make another mistake? When she came back down, her expression seemed grim. What's out there?
It's better if you see for yourselves.
Sorry, I'm getting antsy with the clicking. She led us to the front entrance. Delilah placed a hand on the door and took a deep breath.
Don't panic.
Saying don't panic makes people want to panic. The door opened. Dead. People were dead. Adults, children, the elderly. I even spotted a few corpses from some people in our class. The further up the hill you looked, the more corpses there were. Some of them were bloody and bruised like there was a struggle, but others lied there, their expressions permanently contorted into ones of extreme pain. It seemed like only the youths really struggled. The little kids and older people gave up at some point. This is horrible.
I know.
Is this because of my curse too? I could have prevented this. It was all my fault. Delilah suddenly pushed us behind the building. In the distance there was chanting. People were still alive, but who? It's possible that Delilah saw them from the second floor. The chanting came closer and closer. A group of students were heading down the hill. There could have been only a dozen of them. A dozen people were left alive out of 150.
Oh.
No mercy, we're alive. Everybody else has to die. That's when I saw them. The poles. Every single one of them held a pole.
Each pole was covered in blood. The front of that crowd. Just when you thought you hadn't had enough of moi. All right, everyone. Oh, is that Nin?
I don't know who's talking.
Okay. Let's start searching the building. Those four couldn't have disappeared. There are no demons. Faust did this. There's no doubt in my mind. No longer was his language slurred. He seemed completely lucid. In fact, his step even had a spring to it. This is bad. He's stumbling all over himself, that's one thing, but this... Held my breath. Nin stood next to him. She didn't seem pleased.
I'm telling you, I'm not mad anymore.
And I don't care. They're stragglers. Either they live or they die. That's the new rule around here.
Just leave them alone, Faust. Let them stay here.
Oh, so you know they're in there.
Ah,
I'm curious, Nin. Could it be that you've known the whole time? That's bad. That means you've been lying to us.
I didn't know. Isn't it the logical conclusion? If we can't find them anywhere else, then they have to be here.
Unless they ran out into the fields, and I said that's where we stopped caring. Oh no, that was... But you seem pretty nervous to me. I'm good at reading people, you know. Something you need to survive in this shithole of a town. I mean needed before we took over.
Nin.
Nin knew where we were, then was she pretending to look for us all along? Why? The little crowd approached the entrance. Delilah ushered us behind the building. We hid under the window so we wouldn't be seen. I hid under the window of the first-year classroom we'd been hiding in. Some people went right into that room. Their voices traveled out of the shattered window panes.
Man, this place is a mess. There's branches sticking out of the cracks in the chalkboard. Did we do that? I can't remember.
Ew, there's a bunch of beetles around here.
Hey, come check this out.
More people had gathered in the class. I could hear their footsteps.
How's this part of the wall like that?
There's a little hole.
Three of us looked at each other, eyes wide open in fear. Delilah mouthed an oh no. She motioned for us to start crawling away in my direction. I started moving as fast as I could. Wait! Here's something. Something like grass rustling.
Oh, fuck.
That was definitely Faust's voice. Someone walked closer to the window. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. That's probably Nin.
That was just your imagination. I didn't hear anything. You're stupid.
What do you mean I'm stupid? Do you want to piss me off that badly, Nin?
I'm saying that because you are.
Two of them started a meaningless, loud argument, loud enough for us to shuffle through the grass without being heard. Nin saved us. We broke into a run out of the fields as soon as we were at least 5 feet away from the school building. Our aim was the top of the hill.
We're going to have to find a new hiding spot.
Why didn't you close it before we left?
You were the one who got out last.
Their bickering was starting to make me feel sick. Please just get along. We reached the church. Alma anxiously glanced at the school from our vantage point. Delilah opened the door and peeked in.
The coast is clear. You two stay here while I get the food. This might take a while, so if they come here, hide somewhere.
Okay. Okay. That's probably not Alma.
Why do we have to wait like sitting ducks?
Delilah left before she could hear Alma's complaint. We stood at the top of the hill. The sun was setting already. Why don't we hide in the place where all the food is? Oh, because... No, Nin knows where that is, but not... Faust.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. I imagine there's a reason.
The sun was setting already. From here we could see even more dead bodies. I couldn't see the head or the family heads, but if Faust really did take over the town, I was sure they were dead too. I looked away. I couldn't handle it. I leaned against the wall of the church and sat down. Alma joined me. She crushed a few beetles crawling on the ground, making them splatter their black insides all over the gravel. She spoke quietly.
Mercy, do you still like me?
Huh?
I mean, I ruined your life even more. She sniffled and began to cry. I panicked. It's okay, it's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm the worst. Oh, please, it's fine. No, I have to tell you something. I stopped and listened. Truth is, I don't see what you see. I've never seen any of it this... I figured that much,
Yeah.
but... Any of it this whole time. What? My heart sunk. She lied to me? I couldn't believe it. There had to be a reasonable explanation. Alma, why? Why would you lie to me about something like that? I felt betrayed. I felt anger. I didn't want to feel those things towards Alma. I only came to you because I was so lonely. I was so scared. This town and everyone in it. And like that, all the anger washed away. She was just like me. She was just lonely. All she wanted was a friend in this new, scary world. I couldn't get mad at her for wanting the same thing for me. I pulled her into a hug. Her bells rang. Alma, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's not. When I see people like you, Alma. She fell silent. I started to rub her head. Even if everything went wrong, you still showed me so much kindness. You sang to me. Sang? Uh-huh. Nobody's ever been so nice to me before. Not even Delilah. You're special, Alma. Her crying seemed to stop. I continued stroking her hair regardless. I'm special? You're an angel. A real angel. I know you think my logic is wrong, but I want to do unto you as you did unto me. And this is the best I can do. She hugged me back tight. She was so soft. Alma could be a little paranoid, clumsy. She could get real angry. Angry real easily too, but I like that about her. God, if you're real, I just want to be lost in this moment forever. Yep. Mercy. Thank you. Interrobang! Alma pulled away from me in a panic and scrambled to her feet. I joined her, staring into the cracked open doors of the church. It sounded like something heavy shut close in the distance. Was Delilah okay? Let's go see what happened. We approached the door of the church. Interrobang! Let me go! Two people came over and hooked their arms under ours. Mercy, Alma, how good it is to see you! Did you think we wouldn't hear you three running away? The grass crunches pretty loudly, you know. They turned us around and we faced the crowd of survivors. Faust smiled. Get here. Nin ran past us over to the door to the church. Alma glared at her as she passed by. Mercy, you'll regret this. Could it be Delilah really has been trying to kill us? Again, my heart broke into tiny, tiny little pieces. No. I fell for it. I'm going to get us killed. Felt beetles crawling up my leg, up my spine, into my pores. You look so upset, Mercy. That's the most emotion I've ever seen on your face. What changed? Oh, I know. You were the one that shoved poor Clara in the compactor, weren't you? How do you know about that? The inside was covered in blood. When we looked around your hiding spot, we found her ribbon. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Alma tried struggling out of her captor's grip. Let me go, let me go! What are you going to do to us? Oh, what are you going to do to us? That depends on what your answer is. Boss bent down, getting right in my face. How much do you agree with the term survival of the fittest? That's the wonderland I plan on creating here, not that's all mine. Can't handle that sort of world, I understand. You're a weakling after all. I'd just like to know if you want to die now or later. Don't talk to me like that. Anger bubbled up inside me and exploded. Faust ruined everything he touched. He always butted in and tried to make things worse for me. Why? What did I ever do to you to deserve this? Faust chuckled. Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy. Seems like no matter what I do, you'll never really seem to get it, do you? You're weak. Everyone in this town is weak. My parents were weak, our classmates were weak, even the group was weak. And I proved it to them. Despite all their struggling, I proved to be the stronger one in the end. That's because they never want to accept the truth. The truth? The truth that no matter how you put it, there's no way a god exists. Protect us? Kill the bad things? Be nice in hopes of other people will be nice to me? It's all bullshit. God never did anything but my parents beat me no matter how much I prayed. I smiled and smiled at them like the head tells us to, and yet when I slipped up one fucking time, my dad hit me. It means nothing. Faust shook with rage. For a minute, I thought he was about to punch me. And I'm about to prove it to you, too. By taking away something precious to you while you can't do a single thing. And by extension, killing a god. Why don't you boys take our little holy maiden inside? I failed.
No!
2 more boys grabbed Alma to keep her from getting away. She tried her best to wrestle out of their grasp, but one kick to her gut winded her completely. During the scuffle, her ribbon untied and fell to the ground. They took her beaten body and lifted her into the air, then entered the church. I was dragged along with. The main room was in complete disarray, with torn-up books scattered all over the floor. Stained glass idols were shattered and destroyed. 4 boys disappeared into the hall and then came back. Came back out, lugging around something heavy and wooden, along with some rope and more poles. They set the wooden object on the stage, and brought Alma over to it, adjusting her position to fit on it. Mercy, watch carefully and take notes. This will be on the test. Slowly, they erected the wooden object. I immediately recognized what it was. No. No, stop it! Don't do this! I tried my best to wrestle out of my captor's grip, but to no avail. The crowd brandished their poles, smiling with glee. Alma slowly struggled to regain consciousness on the cross.
Huh? Ah!
Okay! They stabbed and stabbed at her. They gouged the arm, the chest, the torso, the leg, wherever they could reach. Faust whipped the crowd into a bigger frenzy, waving his arms around like a madman. There! There! Keep at it! Make it red! Stop, stop, stop!
Get out of my way.
Nin made her way through the crowd. One look at the scene before her was all it took.
Faust, stop this, now. Ah.
He punched her right in the face, not even gracing her with a proper response. She fell to the floor and held her cheek. Nin couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything.
Hurts. Hurt burns. Please stop. I don't like this. No more. No more. No more.
A useless death. A meaningless death. 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 Don't add Alma to that list. Please stop it, please. No more screams, no more pain. Alma eventually stopped struggling as her arms slowly started to come out of their sockets. Her breathing became incredibly shallow. Nin didn't look. She couldn't. The crowd laughed and laughed. Their excited shouts were deafening. Stop it. The beetles crawled all over my feet, branches growing near everyone else's. Stop. Stop it! A light went out. The crowd stopped temporarily. They muttered among themselves, confused. Then a loud booming voice rang out. Do you want to see survival of the fittest? Another light went out. I could barely see anything. Then I'll show you survival of the fittest. The last light went out, leaving us all shrouded in darkness. The ground beneath us rumbled. Nobody said anything. Our breath caught in our throats. I heard something fall over. Just then, the wall to our left collapsed. No, something broke through it. The light from outside shined on what that thing was. It was a large, blob-like creature with 2 poorly crafted hands. It looked fake. It was 2-dimensional, like it was made from paper. It crushed 2 pews and stared out at the crowd, observing it with massive eyes. Nobody said anything. What the... Faust stepped forward and poked it with his pole. Faust, lightning fast, it opened its mouth. Ah! Faust jumped back in surprise. Inside that mouth was an endless void of sharp holes. Papery, two-dimensional poles. Those poles slowly started spinning. Faster. 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 The speed of the rotation caused things to start moving towards it, to the maw. It sounded incredibly mechanical, despite being only paper. Caught off guard, Faust tripped and fell on the ground. Couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. Hey, stop, don't do this! Slowly dragged him in. Clung to a pew for a short while, only for his fingers to slip. Ah! Faust landed in its maw. His screams were cut short quickly as his body torn up and contorted within seconds, disappearing into seemingly endless rows of sharp paper poles. Everyone started screaming and running away. I looked for somewhere to run myself as more people were sucked in. Mercy! Someone grabbed my hand and dragged me out of the church before anyone else could get to the door. Took me far, far away from the church in the middle of town, right to the bridge. A person turned towards me. Nin?
Not that I care for you, but Delilah told me to protect you, in case anything happened to her.
Where is she?
She's still in there. But it's too late for her, I think.
What?
Look.
Nin pointed at the church. The back of the thing was huge. Took up a significant portion of the wall it broke through. As it continued to suck things into its deadly maw, the entire building collapsed. From where we were standing, we could see the 6 people that made it out of the church. None of them looked like Delilah, or Alma for that matter.
I ran in to get her help, but I couldn't find her. Wherever she was, it was probably where the food was.
The vomit that had been threatening to come out of me finally left. It was comprised partially of digested mystery meat, hardtack, and ink. Why? Why?
Huh?
Nin gasped while looking up at the sky. I raised my head. From the thing which had split open like an egg came millions upon millions of paper angels. They held hands together as they floated into the sky. Soon they covered up the entire sky, darkening the town like rain clouds. Survivors Nin and I watched in horror. Are we in a witch's nest? Is that what this is?
Maybe.
Paper angels descended with neck-break speed in a huge, flat swarm. They flew straight at the survivors near the top of the hill, decapitating them in quick succession. One tried to run, only to be killed from behind. They barely had a chance. The angels turned around and came for us. Nin and I both jumped off the bridge into the river to avoid the attack. They swooped inches above our heads. We laid low in the rivers. They kept trying again and again to kill us. The river turned a dark, dark black. Beetles floated down with the current. I heard Nin gasp. The river! She can see it. Oh, that's you, sorry.
The river!
She can see it. The angels came to an abrupt stop. I sensed a presence near the edge of the lake. I lifted my head. They started combining into a solid, 3-dimensional form. The shape meshed together into...
Alma?
You two. Come here. She smiled at us. Nin and I got up out of the river and approached her cautiously.
Angelica, what happened to you?
This is my true form.
Your true form?
Uh-huh. This is how I'm gonna save Mercy.
Save Mercy?
Nin grit her teeth so hard I heard them grind together. She stood in front of me, holding her arms out protectively.
You were never going to save anyone other than yourself. That's how you always are.
Is that so?
I know how you are, Angelica. Every time you find someone vulnerable, no matter how many times Mama and I tried to take you to counseling, if one thing went wrong in our lives, you'd go searching for a new victim to relieve your stress with. Was our support not enough for you? Alma?
Alma, is that true? Alma didn't reply to me. She moved forward. Nin looked back at me.
Mercy, you need to run, now. Get away from this town.
Why?
Why? Are you stupid? Can't you see? She's not even pretending to be human anymore. If you stay with her, you're just going to get hurt.
You know, Nene, I don't understand your logic. You told me you didn't like Mercy, but here you are protecting her from a threat that doesn't exist.
Delilah asked me to.
Delilah is dead. You don't have any obligation to fulfill her wishes.
Well, I guess that changes everything. You're right. Even so, I know this isn't good for you, Angelica. You're never going to get better if you keep relying on...
Shut up. You don't care.
In a flash, Alma grabbed Nin's neck and pushed her on the ground. She gripped tighter and tighter, never letting go. Nin struggled and hit Alma back, but Alma punched her to stop her from fighting back.
Nina, don't misbehave.
Angelica, you... let me go.
Don't misbehave. This is good for you. This is for Mercy's sake.
Slowly, Nin lost her strength. Her kicking became less frenzied.
I'm going to kill you.
In a flash, the head grabbed Yea's neck and pushed her to the ground. What? He gripped tighter and tighter, never letting go. Yea struggled and hit the head back, but the head punched her to stop her from fighting back.
Yeah, don't misbehave. Head, you let me go. Don't misbehave. This is good for you. This is for Mercy's sake.
Slowly, Yea lost her strength. Her kicking became less frenzied.
I'm going to kill you.
In a flash, Mom grabbed Dad's neck and pushed him to the ground. She gripped tighter and tighter, never letting go. Dad struggled and hit Mom back, but Mom punched him to stop him from fighting back.
Dear, don't misbehave.
Melody, you have... let me go.
Don't misbehave. This is good for you. This is for Mercy's sake.
Slowly, Dad lost his strength. His kicking became less frenzied. Going to kill you. In a flash, Alma grabbed Nin's neck and pushed her to the ground. She gripped tighter and tighter, never letting go. Nin struggled and hit Alma back, but Alma punched her to stop her fighting back. Dear, don't misbehave. Let me go. Don't misbehave. This is for good of you. This is... oh god, this is getting... Why is this all being presented as the same...
Yeah, huh?
Oh my gosh.
This is concerning and alarming.
And happening
For
over...
a long time. All right.
I'll protect you, Mercy.
Everything's been horribly wrong.
Mercy.
Everyone was dead. Alma, what happened to you?
You already forgot? This is my final form. I'm at my full power. Now that I've eaten Nin, I can use the powers of both halves of God.
You ate her? I collapsed onto the ground.
Why would you do something like that? Why? Because she was going to hurt you.
Was she really?
Mercy.
Alma bent down and held me.
I am the only person you need to depend on, okay? It's all going to get better. All the bad things are gone. I made sure of it. I've been planning this from the start. This town is all ours. I am the only person you need.
I hugged her back tightly.
Why? Let's get married, Mercy. We've only known each other for a few days. Let's get married. Did you say you'd repay me? I want to marry you. That's how you can repay me. Stay with me forever. You're never going to leave me, Mercy, okay? Or I'll kill you. Clapping and cheers came from nowhere in particular. Alma was scaring me, but she held me so tight I couldn't run. She was so good at hugging. I wanted to sleep. Maybe everything would be fine if I ignored it. In our town of San Roque, 4 beggars were having some fun. The crippled man danced, the mute sang, the blind man watched, the deaf man listened. In our humble town that we proudly called our own, people slaughtered insects called gnats. From the fattest of these bugs, when cooked and drained, came oil that filled 9 vats. In our town of Malabon City, there was an old man whose fire boiled in a paper pot on a paper stove, and for fuel he used cold water.
So those are the lyrics to the song.
Alma's changed. She took me in, shook pity on someone like me. She's so kind. My life with Alma is great. She always feeds me the best food. She feeds me things she made herself. She knows how to cook like a wonderful wife. Everything's about her is so amazing. Don't know what I'd do without her. After a hard day at work sweeping the windows, my beloved Alma came home to our cute little house. The old lady used to own it, but now it's ours. She was so kind to give this house to us. Hope that nothing bad ever happens. Alma gave me a loving hug with her large arms. Her wings wrapped around me for that extra little chill. I always appreciated it. Alma is so nice and smart. She doesn't have a real mouth anymore, but that's okay. No, I'm having lots of fun. Tomorrow will be Friday. We should go get ready for the weekday storms. No, you don't like the curtains. They never cover the floors. I know. Alma hits me. It doesn't hurt. I can handle it. Sometimes she just gets upset. That's how she is. I love her for that. She's a complicated person. I'll help her through it. After all, she helped me. I must do unto others as they did unto me. I take a brisk walk outside the house while something boils. Today the hot breeze is nice and cool. I like it when the breeze is nice and cool. It's a beautiful town, but I can't stay for long. I walk back inside as soon as possible. Alma doesn't like it when I'm gone for too long. Mercy. Huh? I look down. A beetle with an eye on its back sits at my feet. Mercy, I don't think this is good for you. What makes you think you know what's good for me or not? Mercy, you have to run. That's why Alma doesn't like it when I'm away for too long. I have to go home. Go fly somewhere else. Mercy, I know you want to escape. Go away. Mercy, I love you. I want to crush this nosy little beetle, but I don't have the heart to. It will never understand me. My heart belongs to Alma. I step over it and leave. I told you to stop staying out for so long. You're worthless. I know. You're scum. I'm sorry. She says those kind of things, but it's okay. It's fine. She's a complicated person. I'll help her through it. After all, she helped me. I must do unto others as they did unto me. The books look good today. I open one of them to the last page and start watching. The worthwhile crime hooks the dragon next to an express shock. The countless appraisal tosses our revenge. It's one of those kinds of books. The ones that are really hard to understand. Alma can understand them. She's smart. She slaps the book out of my hand because I'm a disgusting freak. What garbage is this? It's good. I like it. You can't... You idiot, so stop trying. Okay. I will go to bed then. I'm not allowed to go to bed. Why? Alma, why can't I go to bed if you don't want me around? You didn't finish dinner. But I did. I finished it. You have to get your serving yourself. She cautiously approaches the pot and picks up the ladle. Alma doesn't even taste it. She throws it against the wall. Oh, this tastes like... At least you tried. Clean up after yourself this time. But I always clean up. Don't talk back to me. Alma's like my mom sometimes. I don't think this is what marriage is like. It's fine. She's a complicated person. I'll help her through it. After all, she helped me. I must do unto others as they did unto me. I go to my room and stand on the bed. I open my eyes, go to sleep. Maybe if I keep being nice to Alma, she'll be nice to me back. I do all these things for her to make sure she's happy. I hope someday she can get better. It's my responsibility to fix her. After all, she helped me. I must do unto others as they did unto me. Mercy, please wake up. This isn't right, it's all backwards. Oh. Alma's singing wakes me up. Oh, I didn't mean to go back. Sorry about that. She's singing the song she always used to sing. The song that made me fall in love with her. I just might fall in love all over again. Hope someday she drowns. It's a beautiful song. Thank you. She looks smug. I love Alma so much. We're married. My love with Alma's so great. Today's her day off. She always works so hard for me. Wish she'd be a little more grateful instead of sitting around like a useless piece of shit. I hand her my favorite book to please her. I don't like getting hit. She doesn't hit me. My body hurts. I clean the walls without asking. Alma makes me stop cleaning them. I'm not cleaning it her way, so it's bad. I'll have to start all over again. She can't believe she married someone as useless as me. Alma's mad. She hit me. Alma's so pretty. When I look at her hair and her eyes, I know I found the one. She saved me from all those evil people. She deserves my eternal gratitude, but she's a complicated person. I'll help her through it. After all, she helped me. I must do unto others as they did unto me. Today proves uneventful. I go to sleep again in the same position. I sleep in any other position, Alma gets mad and tells me she can't be seen with me. Sometimes she threatens divorce because I do something wrong. That scares me. I don't want her to leave me. I don't want to be alone again. She needs me and I need her. We're similar people. My life is perfect with Alma. My life is perfect. It will never get any better than this. I can't be mad about this life. Mercy, wake up. Please. Getting tired of this. Oh, Jesus. Alma comes home from work. She looks straight at me with her paper eyes and tilts her paper head. Mercy, Alex work? I know I'll start making dinner. I shouldn't have to tell you what to do, Mercy. Chores are your job. You're smarter than this. I get it. You talking back to me? I am. I clench my fists. Why do you always have to be so mean to me all the time? You were never like this before. Mercy, stop setting such unrealistic expectations for me. What? She sneers at me. Looks like you didn't think your little accusation through. Don't be so rude to me. It takes a lot to own a house. Can kick you out anytime. I can help you if you need help. What are you going to do? What talents do you even have to offer the world? I have to protect you. Just please be nicer to me. Why should I? Why do you expect me to be nice to you just for any reason? You owe me for helping you. You should be grateful I even looked in your direction. I didn't ask you to save me if you didn't want to. It's the old Alma. Oh, the old Alma? You mean this Alma? Oh, that's so... Oh. Oh, why? The Alma that bottled everything up? Why don't you try accepting other people that have feelings for once, Mercy? I'm not a toy you can play around with. Since you're so useless, I'll cook dinner tonight instead. It'll taste better than whatever you make. Go to your room or something, but don't leave the house. I close my eyes and try to sleep. My head is so fuzzy. I don't understand. I wake up. Alma's gone. The little beetle crawls under the couch and jumps up and down. Mercy, hurry! We have to run! I don't know how much time I have, but I have to try. I flee out the front door. I have to get out of here. Never again. I'm never going to fall for this again. I'm tired of falling for it. I shoot down the hill, heading straight for the school. Just past the school is that path. Down that path is a place nobody knows. Back then I couldn't escape or risk my death. Even now I risk death, but right now more than anything I want to run away.
I make it. I stare at the path long and hard. I don't know what to do. It's now or never, so why aren't I moving?
Mercy.
Oh, she found me. You come home this soon now, dear. So one thing is that's not coming across here is that the title of the box, the game window is also changing to Stop thinking for yourself and quit listening to the stupid beetle. Or the damn beetle. I'm very stupid. Alma hit me a lot. She hit me so much my whole body hurts. I owe her. I'm not allowed to think anything different. I will get hurt otherwise. I prefer the punching over the words. The words are the worst. It's like little bits of me are falling apart. Alma comes into my room and speaks telepathically.
Don't think that, Mercy. Mercy, I'm here to help you. I'm sorry for any pain I've caused you. I've got some luggage of my own. Sometimes it all comes out on you. I need to change my ways.
Will you really?
Yes, I'll change. Seeing you here lying in your bed all beat up has hurt me. I feel so much regret. Please don't leave me, Mercy. I need you as you need me. I'll feed you some nice dinner tonight, okay? To make up for all the pain I put you through. It's the least I can do.
Yay! I'm so confused. Alma has a day off today to make sure I don't do anything funny. I shouldn't be betraying her like I did yesterday. It must mean I've got mental issues. When I get like this, she gets so worried about me. She'll even compromise our lifestyle just to look after me. One last paycheck could cost us everything. She cares about me so much. I'm tired.
You don't look very sick. Get out of bed.
I didn't say anything about sickness. In fact, I never asked to be taken care of. She kicks me out of the bed anyways. I'm so confused. She has me do all the dishes. Our schedule is every other day for each of us. But lately it hasn't been like that. She needs to relax every day when she comes home from work. Try telling her it's her turn.
So what is my turn? I work my ass off every day. You're so ungrateful.
She's right. I'm sorry, Alma.
It's okay, Mercy. I love you, Mercy. Choo.
I stare out the window. The weather looks good today, too. The sky's filled with dark clouds. Want to cut my face on. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. She's always checking up on me to make sure I'm okay. I'm such an ugly freak. The world would be better. I love Alma so much. Alma is always looking out for me. I'm a useless burden compared to her. What the fucking shit? Today's not a good day. Alma screams at me for putting the books back in out of order.
I can't believe we're together.
I wish I was dead.
Don't say things like that. Don't you realize how I love you so much? Do you want me to kill myself that badly? You're just a coward.
She never reads the books. I don't know why she cares so much.
It's my special cabinet, Mercy. I'm complicated. You'll have to get used to it. Chew.
But I'm tired.
Shut up.
I'm really tired. Please just let me take a walk. Alma stops yelling.
Okay.
I was nice about it so she's not mad. But she'll be really mad if I'm late. Well, we have to talk about this. We need a discussion. We need to sit down and sort out our problems. Won't be very productive because Alma can't do anything wrong. The rules of her world apply to everyone except her. I walked outside. Getting fresh air away from Alma clears my vision for now. Whenever I'm around her, everything becomes so strange. I can barely remember the things we do together. All I remember is pain, pain, more pain. I stare at all the dead bodies lying on the ground. This is my fault. No matter what anybody tells me, the guilt won't wash away. Ever since I was little, I've been responsible for everything that's happened. Even the things I couldn't control. I realize this is irrational. Alma helped me notice that. But it's not like I can just wish it away. Do I even have a personality? Am I the crazy girl who gets bullied and nothing else? What worth do I even have as a person? Everyone here is taking it from me. It's been so long, I can't remember the type of person I used to be. Before I was 8. No, maybe even before I was 5. I wanted to run away all the time. This is the only place I've known. I've become so dependent on it. I can't imagine any ending other than the horrible death when I think about leaving it. Because that's what everyone told me.
But I think you would change that, Mercy.
The little beetle with an eye on its back comes to me again.
Wait, the beetle has been our page turn icon this entire time.
Holy fuck, you're right! I never noticed that! Holy shit, you're right. Please leave me alone. Nope. Do you want to be the beetle?
Sure.
Why?
Because I don't want to.
That's not an excuse. Wait, is the page turning us stamping the beetle?
I think so. Mercy, you wanted to leave, right? Do you want me to help you? I can be your escort.
I walk past the beetle. It jumps up on my shoulder and snuggles next to me. We both know where I'm going. Is that what it is? Is it a boot stamping on it, or? I can't really... We're sitting far away from the
Yeah,
screens.
I don't know.
But
Something like that.
the walk downhill feels familiar. I like it. Reminds me of a slightly better time. I miss everyone. I miss all the people who hurt me. This is wrong. I shouldn't be doing this. I feel so homesick for a place that never felt like one. Before I realize it, I arrive at the school. To my left is the path.
Fucking book it.
I walk into the school. Heh! I let out a bitter laugh. I picked the easier option again. I found a piece of my personality. It's cowardice. The hallways feel long and winding. Eventually I make it to the stairs. I go up to the second floor like I always used to. It's all distorted and dark in here. Beetles crawl over the walls and wild ink branches grow through the cracks. My messed up vision strikes again, I guess. No matter how dark it is, I can see the bodies outside in the town. I know where each and every one is. I don't know how long it's been, only Alma and I in this little town, but apparently long enough to memorize something dumb like that. All these corpses once belonged to someone who hated me. Delilah, Clara, Faust, Nin. Those same people had lives of their own, unrelated to mine. A complex guilt plagues my mind. Their deaths were so meaningless and cruel. They didn't deserve that kind of ending. To many of them, playing with my feelings was meaningless, even a pastime. Did they deserve it? Do I deserve this? Is this justice? For who? Seems to be no easy answer here. Something my tiny brain can't comprehend. I stare at the moon. Before I realize it, tears are spilling down my cheeks. Useless death, meaningless death. Soon I'll reach that ending too, whether by Alma's hand or my own. I backed myself into a corner and dug a grave there for good measure. What could I have done differently? Do unto others. Don't feel guilty. They deserved it all. What am I supposed to believe? Damn it! I punched the wall. Again, again, and again. I'm a murderer. I'm a worthless brat. I don't know what this is. You want to be whatever this is?
Sure. You are loud.
I freeze. An inhuman voice comes from the trash chute. The chute slams open with incredible force even though nobody is there. Oh my god, okay. We're doing this, huh?
It's me, Clara.
Something
I'm
ugly
back.
climbs out of it.
Oh, it hurts my body.
The thing coming from the chute makes its way out. Wait! It lands on the ground with a soggy plop. That's not Clara. I take a step back in fear.
Mercy.
Oh, okay, no, it's showing us. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Clara?
Mercy, I hurt.
Her entire body is elongated and thinned out. Her skin is bruised and bloody. She slowly gets on all fours, preparing to come for me. One of her arms is completely gone, so she has to rest on the stump. Her jaw is all gone, too. For some reason, she's in her full uniform. I can't tell what's real or not anymore. Do I run? I want to run. But my guilt pins me to the floor. I deserve this.
Mercy.
Clara takes one jerk forward, and another jerk forward. She scuttles towards me at a speed I can't comprehend. So this is it. I'm at peace. Ah. Clara fades away, crumbling into black ink. I'm presented with 4 doors. From behind each door I hear 4 different things. The sound of the river. The sound of the choir. The sound of the wind. And the sound of a mushy crawling noise, not unlike Clara from earlier.
Mercy.
My escort hops off my shoulder and lands in front of me.
Mercy, you must enter the doors in order.
Okay. I open the door with the sound of the river. Directly in front of me is the river in the middle of town. On the bridge stands a small doll dancing away in excited frenzy. Its head is too big for its body, and it's covered in blood. Whenever it moves, an ugly squishing noise comes from inside the sack it's made out of. There's no way God exists. There's no way God exists. Ugh. That must be Faust. I don't really think he deserves to be in such a cute doll. Faust turns to me when he hears me, still dancing. Mercy! He greets me the same way he always did in that mocking tone he loves so much. What do you want? Oh, what do you want? That's the spirit, Mercy. I turn to leave. My escort flies in front of my face, stopping my tracks.
No, no, Mercy. He has something good to say. Please listen to him.
No mercy for Mercy. He just sounds like a broken record to me.
Well, people who die from getting their brains blended up can't exactly say new things, but you can learn, even from people like him.
I grimace. Faust keeps dancing and dancing, not caring about what the world around him thinks. His squishy little feet break open, getting his insides all over the bridge. I don't care! Whatever. Mercy! What do you want? That's the spirit, Mercy. Survival of the fittest. What are you trying to tell me? Survive! But I'm already surviving. Protect us? Kill the bad things? Be nice in the hopes other people will be nice to me? Oh, wait. It's all bullshit. Ah. You realized that all on your own, didn't you? Maybe I'm a little jealous of you. But I needed that help. I'm too dumb to figure it out for myself. Survive! You trying to tell me to run away too? There's no way. I can't do something like that. I'm too... Survive! Mercy! Why are you trying to help me?
There's not much else he can do except dance until all his stuffing's gone. You just happened to come by.
So I'm entertainment again. That must mean he's laughing at me because I'm not getting it. This game went weird places.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm loving it.
Also, we're back onto the solfege in the title bar.
Remember, like, an hour ago when I was like sure we were about to finish this?
Yeah, and that's not at all what happened.
Yeah, no, okay.
This is great.
This is great. There's no use speaking with that sack of gore anymore, so I exit the room. The next room is the room with the sound of the choir. The church interior lies before us. It's been a long time since I've seen something as nostalgic as this. Mysteriously, there's no actual choir singing. It's coming from a small metal object in the floor I don't recognize, with a weird button on the side and a bunch of holes dotting the front of it. Wandering around the stage is Nin. She keeps scratching at her crushed neck.
Alma, why? Alma.
Ow! Ma? Her voice sounds like she's constantly out of breath. Blood spurts from her neck every time she speaks.
What's wrong with her? Wait, no,
What's wrong with her?
Well, you see, when your cause of death was getting strangled by your twin sister, she tends to be the only thing on your oxygen-deprived mind.
I see. I approach Nin. Nin?
Mercy, run. Alma will hurt you.
The same message as Faust. This is a useless journey. I turn to leave. Huh? Nin grabs me and turns me back around. Fingernails dig into my skin and split apart.
Mercy, please, you have to escape from here. I have to protect you. I promised Delilah.
Nin, let me go.
I'm sorry.
She releases me.
Mercy, Alma she hurts.
Huh?
She hurts inside, just like you. You can't stay with her, or she'll keep using you. Mercy, please.
Then I'll let her use me.
That's no good.
Nin's sudden cry startles me.
She makes a few squeaky noises from her crushed throat.
Beep. Alma is hurting inside. She can't rely on people anymore. Mercy, please save my sister.
She killed you, and yet you want to save her? I don't understand. My head hurts from the choir playing. I don't want to be here anymore.
That's okay. She already said what she needed to. Let's go.
I feel like we're getting Ghost of Christmas Pasted, but we're also totally not buying what they're selling.
Yeah, we'll see.
The next room is the room of the sound of the wind. We stand on the hill overlooking the town. There's Delilah. Her body has no injuries, but I know she's gone too. She turns around as the wind whips her hair. My escort jumps off my shoulder again and climbs onto Delilah instead. It melts into her like ink dropped on paper.
Mercy.
I stand to attention. Delilah?
Do you understand now?
I don't get any of this. Why are you making me go through this? Do you hate me too?
You know that's not true, Mercy. You know a lot of other things too. What's the real reason why you don't want to run from Alma?
Various things flash through my mind. Death. Carnage. Torture. I survived all of that, ungrateful until this town's very last breath. Of course I don't want to run from Alma because
It's because you want to punish yourself.
The wind blows loudly.
You know staying with Alma is no good, don't you? Because you're the same.
It's not true,
You know it's true. Otherwise I wouldn't be telling you this. We're on a journey through the mind. I can only take you shit that you know but won't tell you shit that you know but won't admit.
Nice. Delilah takes my hands and holds them gently.
Mercy, it's time you forgave yourself. There's only one way to fix this problem. You have to run.
What's going to happen to me if I do? What if Alma catches me?
The solution to your second problem will be solved in the final room. However, to the first, you'll find that out for yourself.
But I'm scared. Delilah hugs me tightly. She rubs the back of my head and smiles.
Change is always scary, Mercy, but we all need change or else we'll stagnate.
Delilah. I hug her back and begin to sob. Delilah! Sorry, I'm sorry. This is so embarrassing. Oh. I don't look cool at all.
It's okay, Mercy. Shh.
Delilah keeps soothing me, not caring about how I look or act. Like she always has. I want to stay here forever. Knowing Delilah, she'd probably let me. So I have to pull away myself.
There you go. See? Baby steps.
Delilah. I gulp, wiping my tears and sniffing. I've always loved you. But it's no longer the time for that. It's long past the time for that. We shall never have another time like this.
It's almost time for you to face Alma. Mercy, I hope someday you're able to escape somewhere far, far away from here. Somewhere nicer. A place where you can start healing. Promise me you'll do that?
Okay, I promise.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mercy.
Every second oh, that's you.
Every second I spent with you was amazing in every way.
I leave the room and enter the next. Enter the next.
Huh.
No, we're beyond that now. Okay. Are you telling me we've gone beyond petty reference humor at this channel? It's the hallway from earlier. Clara crawls around, confused, looking for me. Clara,
Oh, sorry.
I'm over here. She stops and snaps her half-intact head around to see me. Her tongue flaps around and hits her neck. She crawls toward me at a decent pace and leans on her stubby arm to rummage around in her exposed abdomen with her remaining hand. From her gut, she pulls out her shears. I hold out my hand. Are these why your stomach is wide open? Clara doesn't answer my question, forcing the handle of the shears into my open hand.
I'm going back to sleep.
Night, Clara.
Good night.
She goes back. Okay. Okay, that's really funny. I don't know why that's so fun. I think we needed that laugh, though. She crawls back into the chute, opens it, and slides back down the compactor. Whee! Wow, I did not realize how cathartic that laugh was until I couldn't stop. Now it's just me, the empty school, and Clara's shears. I fiddle with them a little to test them out. Let's go. Well, it ain't a scissor blade, but it'll do you.
I mean, I do believe it is. I do believe it is a completed scissor blade.
Oh!
We've already established.
So shit's...
We've already established its arm-sized shears.
I walk up the hill to the church. At the top of that hill stands a furious angel. She wears a mask like I once did. Alma? Mercy! That angel swoops down to me, her ink-stained face grinning at me joyfully. She wants to rip me apart like everyone else did. Turn me into her plaything, make me a way to relieve her own insecurities. Because she thinks I'm weak. I was weak. Because she thinks I'm easy to exploit. I am. Mercy, I'm so glad you're back. What did I tell you about walking around for too long? Mercy?
The music in this is good.
Exit. The music in this is way better than I thought it was going to be. I'll be honest here. I'm like low-key wondering where I get this OST.
I know.
I'm sorry, but I'm done being your toy. Alma, I think it's time we started seeing other people. What? This time, the words come out a little less confidently. I said, I think it's time we started seeing other people. Her wings flap around in confusion. I don't understand. What are you all talking about? Don't be silly. I said, I think it's time we started seeing other people. Mercy, you must be kidding yourself. Where are you going to go? She points at the destroyed church next to us. Are you going to go there? She points at the town filled with dead bodies. Are you going to go there? Points at the empty school. Are you going to go there? She tilts her head, waiting for my answer. No, I'm not going to any of those places. I don't understand. Where else is there to go? Away from here. Inky branches grow near her feet. Mercy, you're being so ridiculous. Tell me why you didn't want to leave. Why you want to leave so bad? I can fix it like I fixed everything else. You can't fix it, Alma. What do you mean? It's you. Steam comes from her anxiously flapping wings. She doesn't get it at all, does she? Do you want me to look different? I can look like this again, no problem. Just say the word and I'll do it. I don't want that. What do you mean you don't want that? The ink trees spread further. Little beetles crawl out of the blossoms blooming on the branches. Mercy, I give you everything you need. Don't you get it? You don't have to leave me. You can stay with me here forever. I'd really appreciate it if you stay forever. You call me names. I never did that. You insult me. I never did that. You take my things from me. I never did that. You've been thinking I'm a gullible idiot this entire time. Even when I met you. Stop making things up just because you're mad. I falter a little. I wonder if I can do this. Am I making it up? I can't tell. What's more real? My words are my illusions. Sure, if Delilah were here, she'd tell me I already know the answer. I'm not making it up. Mercy, you killed people.
I am your god. This is your only salvation. Are you really going to leave me with all this unfinished business? It's all around you, lying on the gravel and staining it red. Yes, I am. And we killed people. Huh? What? No, I didn't kill anyone. That was all you. You were the one who goaded me into all of this. Distrusting Delilah, scaring the town, killing Clara. Shut up. You've been planning this from the start, haven't you? To isolate me and keep me to yourself? I said shut up, Mercy. I've had enough. I am going to kill you. Alma lunges at me. Before she can reach me, I swipe at her face with the shears. She stumbles backwards in pain, ink dripping from her face. Yeah. I take it as my one chance to run. Behind me, the destroyed church begins to crumble into splotches of ink. Alma flaps her wings angrily and comes flying towards me with incredible speed. I'll be faster than her. I'll be faster than her. I'll be faster than her. The illusion crumbles and soils as I pass by it. Houses all melt away into inky little ashes. Mercy, mercy, mercy. If you stop now, then I won't kill you. Mercy. I cross the bridge. The water turns dark, murky, and full of eyes. Mercy, you can't do this to me. You can't. You owe me so much. Mercy, I need you. Please. I pass by the second half of town. The houses here crumble into inky blotches too. Mercy, where are you going? Please come back, I miss you. Are you just gonna leave me all alone? Mercy! Mercy! I run down as fast as I can, tightly holding onto Clara's shears, never stopping to catch my breath. My legs hurt, the angel comes closer. I can't stop for even a second. It all comes down to this final moment. The path is just ahead of me. Where are you going? Where are you going? You can't leave, you can't do that to me. Alma's voice becomes increasingly distressed, but at that same time, increasingly human. It almost sounds like she's going to cry. A pang of guilt hits me and I nearly stop. But I have to keep going. I pass by the school. Mercy! Don't do it! I reach the path. Alma stops. I turn to face her one last time. Behind her, the sun rises, basking the inky town with an orange glow. It seems she ended up hurting herself while she struggled to catch me. Her paper body is mangled and inky. She can't fly anymore, much less run. I toss the shears to the ground. I don't need them anymore. Mercy. She holds her hand out to me. Rather, she tries to reach out and grab me. Mercy, please don't leave me. I'll sing to you again. I'll sing all kinds of songs to you. Alma, I'm sorry. Mercy, you can't, She looks so pathetic. I'd never have thought that behind all the scary and confusing things she told me was this crumbling paper angel. I want so badly to be grabbed, to go back to familiarity. But we'll never get better like this, and it will never be enough for her. I have to cut off her supply to wake her up. I have to go, Alma. Her wings crumple and more and more, eventually becoming non-existent. What are you going to do without me? Neither of us can imagine a world where we're alone. I'll change that. I stand my ground and give her a firm response. I'm going to find my own song. Goodbye, Alma. And thank you for everything. I turn on my heel and walk down that mysterious path. I don't know where it'll lead. Even so, I will continue forward, to the future, singing my own songs. My world is filled with my own song, and it will never become soundless again.
What
Wow.
the fucking hell?
That was something. That was something.
That
was really good.
I have. Gee, I need. Whoa. I have no idea what to make of that.
Yeah?
It's really I know. Give me a moment here. I definitely felt the theme of abusive relationships was very clear there. But some of the parts about feeling like that this is something that you deserve hit way closer to home than I think I was ready for them to. God damn. Inspirations? You don't say.
You don't say.
Monica Magica was an inspiration for this? I'm shocked. Please view the README as well. The websites of the free asset creators are available within the README.
Neat.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Milk Plus.
Hell yeah, that was amazing.
That was fucking good.
That was fucking incredible. I loved that. Holy shit.
What is after info?
I'm sorry? Appears to be a disc in the tray. Enter read to view. Okay, reading disc. What? Disk loaded. Disk empty. Load the files to disk. Executing copy. Okay.
Are we in a simulation?
I don't know about simulation, but we definitely suspected there was something up with the copy. The data on this volume has been labeled sensitive. Continue? All right. Success! Huh. So one of the things I was told is that after finishing the game, we do want to read the README and stuff to get a little bit more context. But what? What's going on here?
Copying of stuff.
Okay.
We're on block 7. What's so unclear?
You know what? It is perfectly damn clear what is happening. To view them now? Why?
Do you have to hit Y?
What are these?
Yeah, what are they?
Audio files auto-transcribe to convert to text format. No other modifications have been made. Okay.
I'll read.
Do you want? Yeah. Would you want to read for a bit?
Yeah.
I am so here. I'll give you the mouse too. You want to take it?
It would be preferable to just read if that's possible.
Go for it.
Welcome to the Vault number 237 terminal. This is now Fallout. This terminal is used to access programs that control the nanomachines within the biodroid. This is now
Metal Gear
Solid. The Cyborg series that the United States government requested the Society for the Advancement of Humanity look into. Below are security logs, error logs, and any other logs the administrator may have entered into the system. Thank you for using Kleenex. Security logs. 111. System date reset by user admin. Previous date 2/12/37. Notes. A new beginning. Error logs. 111. System date emergency reset. Reason. Fatal integer overflow. Details. Timeout causing fatal crash. System restored self and accessed Unix bug fix successfully. 6/15/1595. Failure to execute red override 2 on subject 25. Reason. Organic reject error type unknown. Details. The organic part of the subject rejected the nanomachine changes in an indecipherable way. Unresolved. 00000. Fatal error. Reason undefined. Details undefined.
Helpful. Okay.
Miscellaneous logs. From here on out, I will be using this terminal as a way to record the goings-on in the town we have established. Let us begin. Date unknown. Last known date, January 18th, 2038. The date, starting now. January 1st, 1. The new beginning of humanity on Earth. we who traveled land and sea have finally reached our destination. We heard word of the true form of God residing in South America from fellow migrants, but we scoffed. Regardless of who claims they are God, my stance remains. All gods are merely divine agents, some following one half, some following the other. The Chinese were right, and so were the Hindu in a sense. Yin and yang, opposing elements with a touch of the other within them, two sides of the same coin. It is no coincidence that for every force there is something that opposes it. I have been given this divine information. It has been directly implanted into my brain for a long time now. My survival up until this point was in preparation for my rule. In a world that has... Dun dun! In a world that has lost God in favor of the struggle to survive a destroyed world, I will become the Messiah. This voice is pretty tiring, so I'm going to go back to a different one. Two halves for everything. That is the basis of the truth of this world. I, the two couples I have made my disciples, and the followers that came with us, all agree. It is quite fortunate that I have discovered this fully stocked bunker. It was a bunker. You were right. And partially intact town in the Philippines, a rare find indeed. Perhaps God guided me as he always does. It will be here where we settle, and I shall build a place of worship right above the bunker for ease of access. We've already started reconstruction of the church that was already standing here. An ally I made, the self-proclaimed royal family of the new kingdom in the Philippines, has promised to assist us. Legally, we are like a micronation, making a land claim without being officially recognized. Our territory is this entire...
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
Our territory is this entire island, but the town will stay near the largest river. The family has promised to set up a way to make sure no outsiders come in, and have reassured us that Itbayat is undesirable territory. The outsiders had their chance to listen to my preaching, and now they will pay the price. I will make sure we can keep our world together. The past is dead. The future is now. Malik was here. Hashtag
Number lead.
Tallying our stuff here just to get it all down. Hope you don't mind. And thanks for letting us access the terminal, Doc. I lost my little computer revival pet project when those asshole raiders in Louisiana attacked me, so it's nice to hit my fingers against a keyboard every once in a while. House restorations left, 6 out of 40. Church completion, putting up walls now. School restoration, almost done except for the bell. Maybe we should just make a digital one. We don't even know how you get into the bell tower. Wood, need more, only got 2 bundles of 300 planks left. Jason says either that or we try patching stuff with clay. Stone, lots all for bridge. You know, I was never good at inventory in retail. Maybe we're better off organizing ourselves without a computer. We're used to it now, after all. Entry number 2. Labeling these as entry will prove much less burdensome than trying to remember the date. I am a busy man, after all. Reconstruction of the town has been completed. We've chosen the name Fada for no reason in particular. It simply sounds friendly, nice to the ears, but powerful. Our symbol is an inverted cross. Our representative colors are red and blue. Our clergy uniforms are mainly black and white with gold accents. They're quite beautiful. The royal family sent an artisan to assist us. Speaking of their country, now called Paglaum, I've set up a direct line to the ruling family, but the method was quite strange. They had me force install a new energy source called Flugolite, otherwise it wouldn't be able to connect to their computers. It is a new material that someone discovered to help with rebuilding humanity. When I asked where and who discovered it, they didn't know what to say. But then they replied, a scientist in South America. Interesting.
So your nuclear fallout scenario seems to be the right one here.
Yeah.
This definitely seems to be post-apocalyptic, probably post-nuclear, from the feel of it.
Entry number 3. I've been hard at work. We've already created the new generation in this Garden of Eden. And with this, my real work begins. I've requested the water filter, backup generators and chemicals, as well as changed the locks to the bunker. The clergy families will no longer be able to get in. Jason, the wrinkly barrier bastard, kept demanding that they'd receive immortality already, like I said in the big speeches. So I took him down here along with the leader of Expulsive and shot them both. I've disassembled them and put their body parts in a freezer in case anyone here needs a transplant. I'll decide what to tell their wives later. Nobody's allowed to leave anymore. I'll show them the true power of God. Here's the secret. I am the God. Who would actually believe all that bullshit about the two halves? These people, apparently. And now they're all mine. They are all my experiment. I can't get enough of this feeling. I couldn't get enough when we dissected frogs in 4th grade. I couldn't get enough when I made that sleep aid. And I couldn't get enough when it was just me, Eve, and Lilith 100 feet underneath Orlando. Playing God is something only the privileged few can understand. That's why I created the society, after all. The people have lost faith. I will give them faith. I will force them to worship me. I will rule them over. Religion is but a mere tool. I can invert the cross of Christ simply because at the end of the day, it is only a symbol. I can do whatever I wish with this destroyed world. My grand cult social experiment begins now. And what a bunker this is! What a perfect choice! This may just be the most interesting experiment we've set up. Vaults number 230 through 240, the ones we put in Oceania, were for biodroid experimentation. It seems as if the residents of this bunker have already been transformed and then put into cryogenic sleep. There's 27 in all, including a little family. To save hard drive space, I've compiled all the information listed in the files on the miscellaneous logs onto a small netbook that Paglaum sent me a few years ago. Unfortunately, I cannot use it to create nanomachine programs, as the netbook won't connect to the old-fashioned terminal, even if I use that correct cable. It's that damn Fluglight, but no matter, I will make do with what I have.
Lucklight?
Yes.
Lucklight?
Yes. Here is my plan, so I don't forget it, considering the limitations of the human mind. Write new scripture and print them into books, then force children to learn scripture constantly until they reach 18. Add in the sciences along with, pretend it's all thanks to God. If religious scientists can stay religious after excelling in their field, then why can't a cult? Besides, I don't need them making stupid mistakes. Drug the entire town using diphenhydramine in order to keep them drowsy and unable to act. Perhaps use the river and pretend we need to drink from it every morning. Create something nobody will be able to explain, thus proving that the fake God exists. I sound ridiculous typing this all out. If only my immortality drug expanded the limits of memory as well.
What the shit? I think we guessed at some of this, but definitely not all of it.
Yeah. Entry 4. I've created the first holy woman. Her new name shall be Alat. Interestingly enough, all the subjects here are women, despite the registry listing men along with the 27 women. Oh, Christ. This is where he's getting the holy women.
Oh.
He's just thawing them out. Just putting them in the microwave for a bit. Hello! You've reached the world after the apocalypse. Guess what? It sucks here.
Time for you to be our... Oh, Jesus Christ, that's fucked.
Interestingly enough, all the subjects here are women, despite the registry listing men along with the 27 women. Perhaps the men were all failed subjects. Perhaps it was a Titanic-like situation when the bombs hit, women and children into the vaults first while the men stayed behind. Regardless, there's mysteriously no logs in this computer at all detailing the scientist's work, aside from the profiles of the successful test subjects. I even had this outlined in the protocol. How frustrating. Unfortunately, this also meant I had to improvise a little with my program. It took a while to get it to work in debug tests, but when I installed it on the first try, it succeeded. It completely overrode this woman's mind. Her profile mentions she was a wealthy British tourist and not on the original bunker registry. I'm sure she'll enjoy this tour as well. Entry 5.
Holy shit. Okay, revelation's happening.
Yeah. It's working. Everyone loves Alat. People are starting to come to the church just to see her and ask for advice. I made absolutely sure to request the most beautiful robes and even modified her hair and eye colors to make her seem more unreal. There is one problem, however, though it's not too serious. They seem to retain just a little bit of their previous personalities, even after the brainwashing. Alat keeps suggesting that people try and see more than this little town to deal with more philosophical problems, surely due to what must have been her hobby. I've had to correct this a few times. Eventually, I gave up and struck her in private, and she obeyed. Entry 6. Alat has died after only a year. I performed an autopsy, and it appears to be a heart attack from overwork. Did I make a mistake? I gave her proper rest and everything. Entry 7. It only took Bond 3 months to pass. I have already prepared Charles' robes, but it was a bit difficult to explain why Bond suddenly gave out and fell down the stairs to the church.
Hold on. 27 subjects?
Yeah.
So far they're going in alphabetical order. Yaya was at Y.
Oh, Christ. She was the last one, and she was the one that was the family that was mentioned, and her 2 kids were there. It was the last resort.
Holy fuck. So they were already on, like, god damn.
It only took Bond 3 months to pass. I have already prepared Charles' robes, thankfully, but it was a bit difficult to explain why Bond suddenly gave out and fell down the stairs to the church. Thanks to Bond, I believe I have figured out the problem. While Alat was a perfectly healthy woman in her life, Bond suffered from stage 4 leukemia. Her life expectancy was projected to be 2 years at the time of cryostasis, according to her profile. I had already suspected that perhaps the biodroid implements and nanomachine commands were causing strain on the holy women, and this confirms it. This is going to require a special fix. It's been years, but I still know how to make my forbidden medicine. Chal was also a healthy woman, so there's no need to rush the 3D printer shipment. Entry 8. Chal has survived for 23 years now. There are no signs of her breaking down. In other developments, we have now reached a point in our micro-society where there are families of followers dedicated to crafts who pass it on from generation to generation. It makes it easy to track families without surnames without having to rely on some convoluted chart. There are 68 people living here in all. Dell? Entry 14.
Is that like a signing as Dell, or was something deleted?
Yeah, I don't know. Entry 14. Clergy head Zivora and I...
Oh, no, it means that there's been some deleted.
Oh, there has.
This is the first time we've skipped.
Entry 14. The clergy head Zivora and I were forced to do a little population thinning. Paglom sends us only so much food and clothes. To request an increase during a famine would be foolish for many reasons. Entry 53. Added a new part to the scripture calling for morning and evening drinks after Inez blurted out my plans to do so in front of the whole population. How on earth did she memorize my grumbling about it word for word? More importantly, why did she feel a need to say it? They're getting too damn rowdy. We should add on evening drinking did wonders for my already lowering reputation in the middle of a food shortage. Haid has done this before as well. It must be because of the part of the script that defines me as God. I will have to put in some if statements to fix this outburst problem. Entry 54. I'm getting sick just looking at them. Entry 55. Did some more population thinning. We have introduced more laws and punishments as well. Torture tools have been developed for public demonstrations. Entry 68. A failed rebellion was quickly subdued by Ray's mighty strength. Hopefully this bodyguard trend will continue. In fact, I will add in a requirement and make it so. The remaining women available were all members of the AFP or U.S. Armed Forces in some capacity, with 2 of them being high-ranked officials.
The shit.
Entry 88. Paglom sent me a battery-operated, not Flugelite, audio recording device as I requested. There are some things I simply can't remember even right after they happened, due to the limitations of my human mind as stated previously. Living for hundreds of years has impaired my memory functions. Therefore, I will use this recording device to record anything I assume will be significant. Things that actually turn out to be significant will be uploaded onto the computer. I've set the recording limit to 10 minutes to keep it from getting too lengthy and taking up too much space. but also to make sure it doesn't abruptly cut off when something good happens. In related news, negotiating to get the damn thing was difficult. Does nobody in the outside world remember what a battery is? They had to specially make the device and the batteries after I explained it, for God's sake.
I love the subtle horror of what the hell is happening outside.
Yeah.
And also, it seems like that means he's been pruning the entries himself.
Yeah.
To get rid of the stuff that wasn't important for him to remember.
Entry 89. Flugelite has scorned me once again. It took 3 hours to get the lines back up. Right in the middle of my conversation with the newly selected Prime Minister, too. I don't understand this energy source. Entry 90. I'm apprehensive about continuing to drink from the clean water in the bunker. What if the river becomes polluted somehow and we have no extra clean water? I should start joining everyone else. Maybe it'll boost morale to have the leader alongside the masses.
You dipshit.
Oh no.
You forgot. He forgot he was drugging the water.
Oh fuck, he totally did.
Bothers me that there's no audio during this part.
I mean, why would there be? We're reading the text logs. What would it be? Keyboard clacking as we scroll through?
I was about to just grab our keyboard and clack.
That would probably be a poor choice.
Hold on. Hold on. Got a solution.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hack into block 3, enter. Did it work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Entry 143. I had to delete a significant amount of entries, as well as earlier versions of the nanomachine program due to space limitations. I have done my best to keep entries that I consider milestones. The first 3 audio recordings were deleted as well. No matter, they were only sermons anyways. Entry 144. Zial's nanomachines have broken down. It is time for Yea's debut.
What I want to know is, there's no reason for him to alphabetize their names. Why did he? I guess so at a glance he could know how far he was through.
Oh, that makes so much sense, because he knew he wouldn't remember.
That actually,
so he gives himself indexes.
I didn't expect there to be a cogent response there, but here we are.
Just like the reason that people were no longer families with surnames, but just had trades that they passed on.
Yep.
Because it's easier. So what was just above this?
Oh, right.
Oh, there we go. It's 145. Entry 145. Something odd happened. Just as the install was about to finish, Yea became conscious of her surroundings. This has never happened before. The error, organic reject error, type unknown, appeared on the screen, and the tranquilizing process abruptly stopped, allowing her to rip off her machinery and get near me. I turned on the recorder at the point where she started to storm towards me. All while she screamed, "That's not my name!" She'd clutch her head as if in pain, and then she powered down. When I turned her back on, she acted like previous holy women did on initial startup. Audio transcription 1. Loud pounding.
Wait, who was Yea? Was it you?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Who the hell are you? Head, my head! What the? Objects clattering. Don't knock things off the table. Don't tell me what to do. You could have seriously harmed me, Yea. You were an inch away from my face. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. Calm down. I order you to calm down. Angelica, Nina, I'm so sorry. I'm so... Nina, why are you such a stupid child? Did she power down?
So the holy women were not just defrosted, but androids? Or is he using power down in the sense that he can brain hack now, so all meat is...
Yeah, plus it's all nanomachine shit. So
Right.
So
right.
Human and machine is probably not so different.
What game is this? Deus Ex? I don't know why a battler voice came out for a moment, but...
Entry 146. Yaya is bugged. Whenever I try to fix the bug, she reacts the same way she did before. She's almost killed me twice now. To begin with, her eye colors are reversed. Normally, both eyes change, depending on what mode the Holy Woman enters. But her right eye will display the opposite. This could be due to the eye injury she sustained in the Second Korean War, as stated in her file. I've given her an eye patch and stayed vague in my response to any people asking how she got it. Speaking of her modes, they don't work as they should either. It's set so that they can change modes on a dime, but every time Yaya powers on, she's stuck in whatever mode the nanomachines randomly decide on that day. And when she's in expulsive mode, she's incredibly aggressive. I've subdued it with physical aggression of my own, however, she is still incredibly cold to other citizens. If they ask her for advice, she gives one-word answers and a cruel glare. What happened during install? I may never know, and it kills me. Entry 147. Perhaps I should factor motherly instinct into this tiresome bug. I tried one last time to debug her. While she didn't try and kill me, she could only whimper and sob. I couldn't access the nanomachines at all. It kept giving me access denied, despite the fact I was running with admin privileges. She wouldn't stop muttering Angelica and Nina even after disconnect. I was forced to power her off to make her stop. I then had a hunch. Sure enough, when I checked the profile on the netbook, the last two subjects' names were Angelica Navarro and Nina Navarro, matching Yaya's old surname of Navarro. These twins are her children. I never programmed out the lapse of control that causes the Holy Woman to subtly act as she did in life. Unlike the other childless women who were surely grateful to discover the cryosleep and nanotechnology worked, and that the world's flora had returned without any radioactivity in sight, Yaya must be angry that the society experimented on her children, enraged even. She must be subdued after every transgression. I can't allow her hysteria to affect my status. Entry 148. Political tension is mounting in Paglaum. It's concerning, but they claim they have it all under control. Entry 149. Yaya no longer causes problems. The only irritating thing about her now is her coldness on expulsive days, but I'll change that someday.
Well then. Oh, was that the block we were in? We were in
Yeah.
block 4, okay. Block 5.
Entry 150. A 15-year-old girl named Naomi has arrived on the island on one of the supply boats. Nobody accompanied her. I attempted to contact Paglaum about this problem, but the lines were down again. I was forced to take matters into my own hands and capture her before she woke up the whole town with her confused shouting. Apparently, she was running away from home and seeking a sanctuary, but she wouldn't explain why. Now that she's come to this island, I cannot let her leave. Entry 151. The lines are up, but Paglaum will not answer me. Naomi has tried to escape the church on several occasions now. It's only a matter of time before some neophyte acolyte starts spreading rumors, as they always do. If Paglaum does not respond soon, I will have to either kill her or assimilate her. Entry 152. I was going to kill her when expulsive head number 72, Sebastian, revealed to me that his wife was infertile the very same day. It makes sense, considering how disturbingly old the wife he chose is. How annoying. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to the flock. I've already done my best to make sure that only the heads of the two families knew about her arrival. This is just a completely new headache, and there's no painkillers either. Entry 153. The adults and elderly took the youth serum bait, fitting, as they've been the most devoted generation to date due in part to their upbringing. They all did an excellent job of acting divine, after all, especially during food shortages. Their children, however, didn't seem as convinced. It worries me how passively devoted they are compared to their parents. If they produce another generation with their devotion this low, they will surely become secular. Naomi is not pleased with this, and neither is Sebastian, but Sebastian knows his duty, and so they will be getting married in secret.
Interesting.
Entry 154. Naomi has finally settled into her role, thanks to the drugs and the river weakening her. She only spoke when spoken to and is quite the submissive wife. However, her and Sebastian have still not gone to bed with one another, and Sebastian gets older and older as the years pass. I urged them to hurry and produce an heir, as the Barrier family is 5 years ahead of them, and that God is not pleased. Yea pressured them as well, and they finally gave in. Before they left for their quarters that night, I heard Sebastian apologize to her. What an odd man. Entry 155. The heir of the expulsive family has been born. She is a girl. Naomi insisted we name her Delilah.
Well.
Entry 156. Paglam's lack of communication has worried me. Even though the connection has been re-established, nobody responds. There was a small blip of activity the other night, but not much else. What is going on?
That's a great question.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I cannot connect to whatever sort of internet this new world may be using either. It's a limitation the Flugolite has presented to me recently. Does it not respond well to classic electronics? It's just a little stone. My head hurts. I don't have time to figure this out. Entry 157. It's just as I feared. The new generation is proving to be very secular. The middle schoolers have already caused several ruckuses during class, and are constantly asking teachers questions Copernicus would be surely pleased with. I'd be elated myself if their curious questioning didn't pose the threat of a slippery slope into a decapitation attack. I must do something. But what?
Oh no.
Hmm?
I think I'm now seeing the through line.
What do you think?
He sees a generation growing up that's going to have anger.
So he gives them a
needs-
scapegoat?
Needs something to direct it at.
Entry 158. The head family of the choir is trying to convince me that their child is divine. Not unusual for citizens to try and get on my good side, but considering my current circumstances, I'll think about it a little more than I usually do. And somehow spiders have made their way into the bunker. This is what I get for leaving the vault open all last night. Entry 159. The power suddenly went out and switched to the backup generator. Thankfully, it did not shut off long enough for Angelica and Nina to wake up. This means the Flugolite running the equipment stopped working. Paglam hasn't responded. I should have never listened to their damn suggestion to switch to all Flugolite, because it's clean. Entry 160. The divine child has psychosis. Her name is Mercy. The parents kept insisting they could prove it, that she could see things. I eventually caved in and agreed to test her. I chose to see if she had any of the disorders on the schizophrenic spectrum, since hallucinations are a hallmark of any psychotic episode. It had been years since I last saw a copy of the DSM-7, so I tried my best to remember the basic warning signs and diagnostic criteria. I took Mercy into my office. I was rusty, but I was eventually able to settle back into the role of doctor after so long. I asked her questions about hallucinations, delusions, catatonia, and disorganization in the most roundabout ways possible, so she would assume it was a test of faith and holiness. Since she is a child, she doesn't completely fit the criteria for any adult disorders, but the psychosis and mild depression are certainly there. She will become less lucid as she gets older, but for now, this is a good short-term solution to the faith problem. I agreed to let them live in the church as honorary guests, and I will be making my statement tomorrow. Entry 161. The adults are convinced, the elderly are certainly convinced, but the children seem bored. The first few times they were impressed, but after a while it turned stagnant fast. Some cruel teenagers even tried to ask Mercy inappropriate questions before getting shooed out by acolytes. Maybe they'd be more interested if Mercy saw more than white butterflies and happy grass. This problem is getting worse and worse. It doesn't help that Mercy's parents are now taking advantage of their heightened social status. I recently caught her father pressuring someone into giving him what little alcohol this town has. My head continues to hurt. My ears are drumming. I will take my leave for the night.
Interesting.
Entry 162. Delilah won't stop going on and on about being a hero. I investigated this. As it turns out, Naomi has been showing her the comic books she stashed away in her runaway bag all those years ago. I won't do anything. It doesn't matter. Delilah won't be seeing any of these children until primary school is finished anyway. Entry 163. Mercy's parents have died. They killed each other in a physical altercation right in front of her to boot.
Ah. That explains
Yep.
a whole lot.
I ran downstairs to some crashing and banging coming from the main room, only to see the mother strangling the father as he struggled to hit her head with a glass bottle. Before I could act, he successfully hit his wife just before his windpipe was crushed. Mercy fainted shortly after. She's asleep next to me right now. I'll knock her out if she wakes up, or maybe kill her myself. Yaya's having trouble booting. God damn it, my head hurts.
Headache.
Entry 164. Mercy doesn't seem to remember exactly what happened last night. All she knows is her parents died. She cried and cried so much that the flock present that morning watched her have a breakdown right in the middle of a vision. I was forced to explain what happened, leaving out the fine details. Heart failure. I always say it's heart failure. Everyone always falls for heart failure. Entry 165. We're running out of canned food from Paglaum. Surprise, surprise, they still won't respond. I'm going to have to start feeding everyone the old military rations in this bunker. Entry 166. Yaya had a likely PTSD-induced fit when she saw the first MRE meal we've ever eaten. Mercy watched as I subdued her. This child is going to be psychologically scarred at this rate.
You don't fucking say.
We're on 5.
We're on 5. Okay. On to block 6.
Entry 167. Why, out of all the creation myths I could have chosen, did I pick the two halves one? God really did guide me. This is all real. Yes, why didn't I realize this before? Lilith and Eve, my inspiration, were God's divine guidance all along. Yes, he was trying to show me the truth. No, I have become God. I am God, damn it. Listen to me. I am God, damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I am God. Black and white, red and blue, male and female, darkness and light, water and fire, earth and air, religious and secular, ruler and the ruled, creating and destroying, calm and wild, Adam and Eve, angel and demon, kind and cruel, masochistic and sadistic, short and long, thin and thick, proletariat and bourgeoisie, anima and animus, cat and dog, round and sharp, sphere and cube, square and circle, disease and cure, infection and antibiotic, communism and fascism, sweet and bitter, art and math, left and right, modern and classic, backwards and forwards, bad and good, blessing and curse, hot and cold, danger and safe, night and day, foolish and wise, fade and brighten, external and internal, love and hate, ally and enemy, rude and polite, large and small, dry and wet, moon and sun, east and west, north and south. It's all there. It's always been there. It's always been there. It's always been there. Entry 168. I can barely fucking keep myself together anymore. Delilah is always doing such bizarre things during her training. She's going off script. She won't stop going off script. I'm going to have to do something about this. I don't remember typing any of this shit. Audio transcription 2. Stomping. Woman. You, head. Man. Your stomping is going to alert the whole damn church of the existence of this bunker. What the hell do you want? Woman. You hit Delilah. You hit my baby. Man. And she was acting out of line. I probably don't need to read the words at the beginning of the lines.
Probably not. You can.
You didn't have to hit her so much. Footsteps. Slap. Don't question me. Ah. I am your God. Do you hear me? My God? Exactly. Have you lost your mind? I became God long ago. No, I've always been God. The haves chose me. You've really lost it. You seriously believe the things you say? It's the truth. I have divine rule. This is my herd, and you are but one of many. You're a monster.
Footsteps and audio. Jesus Christ.
Entry 169. The people are losing faith rapidly. It didn't require any internal investigation. A few of the elderly flock came to me voicing their concerns, confessing that parents have flat out told them they're losing belief behind closed doors. They're worried about the future of their children and grandchildren if they don't find any faith. The schizophrenic kid was only a short-term solution, possibly even caused a larger loss of faith due to pressure to keep up tradition. I saw plenty of children giving her the evil eye. At this rate, the next generation might attempt a rebellion. The reason behind this disaster could be due to the fact resources are dwindling, just thus creating doubt in our connection to God. There's no use contacting Paglaum because the signal went out entirely. Equipment is running on the second-to-last backup generator. I think we might have finally reached the point where there's total compatibility issues between Flugelite and traditional electricity. I'd get a drink, but there's no fucking alcohol. Entry 170. Naomi has attempted to destroy the water filter. She is being dealt with accordingly. Audio transcription 3. You've kept me down here for days now. Do you plan to starve me? I was going to tell everyone you went missing, but I've changed my mind. Scuffle. Ouch, what the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea what you did? Ugh. You ruined my little prophet. You ruined her. You will pay the price, Naomi. Let me go, let me go. Entry 171. Naomi received her punishment last night. Her daughter didn't come and watch. She was too scared. Though, interestingly enough, when I returned, the bunker door was all open and the terminal was already on. I heard someone move just now. Luckily for you, I will not pursue you, as I require rest, but you better not get any ideas.
Interesting. So wait, who do we think that was then? Delilah?
Maybe. Entry 172. This is more of a continuation of the previous entry. Mercy's hallucinations have suddenly become frightening, hence Naomi's punishment. I thought I was seeing things when I saw someone else near the river, but my fears have been confirmed. I can only assume drinking the increased amount of my drug, due to the powder spilling out of the puncture, altered her brain chemicals in some way, causing the hallucinations to change for the worse. Initially, I fretted total rebellion after she's uncovered as a fraud, but after thinking it over, I realized this could be an opportunity to put the fear of God back into the people. The fear of cruel punishment will only work for so long, and then they will rebel against you when the fear becomes too much. But with an invisible inhuman entity's threat looming over you, it's different. After all, none of these people know what a mental illness is. It might as well be the same as the curse of demonic entities. You poor child. May the people have mercy on you. Perhaps you were named that for a reason.
Oh, yeah, yep. Not the way I thought it was going to come out, but yep.
Entry 173. This is more effective than I thought. Even Yea is getting in on the fun, or perhaps that's just her programming responding appropriately to an unplanned situation. I've created the perfect program. While the children don't exactly try to understand it, they seem to enjoy kicking Mercy around. Even some of the less religious adults have talked all about how sad Mercy's situation is, like they were watching some god-awful TV drama serial. Human beings can get truly ugly when they feel like it.
Says the man who... Okay, never mind. The irony of that is clear, right?
In other excellent news, there's a growing sense of tension between generations who disagree on how to treat Mercy. The elderly want to try and protect her, the adults just want to leave her be, and the children, of course, find pleasure in bullying her to relieve their stress. If this division continues, I will have no choice but to become their unifying voice in the most passive way possible and point at the real bad guy in private, divide and conquer. But just in case, I've slightly increased the drug dosage. Entry 174. My God-given bodyguard won't stop fucking things up. Make up your mind. Do you hate the kid or do you love the kid? I get it, you miss your kids. I get it. You're so irritating. Entry 175. The teachers keep telling me that Faust brat from the Carpenting family won't stop asking ridiculous questions during class. People already accepted that the facts contained within the book are the result of God's powers, so what the hell makes this generation any difference? Is it really due to the food shortage? Wait, No. How could I have been such a damn fool? The MREs say, made in the US right there on the package. That sharp little brat must have figured it out along with all his little friends. Do I tell them a lie or a half-truth? Or perhaps the full truth, that the dual god existed in the US too? Yes, that's perfect. I'll make sure of it tomorrow. The job of a god is to control his people through any means necessary. Ethics do not exist to the Lord, as he is above them. I am the one who leads the world to the final grand stage. Entry 176. The time for smooth sailing has come to an abrupt end. Mercy has killed Yea, and I never received the shipment of new biodroids from the other vault as I was promised, like every other damn thing they promised me. There's no time. I'll have to use the twins. They're too weak and small to protect me alone, so I'll use both of them like I planned, but I can't separate the program in time. I'll just change their hair and eyes and threaten them or something. Damn it. One. I need a new keyboard. What was the entry number?
177.
Entry 177. The town ate it up like flies to shit. The kids who've never seen a new holy woman come around are in awe. Mercy's an amazing scapegoat, too. Spreading those rumors really killed dissent. I'm having the twins go to school to learn the scripture as well, until I separate the program and get them under proper control. It's working. I've done it, by God, I've done it. I just have to wait for these useless idiots to answer me already. These old MREs killed someone yesterday. I had to dump them in the river and let them float off into the Pacific Ocean. Hopefully it doesn't wash up on some shore. Entry 178. Alma is acting strangely. She's going off script around Mercy constantly, regardless of my warnings. It's the talk of the town. I asked Nin what her sister was doing, but she only apologized and said she'll try to stop her sister, but no guarantees. She looked scared. Nin is the older sister. Nin is the colder sister. But it's like Angelica has got her by the chain. A little devil, huh? Poor Mercy'll never catch a break. Audio transcription 4. Clattering. I dropped something. It's okay, you can pick it up later. Do you know what time it is? Oh, wait.
So
it is Delilah and Nin, isn't it? The terminal wait, which one's which?
So girl number 1 is Delilah.
Okay, thank you. The terminal says it's 0400 hours. What does that mean? Sorry, that means it's really early in the morning. I see. Hey there, Delilah.
I was wondering when we'd finally get that.
Yes? What made you decide to do all this? My mother would always read me these picture books about a woman in a red suit fighting evil people. She told me it was a popular, state-owned comic from her country. State-owned? Do you know what that means? It has to do with the government controlling it or something. I see. Anyways, I was always inspired by those comics. Expulsive energy is all about defeating evils, so I was already quite excited to become this town's idea of a hero, but after the head killed my mother and I found out the truth about the water and how he'd treat her, I realized the real villain was the head all along. My mother and father never did anything but serve him loyally, and he repays them in deception. I'm sorry to hear that. And to top it all off, he uses Mercy just because she has an illness. I especially can't stand that. How could he do something like that to someone like Mercy? Why do you like Mercy so much? I can't see what's so great about her. I find her charming and inspirational. She's gone through so much hardship, and yet she still stands. That doesn't sound inspirational to me. That just sounds sad.
Inspiration porn doesn't work on Nin.
Don't all heroes go through hardship before they choose to save the world? Is a hero someone who kills other people's mothers just to save themselves? I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking about what I was saying. It's fine, and I respect that you like her. It's just, even though she treated me and my sister like crap, I still love my mom a whole lot. I saved us from getting hit by the nukes, despite her telling me not to, because I wanted us all to get along someday. That was a mistake. Why did you wait so long, anyway? I can't pull something like this off all by myself. I was originally going to recruit Mercy and Clara, but I worried neither of them would like the idea and have a crisis of faith like I did. When I met you, that all changed.
You alright?
Oh, okay. You told me there was something you needed to tell me about Alma? Oh, right. Alma's not right in the head. I mean, she's troubled. Sorry, that was mean. Mom told me not to say that about her. How so? She has this thing where if she's stressed out, she, kind of manipulates people who are vulnerable to make herself feel better. That's what the counselor told us. People who are vulnerable? Yeah, like Mercy. Go on. Basically, she sees someone who's in trouble, and she thinks to herself she has to help them. But it's a trap. She's only in it to make her feel better about herself. And she ends up helping those people the same way my mom did. By treating them like shit and hitting them. Is Mercy in trouble? I think she is. She won't stop talking to her. We were doing so good. She was doing so good. She hadn't harassed anyone for 5 months. Partly because we moved to Itbayat, and partly because of therapy. I didn't have to split her and a new victim up and make everyone angry. The counselor was really helpful since we could afford the best in the country, but then the nukes hit, and it's like her progress has been reverted back to zero. Sorry, I made you all worried, huh? Don't apologize. Nin, thank you for telling me that. I'll have to do something about this, but for now, I should get back to stalking the hiding spot. The one I told you about, right? Right. Nin, where's the other rations? Did you see them? No, sorry, I wish I knew where the lights were. It's all right, it's not your fault. Did you make it last night? Yeah, I think it's broken. What's going to happen now? People are going to start waking up. That's what's going to happen. Ooh.
Isn't this the part we overheard?
I think so. Yeah, we started hearing
Yeah.
which I guess furthers our interpretation that they did have something to do with it, but also didn't know what was going on. That's how.
Yeah. You had it right.
You really think you can do it? I can't take you and Alma back to your old lives, but I can make a new, better life for everyone. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong, trust me. But Alma, I can't predict what she'll do. I know she's already got her sights set on Mercy. I guess you're right. Maybe if I give her a little scare, she'll stop. Is that really enough? What was that? It was Mercy. I saw her ponytail and dress turn around the corner just now. How much of that did she hear? I don't know. I'm worried. She's never up this early, and she should especially be resting today. Maybe you should head to the hiding spot now and see if you can catch her. Say something vaguely helpful, like food for thought. Food for thought? Right. This place is weird. You ever had to take a long-release capsule? Food for thought is a long-release capsule for your mind. Why can't I just directly tell her Alma is trouble? We don't know how much damage Alma has already done. If it's enough to get Mercy to hate you, then I don't want the hate to be directed at you. Let it happen to me. All right, Nin, I trust you. Good luck. Better put all the files back in place so he doesn't get suspicious. Is this a recording device? I've never seen one like this before. It's running. Should I tell Delilah? Does she even know what a recording device is? Better turn it off and delete the recording if I can. Audio transcription. What was that?
Oh, sorry.
Audio transcription number 5. Oh, okay.
So
Girl 2 is Alma, Girl 1 is Nin.
Yeah.
Sir, please, just give us one more day like this. Please, I'm begging you. You will come with me to the bunker, now. Please, you don't understand. It's scary. We don't want to forget everything we've ever known.
Nay, please stop crying.
Aren't you scared, Angelica? Stop your screaming. I'll scream louder. You wouldn't. You're scared, aren't you? You're making a I'll run out right now and tell every single member of the clergy eating in the dining room that the head priest has Mercy's curse. If you think you can scare me...
Nina!
Damn it. Unidentifiable noise. Inaudible. Everyone! I hope you're enjoying your meal. Nin wanted to see how you were all doing. Fine, have your damn extra day, but I'll make sure there's nothing left in that little skull of yours tomorrow night. Fine.
Nina!
What the shit? That was block 7.
Yep.
Block 8.
Entry 179. How did those little sneaks stay under my radar for so long? How? Everyone's losing their damn mind. I only just recently discovered the water filter has been damaged after properly listening to the audio file I found in the recorder last night. There was a half-ton... I was wondering if that's... So
Water filter? Yep.
I was specifically wondering, like, things like insects crawling everywhere and, like, reality melting into ink and so on, and a pink thing in the river... And is this guy just overdosing is someone just overdosing everyone on Benadryl? And that was correct.
Literally what it is.
That was literally correct. I should have said it aloud at the time, because then I would have seemed way more on top of things. There was a half-ton of diphenhydramine in the damn thing, and now it's all in the river. Why? Oh, fuck. She took those comics seriously, didn't she? She thinks I'm some villain, huh? Well, guess what, sweetheart? Reality doesn't work. I hear banging. Entry 180. Leaving this bunker is now out of the question. I took one look outside and saw carnage. The teenagers have banded together to take over the town. It's only natural, considering they're at the stage in their lives filled with the struggle of self-discovery. But I didn't think their teen angst was so bad they wanted to kill people over it. The drugs probably whipped them into a frenzy. Anyways, they noticed me and came running, so now I'm stuck here. Entry number who gives a fuck. I still hear them banging shit upstairs. Some of them are screaming out nonsense. Something about spiders. An entry. It's gone quiet. Entry number. I quickly discovered that it is not safe yet. The second I opened the bunker door, I was greeted with the corpse of Sebastian staring at me from the backyard corridor. That was the last thing I saw before Delilah, mourning her father's corpse, noticed me. I've shut the bunker.
So this is what happened to Delilah.
Yeah, she'll be here any minute now. That's fine, that's all fine. I've got 3 bullets left still. Conservation is key.
Damn. Honestly, hundreds of years and only using half a clip, that's the kind of conservation of resources you usually resort for, like, I don't know, ethers in your Pokemon game.
Audio transcription 6. Muffled rumbling. And here she comes. Footsteps. You. Hello, Delilah. I see you've got yourself a weapon, too. The execution poles? Don't look so smug when you have nothing. This is the end for you. I've been preparing for this my whole life. Preparing for what? To finish what my mom started. So you and Nin were the ones who broke the water filter after all. Tell me, did it ever occur to you that you could just take the powder out from the filter? What? You don't even know how it works, do you? Just like Naomi. You blew it, kid. So what? This is so unlike you. Are you really that mad about your mother? This isn't just about my mother. This is for Mercy and Clara and the twins and all the other people you've hurt. Nina told me all about her old life before it was stolen by you. Ah, Nina, her mother was quite unstable and aggressive when I defrosted her. I remember it like it was yesterday. Defrosted? You froze people? How? I'm guessing that girl never told you how long it's been since the nuclear apocalypse happened? Switch flip. Loud mechanical noises. Look behind you. What did you do? What is all of this? They're deceased, but I'm keeping them to see if I can get new nanomachines someday. My immortality drug doesn't work on machines, you see. I'm assuming you read the most recent entries in the terminal the night you snuck in here, but never bothered to go any further, considering you didn't even know what was hidden here. What a shame. Yaya's descent wasn't that far back either. Your mother taught you all about being a hero, but forgot to mention her propaganda collections don't reflect reality. It's nostalgic. You're acting just like... Why is the building shaking? What the... Mercy, I'm sorry. Entry, fuck it. I've had it up to here with fucking brats. She locked the door, I can't open the bunker door. I screamed and screamed, but nobody came. They probably killed each other. My fist's bloody. Typing won't do shit. I hate this computer. Fuck. I broke off the key. Fixed it. The ceiling's coming... Entry, $. It's flowing in through the ceiling cracks. No, you can't trick me. I'm not drinking the water. 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 I'm not drinking the fucking water. I'm not drinking the 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 water. I'm not drinking it. I'm not drinking it. Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water. Don't drink.
Bonus.
Hey.
Extra thanks. Do you want to keep reading?
Do you mind if I pass it off?
Oh, no, go for it. Thank you for making it this far. I hope you all read the information named Block 1 and so forth as well. I'm glad you decided to check out my game and give it a try. Whether you liked it or didn't like it, I'm extremely happy that there's someone out here who can hear my voice. If you like to write reviews for things on a blog of some sort, please share what you've thought with me. Feel free to use contact milkplusvisual.com for this purpose. Reviews help me, as I'm an amateur and will still have a lot to learn. The victims of abuse and neglect. Without sharing any details, the overall theme and resolution makes this story personal to me. If it's personal to you for the same reasons, then I'm glad. I'll be even happier if it helped you in some way. Narcissism is much like the illusions in this game, whether you're a sufferer or a victim. It's a constant state of emotional turmoil and self-doubt. If you're ever suspected you're being used to make another person feel better about themselves, then please don't doubt that hunch. If you can take the path out of the town, then you should. But if you can't, that's okay. Always know someone out there loves you, whether it's a distant impersonal love like this or something deep and direct. You are more than your beliefs or some grand scheme, and you are not the means to an end. Notice, not everyone who suffers from a cluster B personality disorder will become an abuser. More often than not, sufferers actually end up as victims in abusive relationships themselves. Alma is a very rare case, and she still has a lot to learn, too. There's hope for her to change and heal. Anything, you're a lot more susceptible to heading down that path, whether you have a disorder or not, if you also have a history of parental abuse and a lack of self-reflection, as was the case with Alma. As long as you recognize that you are not your parents, and that they were wrong, you will be able to maintain a much healthier relationships. Therapy can also help if you have access to it. If you fear you may become an abuser like your parents were, please read what fleas are and how to prevent it from escalating. And there's a hyperlink. Resources for suicide prevention hotlines, chats, text services, another hyperlink, and support. This is incredibly thoughtful, especially after how fucking heavy that game was. Jesus effing Christ. Good self-care is reminding yourself of your strengths when you can only think of your weaknesses. Good self-care is learning how to create boundaries for yourself. Good self-care is doing what you want, even if it makes you uncomfortable or scared. Or doing what you must.
That's very
okay,
different.
Hold on. I should re-record that. Good self-care is doing what you must, even if it makes you uncomfortable or scared.
Not many people know that there are adult protective services. While they mostly focus on elder abuse, it's possible for younger adults struck living with abusive parents to open a case with services as well. In the United States, the service focuses on helping you escape from your situation, learning how to live on your own. Google your country, state name, and adult protective services to see if there are services available in your area. We did not read pre-V 2.0 Soundless, so I don't know about Lilith. Flugelite.
Well, we should.
I've read pre-V 2.0 Soundless. Where did Lilith go? You most likely have a hunch. Your hunch is correct. Okay, whatever that cryptic-ass thing means. Flugelite, the clean energy used in the New World. If all goes well, you'll find out the full details of this energy eventually. You're going to do anything else with Soundless? There's currently a short supplementary novel in development featuring Nin. Please follow Milk Plus on social media for updates. In the distant future, if Soundless gets enough interest now, I'd be open to remakes the attic route system. I feel like it would be quite interesting if you could change the outcome of this sad story, perhaps make it even sadder. But right now, please accept Soundless as this amateur's first tiny little game.
Wow.
Tiny little...
Wow.
Are you fucking...
That is a tour de force for a game one.
That is like... Jesus.
Nothing wrong with a kinetic novel, especially not a damn good one like this.
Jesus Christ, yeah. God, that's like open it up, coming out and being like, hello, I'm Led Zeppelin. Whatever Mr. Zeppelin was doing. I wanted to test my abilities with the basics of the medium and felt like the best way to do that this time was a kinetic novel. And it worked well.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here? As of this update, a teaser site has already been released for a new project, Polychromania. You can view it here. We're also working with our next release, 7388 itch page. What does it say on bonus 2? What?
It's the hot new meme of 2037.
What the fuck? I do not speak Tagalog, so it may be inaccurate. I did my best to research the simple grammar rules.
A family photo.
It's the hot new meme of 2037. Aww. Thank you for playing. Jesus fucking Christ. That is such a goddamn beautiful game. It's... I'm going to need some time to ruminate over this, but holy shit. Know that we recorded all of these in one very long recording day.
Yeah.
How long to beat listed it at 3 hours, so I thought it would maybe take us 4 or 5 or so. No, we've been
at the point that we were convinced was the end was the halfway point.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You got us.
We've been at this for like 6, 7 hours now.
I'm glad we did.
I'm glad we did too, because holy shit, this game is amazing, and I'm happy Mercy was able to walk down that path at the end.
Yeah.
Well, howdy there.
We're back. What
How are
could
y'all
this be?
doing on this? I don't know why I was doing with this. I'm not carrying that through.
I know.
I hope you're all having a good day. It's been a hot minute since we've seen this warning screen.
Yeah.
The last time we saw this was when we played Soundless, which was almost 2 years ago at this point. And to celebrate the game's 5th anniversary, a re-release of the game, Soundless Final Verse, has just come out. A couple weeks ago at the time of this recording. And that also came with a new story appended to the end of it.
Nice.
Which is what we're going to play now, because Soundless fucking rocks.
Yeah, can't wait to play the expanded edition of my favorite original English language visual novel. This is not a meme. Clip that.
I believe you. Really? That's high praise. I'm trying to think of any counterexamples off the top of my head, and I can't immediately, so...
Yeah, I can't either.
Wow. Okay. You heard it here first. I do want to start on the screen because this game comes with a bevy of content warnings. You can see them on the screen right here. It's worth looking through. I don't know how many of these will apply to the story we're playing. The special content that comes with the new version of the game, but all these did apply to the base game, so I assume they're fair play for the extra stuff as well.
My favorite content warning is, quote, insects crawling wherever they please.
Right. Furthermore, you shouldn't play the game if if you try to resist the electromagnetic radiation poisoning. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do that. I love that sound effect.
Yeah.
Already, I am in it to win it, baby. I believe this also comes with a new intro. Let's see if it'll play out. Yeah. So this is new to this version as well.
Oh, we got an intro. We got an intro movie. Hi, Mercy.
Oh, we don't get to see much of Mercy's actual portrait in the game itself. But
Hello, Alma.
hello, Alma. And Delilah. I actually don't know how much all the characters from the main game are going to factor into the extra story here.
Yeah.
Given how much of the game do you remember?
Very little, aside from things got very weird and bad for everybody very
Right.
quickly, and
So-
then continued to.
So, putting together a couple of threads here.
Didn't everyone die or something?
Yeah.
Like
The
super
idea is
die?
that it's far future post-apocalyptic isolated community, right? Post-nuclear apocalypse. And the community is very insular and run by an effectively immortal head.
Right.
Nanomachine immortality.
Right. And we find the logs at the end, don't
yes,
we?
the logs
from
talk about that
computer?
kind of thing.
Okay. It's all coming together.
Yeah, and yeah. So we'll see how much of that comes into play with adiaphoron, which is the name of the extra scenario. Now, if you've played, or if you get Final Verse, this version of the game, which I
Which
believe
you
is the-
should.
which you should,
Do
you
so.
absolutely should. I believe it's the only version of the game now available anyway. It'll ask you at the beginning. It'll go. It won't show here because I booted it up earlier just to check stuff. But it will ask you like a couple of accessibility questions before you start in, which is rad. And also, if you've played the game already, it'll unlock the after info. And then once you just click into that, you also get the bonus story as well. So you don't have to play through the base game again if you just want to get to the new stuff.
What's the after info? Is that just the
That's
logs
the
and
logs
stuff?
and stuff,
Okay.
yep. So, adiaphoron. Noun, an indifferent matter, philosophy. A matter that has no moral merit or demerit in Stoicism. Theological meaning, something neither forbidden nor commanded by Scripture under the Catholic Church.
Like sneezing.
Yes. Yeah, I guess sneezing is morally neutral. Depending on where and how you do it, though, it's very easy for sneezing not to be morally neutral. If, say, it's in the middle of a pandemic and you do it in a crowd without a mask
Unlike
on.
Sneezing.
This was a 5th anniversary gift and is not required for completion. This story requires you to have read both version 2.0 plus of Soundless and all the files from the after info. If you haven't fulfilled these requirements, you can return to the main menu by right-clicking or hitting escape, then clicking title. We did cover the entirety of the game and the after info the last time we played it. I don't remember if that was version 2.0 or not. I'm going to assume it is.
Yeah.
And if not, we'll get like lit up in the comments. That's fine. Warning. On top of Soundless's original warnings, adiaphoron also comes with additional content warning for speculation concerning climate change and its impact on the Philippines, as well as explicit ableism. Radical. If my hand holds yours, what does your hand feel? If my eyes see you, then what do your eyes see? If my heart cries out, what does your heart say?
If a hand falls in a hand forest, but no one's around to hear it,
Why are you
what
like
does it sound like?
I once read about something called Mary's Room.
I'm already on board. I'm already on board. Thank you. Thank
To
you.
be fair, I don't think Mary's Room is one of the ones that shows up on our visual novel bingo card.
Yeah, that's why I'm already on board.
Yeah,
This one is not.
It's still one that you encounter like first year philosophy, right?
Yeah.
But it's one that you don't encounter unless you've done a little bit of the legwork.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's neat. That's neat.
Yeah. Props.
It was a thought. We are uniquely qualified to judge visual novels based on the esoteric level of their philosophical references.
Based on our thorough command of Check's notes, freshman year level philosophizing.
We both have philosophy degrees. It was a thought experiment about a scientist named Mary who knew everything about red but had never actually seen the color. One day, she left her room to see red for the first time. What did she see? Were knowing of red and experiencing red two different things? I was too young to understand it was more than just a story, but it definitely made me think about what red itself was. Right, because the idea is that, like, if you know everything there is to know about red, but have not experienced it, do you learn anything upon experience it for the first time? Is there something inherent to the experience of of seeing red that you cannot get by learning all about red. To me, the color red meant fruit. It was a tasty color, nothing more complicated than that. To you, however, when I posited the same question, you said,
Blood.
and only that, dismissing the rest of the conversation as ridiculous. I thought maybe you were just trying to gross me out, but when I later learned you had been hit so hard by Mom that you bit your inner lip open, I understood. Oh, this might be Nin or Alma.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on who's who, we might have to switch back, because I remember I was Alma when we played the first time and you were Nin.
Yeah.
The few times I tried to understand you, you were admittedly far and few between. This is probably Nin, actually. Because I don't remember if you recall how Nin described her sister, Alma.
I don't.
Yeah, but Alma was frequently described as manipulative, and
I do remember
yeah,
that Alma
so-
was manipulative.
I bet this is Nin narrating, and she's talking about Alma.
Okay.
So I'm gonna switch the narration over to you.
All right, I'll take it away. All I had ever seen was my horrible sister who used me as a stepping stool, who had used other people as a stepping stool, who sometimes even used her own mother as a stepping stool. What were the people around you to you? Why did we have to suffer so you could stand so high above us? And then, one day, I realized something. We were all at the bottom, groveling, but at least we had each other. You've stood on your throne powerful but alone. And so, I toppled it for your sake. I destroyed your kingdom for your sake. After I had completely annihilated it, I asked you what the moon hanging above us meant. To me, it meant a symbol of change. It was the first time we hung out together after a long period of avoidance, surrounded by the grassy knolls of Itbayat. You said, with the brightest smile on your face,
Laughter.
surely I thought that meant we finally saw eye to eye. The last thing I remember seeing is something incomprehensible. All at once, I was seeing the face of my sister, then that weird priest, and then a woman I didn't know. Overlaid atop that sight was the afterimage of that girl, standing in the creepy church, asking me what I was talking about. What was I talking about?
I don't know if you recall this from the game as well, but one of the things that remember the holy women from the village.
Yeah.
The head would take them from people who had been cryogenically frozen in a bunker
Right.
and thaw them out one at a time. And one of the other things he would do was to use nanomachines to reprogram their brain and thoughts to fit the role of holy women. That never happened to Nin and Alma, and it was threatened to.
Mm-hmm.
But they managed to stave it off until after they had accidentally poisoned the entire town through the river water supply.
How was I even speaking? All I could feel was my throat collapsing in on itself. I'm not a doctor, but I don't think you're supposed to be able to talk like that. I do remember thinking about my sister, though. My strange, lonely, self-absorbed twin, Angelica,
Hi, that's me.
who for whatever reason supernaturally revived after I watched her die.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. I remember I gave her a really high and chipper voice.
Just like how I'm alive again now. There wasn't any ceremony to my revival, nor any explanation. I just was again. One moment I was seeing the same horrifying thing on repeat while in pain for what felt like an eternity, and the next I'm breathing in weird air on the edge of the weird town.
Yeah, because remember the climax of the game was when Alma, or Angelica, went all Modica Magica. Yeah.
I'm sure it would be comforting to someone who actually grew up here. For me, though, well, living in the far-off future Itbayat for only a handful of days isn't really enough to get used to all the changes. Especially the indescribable scent of ocean water that seems to have lost the acidity of the past. I sit there for quite some time. My eyes travel up the hill. There are no more corpses littering the streets. Not even a sign they were once there. I like that we have our little bug friend as the cursor back.
Yeah, that's really nice. So that's interesting. So this must take an appreciable amount of time after the end of the end of the game, since at the very end of the game, when Mercy makes the decision to free her to leave Alma, the streets are still littered with corpses of everyone.
Maybe Alma swept up.
Maybe. Yeah, you know what? That's probably it.
The whole place is spotless, without a drop of blood to speak of. However, the church remains a pile of rubble, the same way it looked when it was destroyed, minus the massive shell of monster thing that once rammed through it.
And the head, according to the logs, wound up dying and drowning, locked in the bunker beneath. Because the bunker was breached and unable to go up where people would find him, he wound up drowning.
No matter how long I sit there, nothing happens, and nobody comes. You would be able to hear a pin drop in the silence if it weren't for the wind. What am I supposed to do now? Am I the only one this happened to? If Mercy listened to me, she should have left, but in retrospect, that was a really stupid thing to tell her for a billion different reasons. And then there's Angelica and what am I supposed to do now, God? What's the point of this? I pull at my hair and thrash around on the ground like I'm possessed. I might as well be. Am I alive? Am I dead? Is this purgatory? Maybe this was purgatory all along, and the cryogenic freezing failed, or whatever they did to us actually killed us? I feel my torso. Confirming it with touch isn't enough. I look down at the dress shirt the priest gave us, too. In doing so, I notice something about a lock of my hair peeking out at me in the corner of my vision, and I gingerly pinch it between my fingers and bring it closer to my face. It's brown.
Oh, hey, new portrait.
I'm back to normal?
Another detail was that the head was I think it was also with nanomachines, was able to alter their eye color, hair color, in addition to their brain state in order to, create the holy women he needed.
Yep.
So clearly whatever happened there is no longer in effect, which is strange.
I leap up. I start bringing more and more of my hair forward, pulling it over my shoulders and taking in the appearance of each and every poorly chopped up lock. I'm back to normal. Yes, yes! The dirt underneath me kicks up every which way as I start to dance without a tune. If anyone saw me like this, it'd be horribly embarrassing, but for now, I really don't care. I start to bunch up my long hair on my shoulders and puff it up like some kind of bird showing off its plumes. No longer do my organs feel out of place. I can actually feel the sensation of cloth against skin throughout my entire body again. With a skip and a shout, I raise my arms to the clear sky, let my hair fly around in shimmering streams, and...
Nina?
Ah! I inhale so sharply my throat feels like it's been cut by my inhalation. I whirl around to look at the person who spoke to me.
Or is it Delilah? It's Delilah! Okay. So you were both Delilah and Nin in our original playthrough?
I see.
For the sake of having you not talk to yourself for a while, I will take over Delilah if that's cool with you.
Okay. No way. Delilah? This isn't a dream, right? Delilah smiles at me gently, just as she did when I first confided in her. She keeps stray hair from flying into her face as she gracefully and steadily walks towards me.
No, I'm just as surprised as you are. Welcome back to the world of the living, Nina.
I stumble over to her. Now that my burst of adrenaline from my happy revelation is gone, it's suddenly difficult to walk. I managed to make it to her without falling over, though. It feels like it's been so long since we last talked. But, please forget what you just saw.
I don't know what you mean.
Delilah smiles cheekily. Good. Anyways, the last I saw of you, you had disappeared into the church. Did you survive the collapse?
Last I remember, there was a strange rumbling, but I hadn't maintained consciousness long enough to see anything more.
Huh? What happened?
The head did something to me. I'm not sure what it was, but there had been a loud explosion, and suddenly I felt something pierce my chest.
So, yep, because the head had retained a weapon with, like, a gun with, like, 3 bullets or whatever still left. So, she got shot
I see.
at the end of, I think that was in the logs.
A loud explosion and a piercing feeling, huh? That sounds like... Oh. In my excitement, it looks like I forgot that my friend didn't exactly have a normal upbringing. I relay the facts to her as simply as I can. You got shot.
Shot?
With a gun. A gun is, how do I explain it? A gun is a kind of weapon that can shoot a small projectile called a bullet at you really fast. The speed and power are tremendous enough to shoot the bullet clean through your body. If it hits you in the wrong place, it can kill you instantly.
I see. Huh.
Delilah's brows furrow like she's trying to comprehend the concept. Frankly, I don't even know if there's any concept of any projectile weapon here. All I know are those stupid Poles. I barely skimmed their Bible. Delilah smiles at me and changes the subject.
We have a lot of catching up to do. This may or may not surprise you, but we aren't the only ones that have been revived.
Really?
Yeah.
Who else is back? Delilah?
Faust is around here, too, somewhere.
Ew. Seriously? I don't want to look in his direction. Is there anybody else?
Well, Clara had actually reappeared some time ago, but she left as soon as she saw Mercy.
Reasonable. Do you remember what happened to Clara?
I forget, but I remember it was horrifying.
Mercy, forced her in a trash compactor.
Ah,
Yeah.
I see.
Understandable that she would then turn tail.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Mercy should be alive, shouldn't she? I don't know how to feel. Not a single part of me really reacts when I hear her name. I don't bother to try and muster an emotion either. Maybe if this had happened as soon as I heard she killed my mom, I'd leave just like Clara, but way too many things happened for it to be so easy for me. I'm way too nice. Lucky Clara. Uh-huh. So Mercy's here. I guess she figured out that there's actually nowhere else to go. And I guess you did too.
Yeah, so one of the things that's left unclear in the logs is, for a while there is, because there's a nuclear apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
And for a while there is a nation state, that's taken residence. This said it was in the Philippines, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's taken residence there. That is kind of a, that provides governmental aid and support to this colony, or to this community through the head.
However, over the course of the time here, they also start to slip out of contact,
Mm-hmm.
and it's unclear why that is. If it's because that that they have fallen somehow, or if they just have, cut off all contact with them for a different reason. Either way, they are thoroughly isolated with the tools they have.
Yep.
Sorry that I keep jumping in here, but
No, it fills in the context. I don't remember all of it, and I'm sure our viewers don't either, unless they just went back and watched all of it.
yeah,
which
unless
you
you're
can,
just coming from the rest of the playlist,
which is probably available somewhere on the internet that you can find.
nowhere to know.
And or if you have simply played Soundless, which you can also find on the internet most likely.
Link in the description. Nailed it.
Delilah stares at me for a moment.
Yeah, we figured something like that.
That's a weird response. Did something happen?
It's a little complicated. May I ask what you mean by there being nowhere else to go?
That's even weirder. Well, this town is situated on a little island called Itbayat. There are only a couple other towns here. As far as I know, there aren't any boats to get out on either. So I would think you guys would try to find somewhere else to go, but only find ruins or the edges of the island. I guess we could try making some rafts, but that would be really dangerous, so I don't bring the idea up. There are way too many miles between Itbayat and Batan for non-Ivatan amateurs to dream of attempting anything. Delilah makes a difficult, hard-to-read expression while she thinks. A lot of her expressions tended to be hard to read since she doesn't really show anything on her face, but I've noticed she's a little more lively now. Barely. As seconds tick past in silence, my gut feels increasingly uneasy. Delilah finally moves her lips, and I can't believe what comes out of them.
There is another town.
There is?
Yeah, however, the other town is just a copy. No matter where you go, you can only reach that town or this one. That's it.
That's even fucking weirder.
That's even weird, because
That's even weirder.
that's a different level of... Because as far as we knew, there were no, weird simulation or otherworld shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
It was just on Earth at a certain point. But this seems strange. How... Because now, when it's, rules of the world are starting to change, now you have to wonder, what else is going on now? Simulation theory? Simulation theory? Simulation theory?
One of these games, it'll be right.
One of these days when I bring up SAO theory, it's gonna be right.
I'm trying to remember if you brought it up in the certain game where it was right, which I haven't played yet, but which you liked and have told me to play.
I don't know which one you're talking about, but I won't ask while we're in the middle of this, so...
The wind rushes past my ears. I slowly crane my neck to look at the path that leads out of here. It goes so far out you can't see the end. It's just an endless, straight path. That doesn't make sense. What a stupid thing to say. Of course nothing makes sense right now, stupid girl called me.
Well, so does the fact that all of them revived for seemingly no reason, right? So...
Nanomachines.
Nanomachines, son! That's the episode. That's the title of the episode.
I'm surprised if we haven't already used that.
Me too.
In 2037, we had moved to Itbayat. We were used to constantly moving around Manila, but this was completely new. According to the captain of Railay Barangay, the Batanes had once been a sparsely populated yet solidly established province. It wasn't immune to colonization or Christianification, but it was isolated enough to retain a significant amount of its pre-Hispanic customs. People cared for the land they lived on, and it cared for them in return. Even in the earliest days of the worsening weather, traditions surrounding preparation for the typhoons that always buffeted the islands allowed for no deaths to come of storms. Time, however, was not as kind. The limestone that became important for building sturdy structures was getting more difficult to produce. The changes brought on by the rising temperatures threw off the rhythms and industries of the island. The younger generations looked to Metro Manila, and so many left. The tiny cluster of homes in Santa Rosa that we found ourselves a part of had only 16 people. There were only 2 older Ivatan women, their unmarried daughter, a nun, and a priest who had stayed at a brand new chapel, and a cattle herder. 4 of these 6 made up the entirety of the barangay council. The other 10 inhabitants were women from other provinces or even countries. There was a sick, wealthy woman and her doctor, 2 adventurous expatriates, some government scientists studying the limestone structures, a journalist, an agricultural student, and a retired pianist. Aside from the priest, the area was entirely composed of women. Angelica and I were often kept in the dark about what our mother was doing because she didn't bother to talk about it. She would only complain about financial stress to us whenever we were adding to her strained nerves, but what exactly was going on remained a mystery. All I knew is that once upon a time, she was a member of the armed forces of the Philippines, and she injured her eye in a war while pregnant with us. Where did she get her money? We were cut off from our extended family. Angelica told me it was probably some kind of veterans compensation, but could that have really earned us the decent life we had? I finally started to get a picture of what it might have been when, during a conversation with one of the old Ivatan women, she had asked my mother why a family from Manila came to Itbayat. In response, my mother discreetly flashed a handgun underneath her coat and smiled. Just work. And then, she told us to run off elsewhere as she went to see an American man in a suit, overseeing the last bit of construction for a tiny nuclear shelter.
Pieces fitting together.
Yep. So that's why they were there, like where the shelter was in the first place.
Yeah. When I glanced at Angelica after that exchange, Angelica just shrugged.
Huh.
The old woman only sighed and left. After that, more and more ex-military women flooded that little town. Women I later discovered were all old friends of my mother's. They would hang out with her and guffaw as they chatted it up with the shelter construction workers, much to the unease of the locals. And then, one night, Angelica came to me and whispered,
Don't repeat this, but I think that Mom is spying on those Americans.
Delilah took me through the town and brought me to a little home by the river. Faust was still nowhere to be seen. Good. But even so, I was on my guard.
This is where Mercy and I have been staying. The building itself used to be the home she lived in as a child.
The building itself used to be, so the inside's messed up. There she goes again with acting weird. Man, I hate it when people aren't upfront with me. Why does everyone do this? Am I just weird for wanting to be honest?
Big fucking mood, right?
If Angelica heard me think that, she'd probably say yes, because you have to be considerate of the other person or whatever. When we enter the home, I expect to see something really messed up. But all that's inside is a tiny little room that definitely doesn't fit the dimensions of the building it's in.
Okay, so theory.
Yeah?
Going off of the Modica influence here.
Yeah?
And I guess
Which realm?
Yeah, which realm? I guess spoilers for Modica the movie, but it feels like maybe
Which Modica the movie?
yeah, the good one. Shots fired. It feels like maybe Alma has constructed this all together from what she remembers, and has brought back the people she remembers and tried to give them the best that she can. Maybe. I don't know. That's the closest I've got.
Why are there 2 towns?
And why are they exactly the same?
Yeah.
And why are they the only 2 places?
Yeah.
But I mean, that makes sense, right? That's kind of like what happens in Modica, where you try to leave the town and you can't because you just wind up back where you started. Right?
Interesting theory.
I should also clarify. We keep comparing it to Monica. The author explicitly listed as an inspiration in the credits of the last of the game. So I'm not just pulling that out of nowhere. I promise.
It's a good fucking inspiration to have.
Oh yeah.
I guess in a way, that's also its own kind of weirdness. Sitting in the middle of the bed, hugging her knees, is Mercy. She's curled up so tight, I'd have assumed she was a contortionist if it couldn't be explained by how thin she's always been. Something odd catches my eye, and I glance to her left. What? Strange, two-dimensional looking things cover the left side of her body. There are little beetles with huge eyes on her shoulder, an inky-looking tree growing out of the bedsheets. The unnatural illusions remind me of the things that decimated the church and killed a bunch of people. It freaks me out.
Oh, Mercy, I'm back. Just like you said, someone else came back. Look.
Mercy sluggishly brings her head up. The fear that briefly seizes her face before she relaxes somewhat doesn't go unnoticed by me. I'm not Angelica, just her clone. Ease up.
I know.
She doesn't laugh like I expect her to. Sorry.
Huh?
She tilts her head.
Why are you apologizing?
Never mind. Either my joke was so unfunny that she couldn't recognize it was a joke, or she's not good at picking up on jokes. More empathy than I'm comfortable with washes through me at the thought of the latter. I quickly kill it off.
Wow, Mercy is so much smaller than the... Wow. I never put that together from what we saw of the sprites in the last game.
Mercy glances down at my neck and scrutinizes it carefully.
So, you're really alive again, Nin.
We both stare at each other like we don't know what to do. The discomfort in the air is palpable. I decide I might as well speak up first because something's bothering me. I love the way it does the cut-in portraits for their expressions in like the little line art.
It's so good. It's such a nice touch.
Yeah. My name is Nina, not Nin. Don't call me by the weird white guy's name anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nina.
She cutely tests my name on her tongue. Not cutely, it wasn't cute. I didn't say that. Shut up. That goes for Alma, too. She hated that name. Use Angelica.
Nina.
Sorry, forget about it. Am I stupid? Yes.
I don't think I'll ever use it, but alright.
I just said to forget about it. The much more socially adjusted Delilah steps in to mediate between us with a diplomatic smile.
Now that you're here, Nina, we should try to get you up to speed. Right, Mercy?
Mercy nods so weakly I wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't staring right at her.
I already told Nina about what's outside of here. Do you want to explain what happened to you? Okay.
Mercy finally quits hugging her knees and scoots to the edge of the bed. After a moment of hesitation, she pats it. Delilah joins her in sitting, albeit on the other side. I look around for somewhere else to sit, but there's nothing. It's just the bed. Delilah looks at me expectantly. You seriously want me to sit next to her? I guess it makes sense since I'm the one getting things explained to me. I reluctantly sit by Mercy, making sure there's a significant amount of centimeters between us. If she thought anything of it, it doesn't show on her face. We waste our time staring at each other and making odd noises. To tell a story, you have to start by speaking.
Nina.
Sorry.
Okay.
Mercy takes a deep breath, then looks away from me. It must be hard to look at my face. I scoot away a bit more and hope that she doesn't take it the wrong way in her delicate little head.
Thank you.
Huh? Delilah watches us quietly.
For what you told me. If you hadn't said that to me, I don't think I would have gotten it.
I try really hard to dredge up a memory where I'm saying something helpful to Mercy, of all people.
So, what this is going to be referring to is towards the end of the game, when she's fully under Angelica's control.
Mm-hmm.
She winds up taking a walk, and the corpses of the people that she's, that she or Angelica have killed,
Mm-hmm.
all kind of subtly try to push her towards leaving Angelica. And
Yeah.
yeah, so that's what Mercy is referring to.
Aside from what I said to her at the river, there's nothing. I'm only drawing blanks. I don't get what you mean.
Oh, that's... yeah.
Mercy fidgets.
Fidget.
Now I feel bad even though I didn't do anything wrong. Watching her is like watching a small dog try and fail to leap up somewhere tall.
You don't remember, huh?
She flinches as she asks that, like I'm going to yell at her for asking such a simple question. Mercy, whatever you remember, I don't remember it. I try to speak as gently as I can, but I feel like it comes out a little too sugary. I was thinking too much about the dog comparison. However, it seems to baffle Mercy, then earns a smile out of her, so I guess she wasn't offended.
Okay then, I'll explain everything. Starting from when you...
She fidgets again. Died. I draw a deep breath to make sure my windpipe's still working.
Yeah.
Mercy was already not looking in my direction, but now it seems like she's trying to shoot laser beams into the floor.
So, after that...
Mercy tells her story. As she's wrapping up, the lighting in the room has changed slightly. To my relief, despite the weird situation, it seems the sun is still moving. Time is passing the same way I remember. Therefore, this is probably the real world. She describes to me things she calls trials, but to me, it's whatever hell I was in. Time didn't pass there. It was always day in the weird church. All I did was wander back and forth, scratching my neck, thinking about Angelica. I'm amazed she managed to get something useful out of my muttering.
So then, after all those things happened with Angelica, I walked down the path. I kept walking and walking, but nothing really changed for a while. Eventually, I came across another town on a hill, and I thought it was somewhere new, but then I realized it was just the town right after the church collapsed. I was so scared to go in, but then Delilah showed up, and just like you, she couldn't remember the trials at first, but then she remembered, and now we're here. People just pop up one after another. I feel it. I can sense where they are so long as they stay in the town.
Mercy wiggles her toes as she stares at them silently.
That's it.
So this is the duplicate town?
That
If there is a duplicate town?
Yeah, this would appear to be the second one, because it sounds like she went to the second town, left Angelica, and now is just wherever. Stayed there.
Does Mercy have nanomachines?
I don't recall if she does. I don't recall if there's anything in the logs that would suggest that she does.
Because if she secretly did, that could explain this. Like, oh, walks out of the town, walks a long way into the middle of nowhere, dies, gets nanomachines, revives, creating an entire town in the process and causing people to start pop
Yeah,
up.
I suspect nanomachines are going to be a part of how this is happening here.
I try to sort it out in my head.
Maybe it's Mercy that's reconstructing everything.
It would make sense.
Yeah, that would make sense.
1, something supernatural is going on. 2, that something is controlled by Mercy, who doesn't seem to realize she's in control.
Yep.
3, in order to break the loop Delilah mentioned, we'd probably have to teach her how to control it. At least that's how things go in fictional stories like this.
Man, more time loop stories.
What is it about us and those who live in loops?
You know what? I'm not even going to pretend I'm not just a huge unabashed fan of the genre.
I don't know the first thing about controlling supernatural powers outside of novels and television, though. If Mercy is a newbie Esper protag, then Delilah and I are just the side character spirits she channeled and put into new bodies. Subconsciously. Twice. Somehow. I plunge myself deep into thought, searching for a solution. Aha, I've got it. If I'm just a side character, then I have to give her another revelation that will lead her to the truth. I start cooking up a cool line to dispense.
I'm sorry.
Mercy's sudden apology breaks me out of my concentration. I blink. Why?
Telling you everything must have upset you a lot.
Huh? What is she talking about? I feel fine. Suddenly, Delilah giggles.
You've been sitting there staring at her, Nina.
Oh no. My face heats up to an uncomfortable degree. I wasn't really upset or, anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Quit apologizing.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Delilah gives up on trying to hold in her laughter and just lets it all out, facing away from us. It's not funny.
It really is, though.
I try to imagine what the cotton of Mercy's bed sheets might taste like if I were to bite into them and start ripping them up from embarrassment. Which is a totally normal thing to imagine that I imagine all the time. Anyways. Delilah quickly muffles herself and pretends that she wasn't giggling at us a moment ago. She's pursing her lips like she's trying to hide her mouth by sucking it all in. Mercy looks at us, confused. I face towards her and, instead of a witty one-liner, blurt out what comes to mind. This is definitely your doing. Mercy frowns, looking like she's about to say the S word again. No, wrong. That's not what I meant. I mean, like, it's your power. You're the one controlling everything.
Me?
Yeah? Out of the corner of my eye, I see Delilah's head move, but I don't think anything of it and continue. If you just focus, you should probably be able to break down the illusion that there are two towns. And then we can all finally go wherever we want. Not really, but the small island thing can wait until after. Mercy stares at me. Under her unmoved gaze, I suddenly start to feel like I just said something really stupid.
The curse is, everywhere. Not just here.
Mercy raises a fingertip and, as if on cue, one of the creepy beetles from the family on her shoulder flies over and lands on the tippy top of her nail.
I can control the poison inside of me, but not everything that's already leaked out. I'm sorry.
My eyes go wide. You still think you're cursed? Mercy jolts at my outburst. Regret stings me as I try to dial my volume down. I look to Delilah. Did you not tell her about her disorder?
Well, about that. I don't have an illness.
Mercy, who I've only ever seen behave with uncertainty in everything, suddenly speaks so firmly I'm shocked she's the same person.
Oh, I don't have an illness.
She's glaring at me when I look back.
Hmm.
You do, though. You see things because your brain doesn't work right. It's just a made-up illusion. There's no curse or anything. That was stuff made up by the old creep controlling the town.
Even if he took advantage of the situation, I'm not sick. Stop saying that I'm sick.
Oh my god. I've heard of schizophrenic patients being difficult, but I never thought I'd be at the tail end of it. If it were me, I'd be relieved to know that the things I'm seeing aren't real. If you acknowledge that it's an illness, you'll have an easier time managing it. Back in my time, there were special medications that made everything disappear.
I don't want to stop seeing it. How am I supposed to track it if I can't see it? Even if you had these medicines, I don't want them.
The more I try to convince her, the angrier she looks. I don't get it. I seriously don't get it. Wouldn't you want to get better?
You wouldn't be making anything better.
It's like we're a broken record. Delilah tries to get between us.
Look, Mercy. Nina just wants to help. And I'm telling her she's not helping.
The beetles on her shoulder and fingertip fly up into the air. They start to circle me and multiply like a cloud of mosquitoes on a muggy summer day. I get up and run to the other edge of the room, but they follow me. Fretfully, I hug the wall.
This is my reality, and it's never going away. Even if you tell me what I alone used to see was all fake, then why was I seeing it? You shouldn't be able to see fake things. It's all real to me. It's all real.
The swarm surrounding me completely engulfs my body, my vision going dark. They crawl all over me, running up and down my skin with their little legs.
Don't pretend you can't see it too now.
The floor beneath me disappears. The next thing I know, I'm lying face down on the dirt, right where I started. The bugs are gone, but I can still feel the sensation of them on me. Ah. I shudder, then sit myself up. Well, that was a complete failure. I really messed up. I should have stopped when she started getting mad, but I just kept going. I sigh loudly for a long time, trying to get all the air out of my lungs before taking in a full breath again. That calms me down. I get back to thinking. Despite the poor ending, at least Mercy seems to know her limits. With that in mind, there must be more at play. Surely she'd leave if she could, right? This town must have only bad memories for her. I cross my arms and legs as I try to think of what to do next.
Wow, that took longer than I expected.
My breath hitches in my throat.
Just taking a guess here.
A very distinct boy's voice comes from above. Oh no, please no.
I thought she would kick you out the moment you entered their little home, but looks like she likes you way more than that.
I very slowly crane my neck to look up.
Oh, look at me, I've got the cat smile.
There's the last person I wanted to see, poking his asshole head out from an opened window on the second floor of the house. Faust. He smiles down at me like how he always has with everyone I've ever seen him interact with. Contrasting his smug attitude are bandages covering him up very well. He's also wearing something that looks like hospital clothes. Don't talk to me.
He also knows how Faust gets the asshole rival theme. Yes. And she's already so cold towards me. Man, you must really hate me.
Didn't I just say to not talk to me?
Yes, but this is Faust ignores you day. That's every day if you didn't know. I'm going to talk to you as I please. You and I are on the same rung as far as I'm concerned.
The same rung.
Mm-hmm.
He swings one leg over the windowsill. Even though I hate him, I find myself frantically reaching out to try and stop him anyways. Then he jumps out, lands on the ground in front of me like it was nothing, and grins at me as he stands.
Remember when I told you all about survival of the fittest?
It went in one ear and out the other, I'd like to say, but he keeps going before I can respond.
You and I controlled that mob perfectly. We were practically the heads of our own little group. Nobody stood a chance.
Bile rises up in my throat. I don't want to remember what happened to all those people. I didn't even do anything.
Huh? But that's not how I remember it.
Faust takes 2 steps forward, getting in my face. I immediately take 6 steps back.
My favorite part was when you rammed a pole right through some moron's stomach as he charged at you.
Shut up, I was defending myself.
Whatever you say, I know you have talent.
Faust gestures further up the hill.
But, Mercy, she's got way more talent. More than the two of us combined and then some. She's all the way at the top. Her and your sister, of course.
My heart suddenly leaps. That's right, Angelica. Where is Angelica? Mercy said she became a papery creature and was heavily injured, but she never said anything about her dying. Where is my sister? Faust glances away and whistles.
I don't know.
I'm not good at telling when someone is lying, but even I can sense just how insincere his tone is. Tell me. Faust laughs at my anger.
Not here. I've never seen her for myself, but I've seen Delilah stopping back here in a huff, and I heard her say that there was nothing of value in the other town. There's gotta be something justifying the dupe's existence, right? Something that pisses off the puppy following Mercy around enough to make her look like a steaming pot. Hey, wait!
I don't bother to hear the rest of what he's saying, turning on my heel to start sprinting down the path. He catches up, though, grabbing my arm to stop me. Hey, let me go.
There's something I wanted to ask you first.
His face is so uncharacteristically serious, it actually gives me pause. Huh? Why should I care? Faust, sensing I won't run off anymore, lets go of me.
Do you know anything about the United States of America?
Right. So the reason Faust is fixated on this is because the head speculates at one point that Faust started asking questions about the places in the outside world because the head had started feeding everyone MREs. And Faust was the one that noticed that they said stuff like made in the United States of America on them, and how that implied the existence of other places. So that's why Faust is fixated on this.
My gut reaction is to call the question stupid. How does he not know about America? Well, he doesn't know anything about America because historical countries don't exist to their cult, idiot. Then I realized just how strange that sounds. How does he know about something called America if he shouldn't? It's a country.
Yeah, I know that.
He does?
What I don't get is what a country even is.
Where did you hear about America?
It was on our food bags. The head priest suddenly came to the school personally one day and lectured us all about it. I don't believe a word of shit that spews from his mouth, though. He told us all about how America was split in half between two parties, just like God, but the lack of mediators is what destroyed it.
I try very hard to decipher what the old creep meant by that, then figure it's probably just random stuff he came up with and give up.
According to the logs, it was just random stuff he came up with just to try to cover up for it. Because he realized too late that he had fucked up.
That didn't happen.
Thought so. Then what is this country? I can tell from the name it's a bunch of United States belonging to someone named America, am I right?
I stare at him, then turn to leave. I don't have time to give you a history lesson. I have to go see my sister.
My theme hasn't stopped playing yet. Wait.
This time he doesn't chase after me, and I don't stop for him.
Man, imagine if America did belong to Amerigo Vespucci. No,
Yeah,
actually, that would probably suck still, wouldn't it?
He was just still around, sitting on his golden throne.
Yep. God.
The walk to the other town is as long as Mercy made it sound. Back when this place was normal, and the cult town was just a little huddle of houses in a barangay with no river, this path would have eventually led to the town in San Rafael. Emphasis on eventually. Going by foot was a stupid idea. But no matter where I look, the area surrounding me just looks the same. The thought of going off the path to see if anything changes freaks me out. I feel like I'd get trapped in level Antichrist of the back rooms. I can reference this because I'm from the past, when that meme existed.
Is that... Oh, wait, is that like literally the back? I don't know anything about the back rooms.
As in the meme, the back rooms probably still existed during Angelica's time.
Yeah, okay, because I believe that it was implied that they went into cryostasis a little bit after around 2036 or so.
Yeah, I'd be willing to believe that it'd be a vintage meme that was around by
something
then
you
still.
could. Yeah, okay.
The sun is starting to get lower and lower. Any lower and I'll be walking out here in the dark. Just before I start freaking out, I see a speck in the distance. As I come closer, it grows into a familiar shape. It's the town. Unlike the one I woke up in, the church is still standing. I spot something moving around the bottom of the hill. Squinting, I spy a head of orange hair. Clara? I walk a bit faster. Clara stops and looks at me as soon as I show up.
I think you were Clara,
Yeah,
if I
think
recall
so.
correctly.
Her gaze is filled with irritation, like I'm unpleasant just to look at. Only a single eye is staring at me, the other is hidden under bandages, of which she's got stuck to or wrapped around her haphazardly. Just like Faust, she's wearing some kind of hospital gown. Hi? Hi? To be honest, I really want to talk to her. It would be nice to get to know someone who also doesn't really care for Mercy. But it seems like our shared trait isn't enough to stoke the flames of friendship.
Oh, whoops.
Not that it doesn't make any sense. After all, I kinda got a bunch of people to start getting violent back then, and she was thrown into the crossfire.
And then into the trash compactor.
That was beyond stupid of me. Do you have something to say? Stop staring at me. Oops. I heard you left the other town. Yeah? So? Why? Clara kicks up a dirt clod. Why wouldn't I? Mercy is there. I don't want to see her. She put me in a trash compactor. Why should I bother going near her? I think she revived you, though. That makes it fine, right? If you, like, uncompact them after.
Yeah, and I mean, also Claire's also forgetting the sheer level of emotional trauma and physical trauma she's put Mercy threw up until that point.
Mhm.
Right. I'm not saying Mercy's right to put her in the trash compactor. I'm saying that it didn't come out of nowhere.
I only said that as a presumed fact, but it seems Clara took it the wrong way because she just gets angrier. Seriously? Someone tells you I got thrown in a trash compactor by someone, and you go, oh, but they brought you back, so why does it matter? You're seriously dumb. Oh my god. That's not what I mean. Then what else is it supposed to mean? What's so great about Mercy? Why does everyone like her so much? Even that jerk Faust keeps going on and on about how she's at the top of the food chain now. You know what he called me? A worm. She must have also been hassled on her way out of town.
Yeah, I can see Falls doing that.
Even though Clara's yelling at me like I'm her enemy, my heart swells with joy at her rants. She gets it. But I agree with you. Mercy isn't that great. She's done bad things too. She killed my mom. Your mom? Now you're just lying. Huh. I don't know what you're trying to do, Holy Maiden, but I don't want anything to do with it. Clara starts to dawdle off to the school. Geez, every single one of you is so stupid. I'm so blindsided by the turn in our conversation that I don't even ask her to stop. I simply stand there and watch her disappear through the entrance. At that moment, I remember that Delilah never told Clara anything and probably continued to not tell her anything. I'm an idiot. With Clara gone, I no longer have anything to keep me from confronting the inevitable. After gathering myself, I start heading up the hill. The sunset dyes every house like they're covered in blood. Shadows loom closer to me until I'm bathed in purple. Every step I don't see her, I feel another pang of fear tack onto my heart. It's not safe for her to be alone here. I can't guarantee she's okay if she's been alone all this time. I have to make sure that she's fine. I'll never forgive myself if she isn't fine. I'll never forgive Mercy if she isn't fine. I see someone leave the church. The shadow Angelica casts is the longest shadow of them all. It feels like it engulfs me, even though it doesn't reach me. She glares at me like I'm the origin of all her world's evils, just like always. Sis?
Small fry.
I'm a small fry, even though I'm only 30 minutes younger than her. I'm just a girl, and she's an angel. My fingers,
right, because they're names.
my fingers run along my throat. Unlike Faust and Clara, my injuries aren't bandaged. They're gone, like they were never there in the first place. There's no longer any proof of Angelica's sororous side. I'm sure she prefers it that way.
Why are you here?
Isn't it normal for a sister to look out for her family? I wanted to check on you.
Is that really true? You're too proactive for that to be your only reason for coming here.
Even if it's not the only reason, why act like that would cancel out checking on you?
Because I'm not in the mood to be used by someone else.
That's bold coming from you.
Small fry.
Angelica's voice quivers. She balls one hand into a fist, the other bandaged, unable to follow suit. Mercy said she slashed Angelica's face, but Angelica would hate that, so she's probably glad the wound is on her hand now. Our argument is following the same pattern. I try to do something sensible, Angelica reacts in a frustrating way, I get angry at her, and then the argument keeps escalating and escalating until we're finally interrupted by the only person who can stop us. But That person isn't here right now.
You're such a manipulative lowlife. I can't stand it.
Quit projecting.
Oh? So you think I'm a lowlife? So much for familial love.
I'm not saying you're a lowlife, I'm saying you're manipulative.
I'm not.
You're claiming that you're innocent, even now? I heard it all. You hurt Mercy.
That wasn't me. That was some freakish supernatural accident. I didn't want to do any of that.
Maybe the story was a little exaggerated because Mercy wasn't in her right mind either, but it won't stop. It just keeps going. Are we just going to stand here screaming at each other until all the oxygen in the world runs out? I don't want that. I want it to be over already. Help me, Mom.
I think you were, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember at all what kind of voice I gave her, so we'll just roll with it. What are you two doing? Don't argue like that in public. Wait until you're home. A familiar, harsh voice shuts us both up instantly. It's a miracle. I'm so happy I could rocket off into the sky.
Mom.
Mom. I like how they both have the one eye theme when their mother also has one eye injured.
Yeah.
But it's got opposite eyes as they're on the opposite side of the screen. It's symbolism.
It's a good yeah, it's good.
My mother's full name is Mary Joy Divinigracia Navarro. People usually call her MJ for short. We have only ever known her.
Hell yeah, double-barreled first name gang. Rise up.
Yeah. Our father, who was a medic, died of an illness before she could marry him. And apparently we're cut off from our extended family for a reason we don't really know. In our little family, the mother is the ruler, the eldest sitter the petty ruler, and I the court jester. Even after our mother stopped smacking us as a form of punishment, I still got the brunt of everything. That was fine, though. I was used to it.
I got jester's privilege.
It's not like it was unjustified anyways. We would often jump from barangay to barangay and school to school. While we still remained in Manila and would occasionally see a familiar face, our social life was essentially inconsistent. I don't think it was financial trouble that caused our situation, though we did have our hardships that Mom complained about. So, what was it all this time? What was going on? That night, Angelica showed me a little zine with only her phone light to read it. It was a tri-language Tagalog Cebuano English publication from the Filipino branch of an international eco-activist group. That group called themselves Verdant Vengeance, or V2 for short.
I found this in her things.
You were going through her suitcase?
No, it was open and it caught my eye.
I doubted that because Mom always kept her things on lockdown, but I didn't point it out. Do you think she's one of them?
I'm not sure. But it would make sense, wouldn't it?
V2 used all sorts of methods to achieve their goals, from reformist ones to revolutionary ones. Those who leaned more revolutionary tended to get targets painted on their backs. It would have explained the constant need to move around. But what about the money? Lots of people who do this tend to live in poverty.
That's why I said I'm not sure, stupid. Maybe she's a hitman. Maybe she gets hired to do things by all sorts of people. But it's weird to me. She has this pamphlet, but she told me her job here has something to do with people building the shelters on Itbayat. Don't you know? V2 doesn't like Tavera Tech.
A lot of people don't like Devera Tech.
I'm talking about V2 specifically because she has this thing.
Angelica shook the zine for emphasis. I didn't mean to say they're not connected.
You don't have to remind people about what they already know. It's included in the context of the conversation.
Sorry.
Anyways.
Angelica turned off her phone light at last. I was getting worried because her battery life looked low, and the scheduled power down times on the island got tighter every month.
Whatever Mom is doing, at least we have some idea now. Don't know how she kept it a secret for this long.
It was probably because we had our own problems to deal with, so we couldn't pay much attention until now, is what I wanted to say, but I didn't, and let Angelica keep going.
I'm pissed off that she lied. Doesn't she care about us? This is such a risky thing to do.
I guess. I liked the idea that Mom was doing something good, though. It's not like the alternative was any less risky, considering how much the locals didn't like the project. I read on the internet a few days ago that Devera Tech might be connected to the think tank spreading all the conspiracies about the Unix bug. These bunkers are so stupid. What are they going to do when there's no nuclear disaster to justify them? All the governments they duped will just demand the money back. That's how you can tell this is a fantastical setting, because when corporations fleece world governments on a massive scale, the governments demand and get the money back.
Oh, you're right.
Remember, it's not theft as long as you go big enough.
Angelica shoved the zine in her skirt pocket and muttered as she turned to get back in her own bed.
They're already making up wars. Pay attention.
Ah, right. Of course I had forgotten that. I settled down in my own bed but couldn't sleep, and soon it had become morning. Angelica was always one step ahead of me in the intelligence department. Not much time had passed after that. The supposed date of doomsday loomed upon us. The closer it came, the more worried some people looked, but none looked more afraid than Mom. It scared me to see her so scared. When the sirens blared and we were urged to evacuate into the shelter, Mom refused to let us go. She held us in her arms and uncharacteristically began to pray. Angelica didn't say a word, letting Mom keep her in place with an unreadable expression, but I didn't want to die. I started shouting for help. The priest sacrificed himself to force Mom to let us all go in the shelter, and the entire time she hysterically muttered about something I couldn't decipher. We descended, and I was relieved. We were all going to be okay. Together and okay. I don't want to remember what happened after that. We stood there staring at each other for quite some time. Mom is fine, but she's wearing a dress I've never seen her wear before. The skirt is so long that it touches the ground. There's no way she would like walking around in that. Eventually, Angelica leaves without saying anything.
I'm out.
I catch a distressed look on her face as she passes by me and try not to think much of it. Mom, how are you feeling? Fine. Mom looks down at her skirt with a displeased look on her face as she speaks. Where is this? She must not remember when she was brainwashed, for obvious reasons. We're outside the bunker. It's Santa Rosa, Mom, but in the future. Why is there an entire town? There weren't that many of us before. And this church is massive. The cross is fixed on wrong. It's upside down. It's a long story. Long story or not, it's important to know the details of these things. Since your sister isn't willing to explain, it looks like I have to rely on you. Mom bends down. She starts ripping her skirt to shorten it, tearing it off up to her knees. Even though she's doing something else, she expects you to keep talking when she asks a question. It's a multitasking thing. Well, there should be files on the terminal in the bunker explaining everything, but basically some white guy started a cult here and built a new town. The backwards cross is actually their symbol. Mom scoffs. Lazy. That's what I'm saying. Is it the same white guy who oversaw construction on the island? No, a totally different guy. Still American, though. Mom finishes making her adjustments to the dress's skirt. She folds up the fabric, presumably to save it, then realizes she doesn't really have anywhere to put it and just throws it on the ground. Put that in the church for me, somewhere safe. It hasn't stopped being useful. Okay. I do what she asks immediately, even though I don't want to see the inside of that church. I rush in and toss it on a pew with my eyes partially covered by my fingers, only peeking out just enough to not trip. I seriously think if I see it in full again, I'm going to be sick. Mercy was right to destroy it. Once I come back out, Mom is no longer standing where she once was. I spot her heading out into the field beyond the church. Whoa, whoa! I start running to catch up with her. She glances back at me. What? Where are you going, Mom? To the bunker. You said there was more information on the terminal. Don't you remember? It had to be built over here for geographical reasons. I remember, but... Oh, wow, I got the voices switched. Don't you remember? It had to be built over here for geographical reasons. I remember, but I don't want you to fall into the back rooms. What? The spaces between reality, the glitches in the simulation. The back rooms aren't real. Don't be stupid. But... Nina... I shut my mouth for now. I'll explain it when she's not so laser-focused. I just hope my hesitation doesn't result in us falling somewhere dangerous. Things are shaped a little differently. The incline isn't as steep as before. I usually don't know if she actually wants me to engage in a conversation with her or not when she talks, but since she did ask me for information, I guess it would be okay to give her some. I pipe up, quietly at first, before fixing the volume of my voice. Yeah, it's been a really long time. The reservoir they built in Santa Rosa developed a river. It cuts the cult town in half. Oh, and they were drugging it. Drugging it? She whips around to look at me. Did you drink any of that water? Eek. Only a couple times, but I was forced to. Mom doesn't say anything else, but I can tell that made her angry. If that old creep shows up, I'd like to see him get torn to shreds with my mom's bare hands. Even if she's a little distant, I know she loves me a lot. I can prove it. Mom? What? If King Solomon said he was going to split me in two to see if you were my real mom, would you let it happen? Mom scoffs. You and your sister are already split in two. That's not an answer. I'm probably not going to get a real one, so I just stay silent the rest of the walk. We do actually end up finding the bunker. Not the little entrance built under the church, but the real one we entered in 2038. Its sign and the little antenna that was next to it are nowhere to be found, probably rusted and then blown away by a typhoon. At first glance, it looks like a helipad, but instead of a huge H, there's just a single seam to indicate there's a closed bulkhead. It's not very big. It was just large enough to fit about 40 people standing in a cluster, and only 30-some went down. From here we took an elevator, but its control panel isn't here. It must be because the elevator has descended and I don't think we can call it up. Despite us being so far out, I can still barely hear the ocean like we're further inland. My mom searches along the edge of the bulkhead. Eventually, she finds the entrance to an emergency staircase. But the metal is too rusted to twist the lock and open it. Even the most corrosion-resistant of metals is nothing against indeterminate centuries on a typhoon-prone island. I was hoping we could have done this without going into the church, but I guess not. Not that the idea of going back into that bunker was much of a pleasant thought either. Nina, how did you get in here? There's another entrance, in the church. I brace myself for her response. As expected, she sighs and shakes her head. You could have told me that earlier. This was a waste of time. What would you have done if it had to do with food and you were keeping all the secrets in your head while we starve?
Lady, you cut your daughter off while she was trying to talk to you. I don't know what you expected.
Sorry. Speaking of starvation, I haven't felt a single hunger pain yet. Am I alive or dead or what? Make up your mind. The sun's last rays finally die out as we make our way back to the church. At least this way it'll be difficult to see the inside of it. We enter, cautiously walking down the aisle. Where is the entrance? It's hidden by the altar, under a little door. You have to push aside a big flower pot and a rug. Mom says nothing as she makes her way up to the altar as quickly as possible, then shoves aside objects with ease. She's so unsubtly tearing up the place that I would be terrified if there was someone to catch us doing this. I'm only a little anxious, though. It merely reminds me of her rage cleaning. As soon as she finds the entrance, she opens it up, feels around inside, then descends down the ladder. I follow. I'm gonna warn you right now, Mom, that these stairs go down for a while. Not surprising, the bunker is below sea level. Building this must have taken a long time. Yeah. The old creep must have really planned ahead. I always found it kind of weird that he knew so much about how this place operated and could even use the terminal. Maybe it's because he had all the years in the world to figure it out, if what their little Bible said about the head being immortal was true. There were so many entries that I could barely scratch the surface when we were getting the hideout supplies.
Yeah, so the head was indeed... He had some kind of immortality drug, or the nanomachines, right? Some one of that things. The catch was that it was... He stopped being able to remember stuff properly, which is why the logs became so important.
Right.
Yep. Which led to him drinking the water that one time when he explicitly told himself he never should.
Yep. When we finally reach the bottom of the stairs, my mother inspects the writing on the walls, then looks at the point where the stairwell wall and the bunker hallway connect. These are made of two different metals. They're soldered together haphazardly. When I follow her gaze, I see exactly what she's talking about. I didn't notice that. Is it even possible to add on to a bunker once the structure is already underground? Like I said, it's not like it was a ridiculously huge bunker, but it wasn't anything to sniff at either. If they tried to make an opening from within and go out, they would have probably been buried alive. They would have had to get accurate maps of the construction and everything. That man really did know way too much about what was happening here. We make our way to the back entrance of the main room where all the pods are. The hallway we were just in seems to have lost its function, but it was something like a utility closet and ration deep freezer, as well as where all the energy-related stuff is. When you go through the main room and to its front, You can go through a door to find the elevator.
Speaking of energy, I think it's important to bring up that one of the other things that kept the town here from continually falling out of sync with the world around it was that the outside world seemed to have been moving towards using a different energy source called flugelite, if you recall that from the. And so things running on electricity and batteries just stopped being a thing that were produced.
I start to head in, walking past the upturned operating table. It's difficult to make my way through without any lights, but it can't be helped. They were all shattered after all. I press the button to open the door to the entrance, but it only opens a little. I peek through the crack and only see darkness. When I take a whiff, it's predictably musty and gross smelling. We didn't take the experimentation lying down. After they had finished messing us up, we messed them and their things up right back. Then we buried them under the elevator platform after raising it up and down a bit, stuck ourselves in the pods, and that was that. In retrospect, it was a pretty gruesome thing to do, but Mom and her friends were too pissed off to care. I can't muster any sympathy myself. Even with my body back to normal, I'm never going to forget what happened to me. I try to pry the door open. Nina, come here. Coming. I would have liked to make sure the elevator was ready for use next time, so we don't have to go through the church again, but it looks like Mom has other plans. She motions for me to come over by the terminal, which she's already powered on. Mom sits down at the chair. Don't go where I can't see you. Okay. I'm 15 years old, though. I sit down, but that leaves me bored, so I decide to occupy myself by flipping through binders of documents I found on a bookshelf. It's all just dry bunker resident profiles. There's stuff about the scientists and Deveritech staff who were here too, but I couldn't care less. Hey, Mom. What? She sounds a little irritated, but I need to ask this. What are you trying to do? I thought it was obvious. I'm learning about this place. I'm pushing my luck, but what are you going to do when you learn enough? Mom surprises me with her silence. She stops typing for a moment, as if trying to formulate a response. We'll leave with everyone else. I'll wake everyone up and we can reconvene with the rest of Itbayat. What do I tell her? Should I tell her? I should. I'm going to tell her. We can't leave. What do you mean? Something weird is going on. If you walk down the path out of here, you don't see the rest of Itbayat. You just find another town like this. Despite my words, my mother resumes typing. Mom? The answer might be in here. But how? Nina, let me work. I don't reply. If my mom wants to do something, then you should let my mom do it. I wonder if she's just in denial of the whole situation. She's going to quickly discover that the road to normalcy might not even exist. After all, even the island itself has changed throughout all these years. What would be the point in trying to bring back what we had? Why would my mom think like this? After all, she's the one who had the least visible trouble with moving from place to place. If anything, the one who had the most issues was me. I hear my mother scroll the big, clunky scroll wheel on the chunky terminal mouse.
Not a big, very clunky one. Do I have a clunky? Is the one on this one clunkier? Let me try that. Hold on, I'm doing some Foley work here. Ready?
Yeah.
Nope.
That's not clunky at all.
That's not clunky at
Oh,
all.
what just happened?
And it just backed us up, which is...
Uh-oh. I guess we gotta click return real quick.
Maybe I shouldn't have used that
Okay, cool.
All right, that's what I get for trying to do. We have a good clunky wheel on our old mouse, but that one sucked, so...
So, the person who put in all these entries reset the date. And it was also reset after the Unix bug error. The last known date was February 12th, 2037, upon the manual reset. So we were underground for 2,037 years until he found us? That can't be right. There was a 100-year countdown on the display above our pods. I look up to confirm that I saw it. In the darkness, I can just barely see that my pod has the number 0 burned into it. Maybe they're the same reset. It was called the year 2038 problem for a reason, Nina. Yeah, I knew that. I wasn't thinking. I wouldn't be surprised if these terminals have something weird going on with how they compute time. The bug fix could have been faulty, or a new problem might have shown itself while we were in stasis. For now, I'm going to assume that any measurements of time can't be trusted. Or maybe I just refuse to believe that this is Earth that far in the future. A long stretch of time passes as Mom continues to carefully go through the entries. She occasionally discovers weird things, like a monarchy apparently taking over the Philippines and some kind of new energy source.
Yeah, so she's reading the logs that we read at the end of the playthrough last time.
The thought of things being that different makes me uneasy, so I try not to think about it. In the meantime, I go through more and more of the documents. If my mother is hell-bent on waking everyone up, then I might as well see if there's any pod operation information in here.
So they haven't checked, because if they did, they'd realize that there's everyone else. Well, actually, no, I guess we don't know if that still carries over or not. Because they said there was barely 30 some odd people in there.
Yeah.
Her name was the one that began with a Y, so there are at least 24 people before her.
Yeah.
That were woken up. And then the 3 of them. So I doubt there might not be anyone else left.
It would be silly to try and mess with the pods without checking a manual. Mom makes a low hum. I crane my neck to try and see what she's reading. Thankfully, the font is just big enough and she's scrolling just slow enough, too. It's an audio transcription of the creep trying to brainwash my mother, but she refuses to let it happen. Because of us. As soon as I finish reading, Mom clicks away. I can't help but grin giddily as I get back to what I'm doing. Bastard. The giddiness only lasts for about 5 minutes. When I hear Mom mutter under her breath, I turn to look and see her brows knit in anger. Mom? Reviving them from stasis might not work. That bastard worked them to death and then threw their corpses in the pods. They're still dead. My mother slams her fist down on the desk. I flinch. I'm not shocked that she's angry. Some of these people were her friends. She had invited them to Itbayat personally. They were a close-knit group because they survived getting stranded during the war. I didn't hear that from her. I had to hear it from one of those friends. But if everyone is dead, then what about her? She's back now, just like the rest of us, even though she wasn't killed when the town went crazy. There has to be a way to bring everyone back with this supernatural method, or maybe the people on this Earth know a way. I stand up. Mom isn't paying attention, her face buried in her hands. She looks miserable. I've never seen her look so devastated before. I quietly tiptoe out of the room and into the hall. To my shock, I bump into Angelica.
Hey, watch where you're going, twerp. Careful where you're...
I cover her mouth, and predictably she flails in frustration. Shh, Mom will get upset if she finds out I'm leaving. Angelica relents. I take my hand off her mouth. Can you pretend to be me for a bit?
Are you serious? We haven't been able to do anything like that for years, ever since you messed up cutting your hair.
It's not like you have anything better to do. Besides, it's too hard for her to see your hair in the dark in there. Just ruffle it up a bunch. To my surprise, Angelica doesn't kick up any more of a fuss. I was expecting to have to bolt out of the place. She simply walks in, correctly guesses I was sitting in front of the binders scattered along the floor, and doesn't say a word. I start heading up the stairs. I'll figure this out for you, Mom. I'll make you proud. I know Mercy has something to do with the answer. I'll go back to town, apologize, and make sure everything ends well for all of us. It's daytime again. I didn't feel a single urge to go to sleep the whole time Mom and I were in the bunker, nor did I feel tired during the walk to the other town. There's no need for food, drink, or even rest. And yet, the sun and moon still move. Maybe I was wrong about being certain that we're alive because time is marching on. I don't think about what may lie at the end of this. I believe it will all be fine and keep moving forward because I want to survive. When I reach the town, I'm thankfully not greeted by Faust. Instead, I get to see him when I walk a little further in.
Oh, you thought you could avoid me, huh? Too bad. I am inevitable, like a force of nature.
Inevitable, like the common cold. Yeah. Instead, I get to see him when I walk a little further in. Standing before him are Mercy and Delilah. I quickly duck behind a wall so I'm not seen.
Well, Mercy already knows.
Why are you still here? Go away. Leave me alone. I don't like you.
Mercy's voice is cold again.
Hey, I've been keeping my distance lately. You're the one who's playing tag with me.
Can you blame her? You're the source of a lot of her grief. She doesn't want you near her at all. She doesn't even want to be in the same town as you. Why are you so stubborn?
Faust laughs.
I don't want to hear anything from you. Let Mercy do the talking. This girl's long past the point when she needs your help, after all. She's crossed her uncrossables. What about you?
Well, Delilah, it's okay. Mercy?
There we go.
Mercy glares at Faust. She quietly raises her arms in the air. Like before, beetles swarm and multiply around her until they make a giant cloud. This swarm's 10 times bigger than the one she used on me. It blots out the sun. Faust actually steps back, his smug smile faltering.
Go away.
Mercy throws her arms down like she's tossing a ball. The swarm lands right on top of Faust and swallows him up.
Oh, so much for the tolerant left.
It slowly dissipates to reveal that he's disappeared.
What? What? Got a problem? I wish I could push him out the edge. I'm trying to figure out how.
Delilah walks up to Mercy and places a comforting hand on her shoulder.
I know. Let's get back to our walk, okay?
Delilah and Mercy leave. I come back out and glance toward the bottom of the hill. The swarm reappears in front of the school and deposits Faust right in front of the entrance.
Ugh.
Merely having his presence in her jurisdiction causes Mercy trouble, huh? I can't use mere words to apologize to her after what I did. She revived me, then I went and made her mad. What a way to thank someone. The best way to make it up to her is to get rid of a problem for her. With some disgust that I stuff down for the sake of the mission, I make my way over to Faust. Hello, problem.
Oh, everything's just turning up fast today, isn't it?
He sluggishly gets up and rubs his head.
You pronounced my name wrong. It's Fast, not problem. Oh.
Hey. His head shoots up. He looks genuinely exhausted.
What, you came back?
Faust stands up, putting a smirk back on his face.
Yeah, that's right. Put on my theme again. Did your sister make you jump ship, or was it Clara being a little pissant? Either way, if you stick around here, you're just going to become another victim in a game of tag.
That's what you think. Didn't you want to know about America? I can tell you now.
Seriously?
Excitement flashes through Faust's eyes. Yeah, seriously. I can tell you everything you want to know.
Seriously? Seriously?
He actually leaps in the air and pumps his fist.
Ha-ha!
Faust turns around and kicks open the door to the school.
Alright, Miss Nin, let's waste no fucking time.
He power walks into the school, and I barely manage to keep up with his speed at first. Oh, hey, the school background. I
Yeah.
remember this. Don't call me that. My name is Nina.
What, so they were fake names too? What's Alma's?
Angelica.
Huh. Okay, Miss Nina, whatever you say.
I hate this already. He makes his way up to the second floor. I realize we're heading toward the classroom we were assigned to during the brief few days Angelica and I were the Holy Maidens. You're getting way too into this.
I've always wanted to see the world and know the truth. You really think a starving man isn't going to be excited when you offer him a whole meal?
I guess that makes sense. If it were anyone else, I'd feel bad for them, but my intense dislike for Faust has morphed that emotion into pure pity. What a pathetic guy. Couldn't you have done something better with your time on Earth than torment people?
Nope.
The door is slammed open.
All right, class. Faust is in session.
Faust enthusiastically rips a chair out from under a desk and sits in it.
I'm going to assume that I turn the chair around and sit in it back forwards.
He leans back until the back of the chair is touching the desk behind it, then kicks his legs up. You called it.
All right, class is in session. Go for it.
I stand there dumbfounded at the front of the classroom for a moment.
What? We needed a reason to reuse this background. Don't be picky.
Then I realize he probably expects me to get behind the lectern. You're kidding me. Can't I just sit with you?
I would prefer to see any visual depictions you might be able to provide, Miss Nina.
I'm going to throw a chair at
Is
you.
the chair American?
No,
Chamerican.
is what I would have liked to say, but I want to get this over
A
with.
Cherican? Come back to me, I'll work on it.
I approach the chalkboard and take a piece to write with. Before I start, I want you to promise me something in exchange for my lesson.
Yes, and what is that? If it's a kiss, I'm not interested in girls, sorry.
What? I throw a piece of chalk at him, but it misses him by a hair. This is clearly his new game plus, where he's got his stats way up so he can do the chalk dodge in the intro
Oh
scene.
shit, you're right. I read all those books the first time around, and now all my stats are maxed.
What is wrong with you? I don't like guys.
Oh good, glad we got that out of the way. You'd be surprised how many girls like bad boys.
Shut up.
Bad
I don't
boys,
care.
bad boys. What you gonna do?
Hopefully
ask me how
stand
I
in
know
front
that.
of my chair. Anyways, I want you to promise me you'll leave this town and go to the other one.
Nina uses the chair in the fighting game spin-off. Aw.
Faust smirks.
Sorry, am I interrupting your rendezvous with Delilah with my existence?
What? No, it's just obvious to me that you're annoying everybody here, so what's the point in staying? Faust opens his mouth. And if you argue with me on this, I'm walking out the door.
I was going to say I agree to your terms, ma'am.
You do? He nods.
I said we're equals, but now I'm starting to get it. I hate to admit it, but you're a little higher on the food chain. You know things I want to know for whatever reason, and I don't think your sister's going to spill if I ask. You've got more power from that alone.
Okay. This guy has issues.
Many!
Well, if the deal is sealed, then I'll start the lesson. I turn back around and get a different piece of chalk. The tip of the chalk hovers over the board as I think. What did America look like again? It's big. Come to think of it, I can't even remember the specific shapes the Philippine makes. I just recall the islands being arranged in a certain pattern.
Yeah, it's like when I think about like the map of America, right? It's less that I remember. Like I remember like the broad strokes of the border only from having done it so many times. But when I think about it, the first thing that comes to mind is like almost like a map, a node, a graph, a collection of points connecting all the different places of it, rather than the actual borders.
I just remember Texas is the big part, California's the other big part on the other side, Florida's the little hangy dick. Alaska and Hawaii are the parts that go in the different box so that they can fit it on the same map.
Yeah, that's about right.
If I had my phone, I could bring up a map and then I could draw what I see, and life is hard without a search engine. I start drawing what I think America looks like.
Close
That's not
enough.
bad. This doesn't look right.
I mean, you forgot about Michigan and the Great Lakes, but aside from that, it's fine.
The only part I'm proud of is Florida, the only state I remember because it's appropriately shaped like a gun. I turn around and show Faust my shame. This is America.
So America's a blob. I got it.
Oh, right. He doesn't even know what a country is. No, these are its borders. America is a country, which is a place where people live on land that's divided up into different governments. It's called the United States of America because it's all split up more into states, which is like different administrative regions. Wow, that was actually a good explanation, I think.
Uh-huh.
Faust seems to be struggling.
And just who is America?
I don't know. That's just what it's called.
So America herself doesn't make the food, huh?
What food?
The bags of food that you cook.
The military rations you mentioned? Those were produced in the United States, yeah?
And what's a military?
Please kill me again. I slam my hands on the lectern. Look, there's so much I have to explain to you, it would take up our entire lives and then some. I'm not joking. At first, Faust appears doubtful, then smug, and then realization dawns on him and he's floored.
He lied that much.
Yeah, he did. The world is so much bigger than you could ever imagine.
That is it a lie that we're on a planet called Earth, and that it's made up of layers?
That's not a lie.
So a town really named Fada.
Technically, yeah, but that's not what I know this place as.
What is this place to you, then?
I erase the map of America and start drawing something else. Sus.
I'm not gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it. You said it. You said it.
We clicked out of the window, I think.
Oh, my bad.
We're on an island called Itbayat in a spot around the circle up here. Itbayat is a part of the Bataan province, which is a province of the country called the Philippines. Now that the subjects become more familiar, Faust seems more alert.
And what is an island?
A tiny land mass surrounded by an ocean.
And an ocean is...
A huge body of water. This town is strategically placed in a way that you guys can't seem to ever see the ocean. But you can hear it and you can smell it. What you guys think is just the wind is also the hum of the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
I erase the giant Itbayat and then draw an actual map of the Philippines as I go along. It's not perfect, and I can't remember all the positions and shapes of every single island. And the further south I go, the more I forget, but it's passable. I tell him about Manila and how the government hierarchy works. His questions slowly shift to things like whether or not everybody believes in God, if they all have their own rituals, and if there's anywhere else like Fada in the Philippines. As our conversation continues, a dark cloud settles over my heart, and eventually I stop speaking.
Are there any, jeepneys anymore? Hey?
I press my head against the chalkboard and slowly slide down. Tears cloud my vision.
Probably because it just occurred to her that this is all that probably at least hundreds, if not thousands of years in the past.
Yep. I picture my mother holding our hands and singing us a familiar song. I hate this. I want everything to go back to normal, but normal is never coming back to Earth, ever again. I don't even know if anyone else on Itbayat is still here. They probably all migrated elsewhere, or they're all stuck in their stasis pods like we were. I try and fail to stem my tears by wiping them away, but they won't stop. Faust comes up behind me, but doesn't say or do anything else. At some point, I hear him leave the room. And when I finish crying and go into the hallway, he's no longer inside the school. When I go outside, the sun is setting and Faust is nowhere to be seen. My heart tells me that he kept his word and left.
We're back.
We are.
This half of the episode is sponsored by Wolf at the Door Cider. That's the name of it.
I still don't understand why we give free advertising and we are definitely not sponsored. Why is this our thing?
I don't know. I keep having a drink on hand.
I go looking for Mercy's house. It's dark. I can't see a damn thing.
If only Nin had Wolf at the Door brand hard cider.
It doesn't help that all these homes are practically indistinguishable from each other to me.
See, that's seamless, natural advertising right there. Organic sounding.
I'm taxing you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and how does it taste?
Fine. It doesn't help that all these homes are practically indistinguishable from each other to me. The only landmark I have to go by is the river, so I try to determine where it might be by remembering how far away its rushing was when we entered the home. I try a couple doors that I think might be it, knocking with a hey and then waiting each time. Eventually a door opens up.
Nina?
Hi. I chased out Faust for you two. Delilah's brows raise in surprise.
You did what?
Mercy comes up behind Delilah and pokes her head out to look at me.
Is that why I don't feel him anymore?
I nod triumphantly. It's all thanks to me. I gave him an offer he couldn't pass up.
An offer, huh?
Don't worry about it. Anyways, I totally didn't kill him. Can I come in? Delilah looks to Mercy for her approval, and Mercy nods her little head. The room is as small as ever. This time there are beetles huddling in a corner, and a branch is growing out of the nightstand and shaping itself into a lamp.
I'm impressed. Fighting him only made him come back for more.
Fighting? Physically? Is that the real reason why he's covered in bandages?
Well, maybe. Just kidding. He's always looked like that ever since he showed up.
I look at Mercy. She hasn't said a word to me. I'm sorry I said all that stuff to you. I didn't know you saw your stuff that way. Mercy stares at me hard, as if trying to decipher my intentions with mind-reading powers.
It's okay. I forgot to say hi. Hi.
She curls in on herself like a roly-poly as she says that. I suddenly punch the wall behind me with the side of my fist. Hi.
Huh. Nina?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Unfortunately, I frightened Mercy with that. We can't all be winners. Losers. I would be a loser if that didn't scare her. No, I don't want to scare her at all. Whatever. Forget it. Forget it.
Did you go to the other town? I couldn't sense you for a whole day.
Yeah, I went. Why didn't you guys tell me my mom was back?
Your mom? She means yeah.
Mercy goes quiet immediately. Her expression is completely unreadable, but there's a little army of beetles crawling out from underneath the bed to circle around her feet. It doesn't look like she's making another swarm. Why did that happen? Before I can dwell on it any further, Delilah speaks up.
I don't remember seeing your mother appearing in town. Everyone's followed the same pattern of showing up at the perimeter before deciding where to go.
You haven't seen her? Not at all? Maybe she showed up and then left before you could catch her.
Maybe. Mercy, what do you think? Probably.
She seems uncomfortable. She must not like the idea of facing the person she killed. Since Faust came back, I guess she doesn't get to choose who shows up.
Where did you first see her?
Do you really want to know? Mercy nods. Angelica and I were arguing, and then she showed up in a fancy dress. Oh, in the other town. The church is still there, and she came out of it. I think? Come to think of it, I never saw the door open. It was right in front of me.
A fancy dress. Do you mean her holy robes?
Did she wear something like that when she was brainwashed?
Brainwashed?
Delilah frowns and glances at me nervously. Don't tell me Delilah's barely told Mercy anything. You can't just keep her in the dark about everything uncomfortable forever. Yeah, the head priest brainwashed my mom.
What is brainwashing?
Of course she doesn't know. When your mind is controlled to think a certain way.
So, yeah, wasn't actually herself?
Call her MJ.
Sorry.
And it depends on what herself is for you.
Sometimes really nice, sometimes really mean.
Define really nice. Mercy taps her pointer fingers together.
She was really sweet to me and took care of me and always smiled.
Wow, what the hell did he do to my mom? Nope, Mom doesn't really get sweet about things. She hates sugarcoating reality. And define really mean.
She hit me and hated everything that I did.
Huh.
Did she not do that either?
No, she stopped hitting us when we entered our teen years. She really hit you at this age?
Yeah.
Mercy moves her lips like she wants to speak, but it takes a while for it to come out. I wait for her.
Does she,
Yeah?
Does she normally sing it?
Sing what?
The song. Dun posa amin.
I blink. Huh? What? Why does she know that song? My mouth is suddenly dry, even though I'm not thirsty. She used to.
So she wouldn't sing it today if you asked?
Probably not. She would think it's stupid to sing it to teenagers. The beetles around Mercy's feet start to climb up her bed sheets. I try to subtly angle my face so I'm still looking at Mercy, but the bugs are out of my peripheral vision. I can't really say it's pleasant to look at insects swarming a place someone sleeps in.
Why would that be stupid?
Mercy's voice is quivering. Because we're old enough to entertain ourselves.
But she didn't sing it to entertain me. She sang it to cheer me up.
And she would think that's stupid too.
Nina.
I can't hear Delilah over the blood rushing through my ears. Why is this happening? Who was this person Mercy talked to? It wasn't my mother. It's not fair. And it's not right. And more importantly, it's not fair. How come you got this sickeningly nice person? Why did you kill her? Sorry to disappoint, but my mother doesn't dress things up. She raises you up by making sure you can handle yourself. What's wrong? Are you disappointed that the person you brought back isn't who you thought she was?
Nina, stop it.
Delilah grabs me by the shoulder and pulls me back. It seems that I had been walking closer to Mercy and physically cornering her without realizing it. Those beetles that were crawling on her bedsheets now climbed all over the walls, and an inky branch was sticking out of the floorboards. The fear in Mercy's eyes dissipates. For a moment, I'm worried I'm about to be rightfully kicked out again, but she doesn't get angry. With elevated breathing, she speaks.
I didn't bring her back. I know I didn't. I've never sensed her, not once.
Then, who?
I don't know.
I'm speechless. Soundless, even.
Got him.
My eyes wander around the room as if the answer will be written on the walls. As Mercy's breathing regulates, the beetles decrease in amount, and the ink branch recedes. And then, it hits me. I had gotten so upset that I forgot my original goal. Every time Mercy has gotten upset, her power responds like it's flaring up. When Mercy described her time alone in the town with Angelica, in retrospect it sounded like she wasn't the only one capable of using strange powers. Angelica waited for me in the other town, like she knew I was coming. She stood there at the top of the hill, arms crossed, one hand bandaged, like a wound had been moved somewhere else. And my own wound that Mercy had seen me with during the trials was gone, like it was inconvenient. And if Delilah's been sticking to her trend of never telling Mercy anything, she wouldn't know that I was experimented on. Angelica. I mutter my sister's name in disbelief. It sounds like a gasp. Delilah has long let go of me. She and Mercy look at me as I stand there.
Nina?
I figured it out.
What? Huh?
I figured out what I have to do. I open up the door in a rush. Sorry about that. I'll be right back.
Nina, wait, where are you?
Delilah's voice is cut off by the slam of the door. The last thing I saw before it shut was Mercy's curious gaze. I set out for the other town with my inexhaustible body. This town is real. That town is a fake. Ever since we were little, Mom has liked Angelica a lot better than me, or so it seemed in my eyes. Angelica wasn't immune to getting in trouble, but I was definitely the one getting the brunt of it all. That seemed to have given her some kind of complex. She didn't like feeling like she was on the bottom. Seeing me bearing that difficulty must have made her afraid of ending up in my position. So she did whatever she could to assert that she was superior. Rarely did she ever call me by my actual name. Instead, she preferred calling me a small fry, emphasizing that she was the eldest constantly. If Mom called me an idiot or an embarrassment, Angelica would follow suit and judge me over things that even Mom would find trivial. I didn't like it, but I would have been fine with it if she had just kept that behavior between the three of us. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Like I said before, we were constantly moving. Having a consistent social group was out of the question. We were constantly introduced to new circles, bearing stigmas like our lack of paternal surname and strange moving situation. Angelica was quicker on the uptake than me, who had more difficulty navigating social situations. First, she would get to know others by emphasizing how much more ordinary and approachable she was compared to me. Then she would enjoy her social status while leaving me behind to suffer. It wasn't always bad. Sometimes I'd find my own friends, even if I was ripped away from them in the end. The internet helped me whenever this cycle was at its worst. I could make tons of friends from around the world. Besides, it was much more pleasant to try and make genuine friends who wouldn't mind how I was than to play Angelica's tiring social game. And I knew she was tired of it.
Oh, sorry. Let me back up there.
Because she'd often complain about those friends behind their backs and give them fake smiles. But at one point it seemed as if she had figured out that I was extremely resilient. It was like it scared her. She couldn't believe that someone meandering around the bottom of the food chain could actually continue to enjoy life like that. More and more often, Angelica would identify the most vulnerable person in her new class and use them as a stepping stone. At first, she just joined in on the bullying. That was disgusting enough on its own. Then, for some reason, she changed tactics. She would befriend that person. Angelica no longer sought the top. Now she wished to side with the stigmatized. I thought it was a good thing that she'd suddenly stopped being so awful, but it seemed as if I had misunderstood her intent. Complaints about those friends of hers would trickle in, one after another, repeated to me like I was a vent receptacle.
Sus.
They weren't like the things she complained about in regards to her other friends. Those things were just petty. These complaints were downright cruel. She would complain about things like her friends getting reasonably angry or their lack of money to get things when she knew they were poor. She would complain people wouldn't do horrible things for her like they owed her favors. I tried to tell Angelica that what she was doing was messed up, but she'd never listen no matter how many times I'd say it. Apologies didn't exist in Angelica's world. Eventually, she'd gotten so tired of my complaints, she'd start to belittle me every time I brought it up. And so I stopped. Then I tried to tell Mom that Angelica was doing messed up things at school. Unfortunately, Mom would either shrug it off or say she'd get tired of it eventually. At worst, she'd even agree with Angelica's complaint. I was at a loss for what to do. My breaking point came when we were around 14 years old. Angelica had finally crossed a line and slapped a mutual friend of ours. It was discreet. She hadn't gotten in trouble with it because she did it in the right place at the right time. That friend of ours came running to me and told me everything. I was enraged. I had enough. I had to stop Angelica. Not only was it hurting the people around her, but what good did it do her to keep repeating this cycle? There were times I had put people down internally to make myself feel better, but I would realize afterward that it was a horrible thing to do. Why did Angelica do all this, then pretend she was a saint? My plan was straightforward. I would embarrass her. I would force her into a position where multiple people could acknowledge her doing something bad. I goaded her over and over, causing our relationship to reach a boiling point. I brought her focus back onto me, and it culminated in an incident that I hoped she would never forget. Angelica tackled me in the middle of class. As she was about to punch me, she realized something. Everyone was watching her, even the teacher. When Mom found out, I barely managed to convince her to put Angelica in some kind of therapy program. I succeeded with the condition that we were never to tell anyone that Angelica was undergoing it. We were moved to another school like usual, and that was that. And gradually it seemed that Angelica was getting better. I really, really thought she was getting better. I was wrong. I see the other town on the horizon. I dash towards it. The loop must be broken. If Mercy can't do it, then Angelica, the only other person capable of wielding this power, might be able to. She's isolated herself and hasn't revived anyone aside from Mom. This closed environment reflects her heart. I doubt she remained in the bunker with Mom for long. She can also sense my presence, so I figure I have to treat it like a game of hide and seek. I look through every nook and cranny of the town. I open doors and peek into homes that don't look quite right on the inside. I press my face up against the glass of windows and explore every inch of the school, even the trash compactor. I head down an alley that I swear I haven't seen before, then stop when I see someone. It's not Angelica, but I find myself lingering to watch what's happening all the same. Clara is standing there, waving her hand in the air. I refuse to believe what I'm seeing at first. It shouldn't be happening, right? It shouldn't, but it is. At the end of the pointer finger on the hand she's waving is a little white, glowing, fluid strip of something. She circles her hand around it, and the strip follows, snaking around her finger and hugging it. It's almost like watching someone play with a pet. I can't see her expression from here, but she seems to be enjoying what she's doing. The strip starts to take on a more solid form. It connects together, like the fibers of clothing do, into a certain shape. Then, without any sort of ceremony or magical effect, it simply becomes something else hovering in the air. A black ribbon, just like the one she used to wear. I adjust my footing, accidentally running my foot along a rock and dragging it through the soil with a crunch. Clara whips around and stares at me like a deer in headlights. Aha! I don't know what to say and stare at her dumbfounded. I don't think it would have mattered if I said anything because she runs off before anyone could possibly get a word in anyways. I let her go. Even if what happened was interesting, she's not the one I'm searching for. I doubt she'd be willing to answer any of my questions anyways. Though as I run around the town, what I saw constantly tugs at the back of my mind regardless. Night falls. I still haven't found Angelica. The only place I haven't checked yet is the church. I don't want to check it, but it might be my only choice. At least I'll be walking into it at night again. It's scary to go in there without anyone with me, though. For a moment, I wish Delilah or Mercy was here. My head buzzes and my throat closes up as I push open the doors hesitantly. It's hard to see. Slivers of moonlight shine through the stained glass, but they hardly illuminate anything. Then I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. Angelica is standing up on the pulpit, resting her head on top of it. She sighs and rolls her eyes as soon as I see her.
I knew you would come back. Hoping you would avoid this place, but I guess I can always bet on Small Fry being stupidly determined.
I march up the aisle and onto the transept, which is an excellent word, by the way.
It is a great word.
Angelica raises a brow.
What's got you so pissed off?
Sis, stop doing this.
Huh?
Angelica looks at me like I'm out of my mind.
Stop doing what? Can you explain yourself before you start throwing around accusations?
Stop dragging people to your town. Let everyone go. Angelica, bewildered, stares at me for a few moments before speaking. Why is she acting like she isn't doing anything? Typical.
I'm not dragging anyone over here.
So you admit that this is your town?
I guess I was the only person here after it melted because of someone.
If it melted, then why is everything back?
Because it just was suddenly.
Now I'm getting confused. Could it be that this town is the real one and the other one is the fake? Who is controlling the path? It has to be Angelica. It's got to be Angelica.
What's wrong with you? Why are you acting like this?
Why are you acting like this?
I'm not the one who stormed in here yelling. Learn some manners. Isn't this a church after all?
Not a church for any god I worship. I'm enlightened by my own intelligence. I know you're the one behind this situation. Release everyone and we can leave and get help for all the people still trapped in the pods.
Listen, sis, you're losing your high ground pretty rapidly here. Look, I'm not doing anything. Why don't you go talk to Mercy since you've been hanging out all at the place she's at so much? I thought you hated her for, like, stupid reasons.
Stupid reasons? How is the murder of our mother a stupid reason?
You don't even know the full story, dumbass.
I don't need to.
You're unbelievable. It was an accident.
Why are you defending her?
Are you kidding me right now?
Can you shut up and answer me? What are you two doing? We're abruptly interrupted by Mom. She's poking her head out of the hidden passage with an irritated expression. I shrink a little. How did she hear us from all the way down there? Moms are scary.
She came here and...
I don't care who started it, end it. Nina, what is going on? My fear is blown away and replaced with eagerness. Mom, I figured it out. Figured out what? You see, Angelica here has a special power that lets her make miracles happen. Angelica jolts.
What?
Right now, she can't control it, but it lets her revive people and change how space works and all that stuff. I think that the power might be controlled by her emotional state. That's why it's so hard to regulate.
Are you saying that I'm hysteric?
But if we just got her to calm down for a second, I think she'd be able to break us out of this town and save everyone. I'm smiling. Under Mom's scrutinizing gaze, however, that smile begins to falter. I hadn't realized how ridiculous I sounded while spewing all those stupid words. I brace myself for Mom's disbelief. What was I thinking? Mom opens her mouth and she says, Good investigative work. I'm glad you're using your head for once. My heart soars into the sky. Of course. I had forgotten she's already learned about her death since she went through the terminal files. It must be much easier to believe because of that.
So, no one's gotten... if you notice, there aren't alternate sprites for everyone. There's just the little cut-ins with their expressions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except for Alma right now. This is the first time someone's gotten a new sprite, and it's Alma with a very... Or Angelica... I'm sorry, Angelica... I'm still mentally got to change it. Angelica with a...
Angelica looks between us with an unreadable expression. She's smiling, sure, but I can't tell why. I assume it must be the sweet and docile smile she always makes when Mom's gotten angry.
I think I know how we can do it.
No, I'm stupid. This is the smile she makes when she's trying to impress Mom. Of course, she only figures out what to do when Mom enters the equation. Well?
There's a girl I met here named Mercy. She and I had an argument.
More than an argument.
Please let me finish talking, Nina.
Her voice as she says that is somewhat strained.
I was thinking that we need to go get some closure. Apologize, you know? It's hard to move on without it. So, Nina, why don't you take me over there to see her? Yeah?
Would that really help?
Yeah?
An uneasy feeling churns in my stomach. But when I look back at Mom's expectant gaze, I stuff down my hesitation. I guess I could take you over there.
Yay! Let's go!
Angelica playfully hops off the pulpit and skips down the aisle. Hey, don't mess around in a place of worship. You're 15 years old. Angelica doesn't listen, bounding out the door. Watch your sister. Mom climbs back down the ladder. I do as she says and catch up with Angelica outside.
Because, you know, what I think we both really need is closure. Specifically me. I'm the one that needs closure. Yeah? Yeah?
The path feels like it's longer than usual for some reason. Angelica is a little faster than me, so I struggle to keep up with her pace. She hasn't said a word the entire walk, only humming Dun Posa Amin to herself as she walks. Sis, what are you even going to say, exactly?
Sorry. What else would I say?
You never do that, I almost say, but I keep my tongue in check. Angelica returns to humming. The bigger the speck that is Mercy's town becomes, the more dread fills up in my heart. Before I know it, we've passed by the school and started up the hill.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't take long for us to find Mercy, who's making an unusually displeased expression as she faces an upset-looking Delilah by the river. I would have assumed it was because of our arrival, if not for the fact that it's clearly aimed at Delilah. I want to ask what's going on, but...
Hi, Mercy.
Angelica makes herself known before I can.
Hey. What's up, Buttercup?
Mercy immediately steps back, and Delilah gets in front of her.
Why are you here? Why, to make amends, of course.
Is that right? Delilah glances at me and mouths, "What's going on?" and I look away shamefully. This isn't right. But now that we're already here, I don't know what to do or say to make it stop. Angelica's taken hold of the situation already.
Be scared, Mercy. I won't do anything.
Mercy says nothing, and only glares at Angelica.
Delilah, can you move? I need to talk to her. You and I already had our chat. You could talk to her while I'm standing here. There's nothing stopping you from it. I said move it. I won't.
Beetles start to form around Mercy's feet. They form an orderly line and start sneaking towards Angelica. Is she going to eject Angelica from the town?
Ha!
Angelica looks down. Suddenly, all of the beetles are skewered by what appear to be paper spikes. They dissolve, the remnants of their little bodies flying away in the wind.
Wow. I didn't think that would actually work. So you control it using your imagination. Oh, that's interesting. Leave right now. I'm not leaving.
Angelica conjures up a little paper feather and toys with it. I'm frozen in place. I knew I shouldn't have trusted her. What should I do? She walks closer and closer to Mercy and Delilah.
It hurt when you slashed me, Mercy. It's a good thing that I managed to shield my face in time. I don't know what I would have done if you had hurt my face. I would hate to have a messed up face after all.
She grips the paper feather between her fingers. It morphs into another familiar-looking object, a big pair of scissors.
I'm very upset with you.
Paper wings emerge from her, ripping the back of her dress shirt to pieces. No, no, no. The ground begins to shake. All around us, houses are changing into strange drawings, and poorly drawn corpses are rising up from the ground like sprouting plants. Angelica rushes toward Delilah and Mercy.
I won't let you.
Right before our very eyes, a shield appears in Delilah's hand. She blocks Angelica's scissors with it.
What the?
Her frown twists deeper in rage and frustration. She tries to stab it, but the blades crumple uselessly, and the scissors turn back into an ordinary piece of paper. Angelica changes tactics. She attempts to reach out from under Delilah to grab at a defiant-looking Mercy. Stop. I don't realize I'm the one who cried out at first. I expected to stand there stupidly and watch everything unfold. But, like a miracle, here I am with my hands grabbing Angelica's arm, holding her back from reaching Mercy. Mercy looks at me with wide eyes. Angelica appears frightened. Her eyes remind me of the time I had embarrassed her in class. Unlike the others, I'm not constructing an object or creature to stop her with. I'm only grabbing her with my bare hands. That's it.
How?
Her body starts returning to normal, the wings receding. The town's image wavers and shimmers and fades back into what it was before this. I let go of Angelica, and she stumbles backward. The three of us watch as she continues to back up, step after step. I did it. I stopped my sister before it was too late. Angelica is too stunned to speak. She looks at each person staring at her, stopping at her sister before glancing down. It stopped. Why did it stop? Why couldn't she do it? Why was everyone standing against her? Those thoughts swirled around in Angelica's mind and made her dizzy. She sways and collapses. Paper covers her body, concealing and shielding her. She is mercifully drenched in ink and sent back to her faraway place. Even though, right at this moment, she feels killing her would be a real mercy after all this humiliation and pain. Let's hear a story. Two little twin girls are born to a tired, grieving mother. The first one to come out is a bright-eyed darling. In her exhausted mother's eyes, she looks like an angel that finally descended. The second one, giving her mom a bit of trouble, comes out in less impressive fashion. She's just a copy of the angel that was a pain to produce. The little girls grow up in a scary, hot, drowning world. That tiny family, estranged from relatives, only have each other. All around them, it seems as if fires are burning everything to ashes and floods are swallowing homes and people are going mad one by one. Apparently, this is reasonable, because apparently, humanity is going to die. This was an outcome that was apparently decided before the little girls even entered this world. So faced with that, it seems lots of adults have made up their mind. If you're selfish, get more selfish. If you're selfless, die while trying to help. When they were born, their mother chose to be selfish. She betrayed people for money and abandoned her morals whenever it benefited her. Death was not an option. She had children. In a way, maybe it was selfless too. If she really wanted, she could have died to escape and left the girls behind. But she chose not to. The two girls were raised by this selflessly selfish mother who took care of them in a manner she thought best. In their house, the stick was better than the carrot. Give the children the carrot too much, and they won't be able to handle an increasingly cruel reality. With this method, the mother was sure her little girls would grow up tough as nails. However, there was a problem. While she used the stick quite liberally and always kept the carrot far away, the severity of its usage was not equal. To her, surely the issue must have been that one twin, the copy, was just a lot slower than the original angel. It did always seem to feel like that. What a shame, what a shame. The angel watched her copy suffer. First physically, when they were very young, then emotionally as their mother moved away from corporal punishment. The mere stroke of luck of her being the one to not suffer so much taught her something. If she maintains this position at the top, she will survive. She could endure anything so long as she wasn't living like that. In fact, why not live even better? She could take advantage of her copy's tendency to fumble and create an image of herself her mother can't possibly get mad at anymore. She'll become perfect. She's lucky and smart and talented. She was a genius for coming up with this idea. The world around her only reinforced her mindset. Those who knew how to play the cards they were dealt got to live nice lives. Genuinely good people died because they didn't know when to stop. And performatively good people lived because they knew when to cut their losses. She must have been one of those smarter ones. She was put through this hardship and then succeeded because she was inherently better than everyone, even her mother, especially her sister. In every school setting, she survived while her miserable copy of a sister suffered. It was great, for a while. The angel wasn't oblivious. She always knew what her copy was doing because they were friended on the biggest social media site in the Philippines. If she somehow managed to cobble up equally miserable friends, they would tag her in photos and show off things they were doing. The smile on her face was unmistakably happy. At first, the angel thought she might be faking it, and all her friends were fake, but as time went on, she realized it was real. Meanwhile, every photo she took with her friends, she was always the taker because she took the best photos, felt unreal and staged. Why? It wasn't supposed to be this way. The angel didn't want to accept the idea that maybe she was in the wrong all along. She decided to try out this befriending the lesser thing. It was great. They were clearly inferior, so the angel felt pretty good about herself. There was no more trying to compete with a well-kept posse. And many of them didn't have anyone else to turn to most of the time, so there was a slimmer chance of them leaving the angel. She would be ostracized for her choice in friends sometimes, but she didn't care. It only made it feel even better. These people she befriended needed her. She was like a savior to them. She made that choice to ruin her life. Don't you feel bad for her? The copy couldn't seem to stand seeing success. One day, she made it all come crashing down. Soon, the angel found herself beside her mother in offices with professionals to deal with her violent tendencies. With her mother there, concealing anything if she caught a whiff of a lie that was impossible. And if her mother caught a whiff of a lie, she would say so, and the angel was threatened with a miserable time in a hospital by the therapist if she didn't cooperate. That was only the first one that said that, but the angel could only assume subsequent ones would do the same. She liked the therapists that were nice to her, but her favorite one betrayed her by giving her a diagnosis, albeit one that only suggested she'd develop something when she was older. A brand had been placed on her. Nobody at new schools knew, but she could feel it burning on her skin. A bullshit manual considers her behavior abnormal. How? How was that possible? Everyone around her was the same. Who were you to say she was different? She found herself in Itbayat one day, far away from other people. She went to a little school in the town south of their home, but She and her copy were the only ones in their age group. There was nothing for her anymore. Once, her sister asked her a stupid question about what red meant to the angel. Blood. What else?
Calling back to the Mary.
Not figuring out how stupid that question was, the copy asked it again years later as they gazed up at the moon together. The angel replied,
Laughter.
The moon was laughing at her. The face etched into its white body always had its mouth opened wide like it was guffawing. Everyone and everything laughed at her. She wished the nuclear devastation took her life, like their now selfless mother wanted it to. But, once again, her copy had ruined that. She dragged them over to the bunker with help, not catching on that perhaps their mother actually knew something from her spy work. That didn't matter to the angel, though. What mattered is that she missed her chance to go to heaven and avoid further humiliation. It was the worst.
I hate Mercy. I hate Delilah. I hate Clara. I hate Faust. I hate Nina. I hate them all. I hate them so much. I want them gone. I want them away from me. I want to be alone. I walk through the town that is apparently mine. I can feel people walking around in it like they're crawling through my very own body. I thought just sensing Nina through some sixth twin sense, but now I get it. It explains why I kept feeling something strange whenever people came here. I'm dizzy. The world is blurring. I can feel someone is coming close, but I don't bother to move out of the way. If they don't see me, that's their problem and not mine. They should pay attention if they don't want to bump into anyone. Sure enough, the idiot bumps into me. My vision refocuses and I see a head of orange hair that should be matted and mottled with red.
Hey, watch where you're going.
The terror that briefly seizes Clara's expression reforms into anger.
I'm not afraid of you.
I shoot a paper spike up from the ground right by her foot. Mess with me again, and I'll skewer it. You wouldn't want that, right? Why are you here? I don't want you here.
You don't control me.
I shoot another paper spike up, mercifully missing her foot again. Answer the question.
I'm here because I don't want to be near Mercy. Isn't it the same for you?
That girl's a lot more docile than me. I don't forgive transgressions very easily. But Mercy would probably say it's all right that you encouraged others to beat the shit out of her. Why else would you come back carefully wrapped up in bandages? Clara steps back. She looks like she's about to make a run for it.
I don't want her to feel like she did something good. That's all.
I spike between her feet just to see how she reacts. Predictably, she leaps in surprise and then bolts in the other direction. What has she even been doing? She's just been meandering around the town. To watch her run, someone turns right onto the main path from an alley and runs right into her.
Oh, I can't get away from me now. I looked at the clock, and yes, it's Faust PM.
That disgusting piece of shit, Faust. Clara yells something at him, and he waves something in the air above her short little head. A ribbon? After 10 seconds of teasing, he hands it back to her and unexpectedly pats her head. What? That annoys me to see, so I go uphill. The disgusting church is a pain to get to. I hated walking up and down every day just to get from place to place here. In the past, we'd hitch a ride on our neighbor's truck or get on Mom's little motorbike for school, but there are no vehicles at all in this stupid cult commune. The only thing that made anything bearable here was Mercy. It was dumb and pathetic, but it was fun seeing her get confused. Should have kissed her when I had the chance. That would have really baffled her. Now she hates me and I hate her, so what the hell does it matter? I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. Ugh. She left me all alone. I hate her. I hate her. I descend down the ladder. I make my way down the stairs. I walk through the back room in the bunker and go through the busted door. I hate Mercy, and I hate Delilah, and I hate Clara, and I hate Faust, and I hate Nina. But most of all, I hate this thing. All of her parts are scattered around the floor of the bunker. When her puppet master leaves, she's nothing but a useless ventriloquist doll. I don't know what this thing is. It looks like my mom, but I know it's not my mom because there's no way she'd say nice things to Nina. She's supposed to say nice things to me. Only me. Just me. Because Nina is supposed to be worthless. I'm Mom's little angel. Except what I'm not. And that's annoying. I always try to be the best little angel that I can, or she'll get mad at me again. I start to turn all of the puppet pieces into useless scraps of paper. The pieces start melting into the floor and disappearing into nothingness. I am tired. I hate this. I hate it. I hate this place. 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 I hate everything.
Well, what do we have here? You would think Foster Clock ended? It's real fast hours now, bitch. Is this Mercy reading now?
Oh yeah. My room feels really crowded with 2 other people in it, but it also feels really lively, so I don't mind it that much. Even though something scary happened, having people here with me makes it feel better. Nina had apologized over and over again after everything, explaining what happened to lead up to that, but I forgave her. After all, she stopped Angelica from grabbing me. I honestly thought I was going to die back there. Been sitting here recuperating and watching the beetles scuttle around on the floor and play tag. I told Nina about how they can do things like retrieve objects for me. She mentioned them acting like something called a dog, and explained to me that they were kind of like the loyal hounds of the founding energies, but smaller. I think back on that, I watched some of the beetles morph into tiny dogs. Unlike dogs, though, they still retain all 6 of their legs. Nina's jaw drops.
What?
They're dogs now.
You gave them a single googly eye on their head.
Dogs should have 1 eye, shouldn't they? Kind of like the hounds?
No, they have 2 eyes.
Oh. Whoops. The beetle dogs correct themselves and stick on 2 eyes instead of 1. They fixed it. See?
Yeah, I can see that.
Delilah hasn't said a word this entire time. Suddenly, she politely excuses herself and leaves. I watch her go, my stare lingering on the door as we listen to the footsteps fade.
Did something happen between you two? I saw you guys arguing earlier.
Delilah made me mad. Saying that took a lot, even though I didn't hesitate long.
Why?
When you made me realize just how much she was hiding from me, I was really kind of mad. I mustered up the courage to confront her, but her explanation made me really upset.
What did she say?
She said that she didn't want to upset me.
What's wrong with that?
Did I get upset over nothing? That's what I think Nina's trying to tell me, but she patiently waits for me to explain like she's sincere. I'm confused. I shrink.
What's wrong?
I am being silly.
No, not really. You have a right to know all this stuff, don't you?
So, I'm not being silly?
No. I just wanted to know your thoughts.
Oh. Well, I agree. I wish I knew all of these things. It feels like she's trying to make sure I stay easy to coddle forever, and I told her that, and she insisted that wasn't the case. I stare down at my dress and pull at the fabric of my skirt. She must be really mad at me.
I don't think Delilah's the type of person to get mad at people over that.
I look back up, tilting my head. She speaks with a blank expression. She normally has this expression. Used to think she was always upset with me, and I guess she was at one point, but now I understand this is just how she looks.
She's always been about justice and stuff. I think she was just being defensive. She's probably mulling it over now.
Oh. I went and assumed something bad about Delilah again. Why did you two team up?
It was kind of an accident. I had been walking up the church's stairs as she was coming down, and I tripped and let out an expletive in Tagalog. She knew what I was saying because of the comics her mom gave and translated to her, which were all in a future-ish version of Tagalog. That one word, leche, hadn't changed. I was so happy to talk to someone who knew Tagalog that I just kind of let it all out without thinking. And she asked me if I could help her stop the head.
What's Tagalog?
You know Dun po sa amin, but you don't know what Tagalog is?
I shake my head.
It's the language the song is in.
Angelica said it was a divine language.
She was lying. She's good at keeping up facades. Even if she fumbles, she can pick herself back up by pretending she was just being charmingly forgetful.
Well, that explains a lot. We go back to watching the Beatles play. They morph back into their original forms and have now started roughhousing with each other. Their little insect limbs flail around and bend like a person's arm would. I thought I would be more afraid and upset about being left alone with Nina, but I actually feel just fine. Well, almost fine. I feel guilty about the thing with her mom. Can an apology really fix it, though? Taking a life is too serious of a transgression to paint over so easily. While it's true the curse is resurrecting people, it's not like any of us would have known this was going to happen, right? The bad feelings from that time are still there. They didn't magically go away. That's why Clara left. I'm glad Clara decided to leave. I hope Angelica isn't bothering her. I look over at Nina, who's completely focused on the Beatles. I figure I might as well try to apologize, even if she doesn't accept it. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Nina, her focus broke and gives me a confused look.
About what?
Your mom, MJ. I killed your mom. Didn't you hate me for it?
Oh, right.
She unexpectedly seemed so nonchalant. I anticipated her to get mad like she did the day before, but what happened in such a short span of time? I did a horrible thing. Nina's gaze wanders to the wall.
I heard it was an accident.
It was, but she still died. Nina sighs.
I was mad at you because I thought you did it on purpose. But if it was an accident, what were you supposed to do?
I fidget. I don't really like leaving it at that.
Then don't. Feel guilty all you want. I don't control you.
Nina pauses for a moment.
Honestly, I think I still would have been mad if it were an accident, but it feels like you love her just as much as I do. What's the point in getting mad at someone over that? You were already suffering before I came into the picture.
I'm speechless. I've never spoken to Nina for such a long time. It's, kind of nice. I find myself wishing that she was the twin I befriended back then and not Angelica. Would things have gone differently if we had all teamed up to do whatever it was Delilah wanted to do? Come to think of it, I still don't know what their actual plan was. I'll have to ask sometime, but for now, I'm fine with leaving it here and returning to the present.
So their plan had been to stop people from being drugged, right? But the way they accomplished that was by breaking the water filter.
Whoops.
Which, because understandably, like, water goes in, water comes out, and that's the water people drink. Obviously, you think that's what must be causing the people to get... That must be what is drugging people, right? No, that's the thing that's holding back all the stuff that would have poisoned people. And you just let all that poison back into the water supply all at once.
Whoopsie.
Whoops-a-doodle. I kick my feet. Some beetles jump off the bedsheet and cuddle on my toes. I think Nina is a better name than Nin.
Huh?
Nina jolts at the surprise compliment.
Thanks?
You're welcome. Angelica and MJ are very nice names, too. I've never heard of someone who just has 2 letters for their name. I bet they're all pretty rad, though. People who only have 2 letters for a name. I can't imagine that they're all categorically the best people. Especially if those letters were like S and then maybe a K, is what I'm feeling. What do you think? I think that sounds pretty rad. And like, people get that's what that name is from, right? Right? It's super obvious, right?
I hope so. I don't know.
My name, SK, is just like an elaborate kind of spinning out of S and K, which are the initials of my double-barreled first name. But I go by SK anyway, so it's like, why not just have that be a name? That's why the initial E doesn't feel right for me, because it's like, that's not actually what it is.
S stands for SK.
Yeah, exactly. Nina seems to calm down now that the focus isn't on her anymore.
It's actually a nickname. It's short for Mary Joy.
Mary Joy. I like it even better now. Nina stares at me intensely like I'm some kind of anomaly. I shrink again. Nina?
It's nothing. It's nothing. She runs... Oh.
No, you can narrate for me if you want.
No.
It's okay, I don't have to narrate.
No, you can do your own inner monologue.
Okay, thank you. She runs a hand through her hair. Did I do something wrong? No, I don't think so. She's trying to hide a smile behind her arm. I jump to another topic I'm interested in. So what does Dunposa Amin mean in my language?
You mean English?
English.
I wonder...
I
Oh.
wonder where the words for these languages come from.
I can sing it to you in English if you want, or if you have a piece of paper, I can write it down.
I smile. Can you sing it to me?
Okay.
Nina clears her throat. She glances at me from the side, pouting a bit.
It's been a while since I've sung anything, so don't make fun of me if I'm off key.
I won't. Nina hums a starting note and then launches into song.
You could just read the lyrics if you
Yeah,
want
I
to.
don't know the tune. In our town of San Roque, 4 beggars were having some fun.
I relax and listen. I'm a little more alert than I usually am when I hear the song, comparing the actual lyrics to the meaning Angelica told me it had. That was something she hadn't lied about. It really is a contradictory nonsense song. It sounds almost sarcastic in a way. Nina and Angelica sound similar in various ways, but there's also plenty of differences between their voices. Nina is a little rougher when she sings compared to Angelica, whose tone was very smooth. With the experience I have now, I'd take Nina's honest singing over Angelica's polished kind.
For fuel, he used cold water. Ah!
Nina finishes the song with a scream. Actually, I noticed she was having trouble picking good times to take a breath. She gasps her air, touching her neck as she does so. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's been way too long.
I think you did good.
Thanks.
Nina scratches her cheek, refusing to look directly at me.
You really like that song, huh?
It means a lot to me, so. She meets my eyes and smiles faintly at me.
I like that. I'm glad.
We sit there, looking at each other. I contemplate scooting closer to her, but I refrain. I don't know why, but the longer I look at her, the harder it is to tear my eyes away. Nina's smile starts to falter. For some reason, her eyes look a little sad. She's the first to break her gaze. Disappointment fills my heart. Nina sets her hands in her lap and tense her fingers.
I'm going back to the other town.
I jolt up. Why? That doesn't sound safe.
I have to settle things with Angelica, and I need to be there for my mom.
But what if you get hurt?
I'm always getting hurt. It's fine.
Without thinking, my hands shoot out and cover hers. And Nina's eyes go wide in surprise. Please don't go.
Mercy?
Please don't get hurt. Tears well up in my eyes and spill over. Nobody's died again yet, but the encounter with Angelica felt like it could have ended lethally if Delilah and Nina hadn't stopped her in time. Who's to say Angelica won't kill Nina again? The thought of her previous death already makes my stomach churn. You don't have to do all that, you know. You can do whatever you want here. This is a safe place away from her. She can't hurt you here. Nina doesn't immediately respond. Instead, she hesitantly moves to take my hands in hers. She brings them up and cradles them gently as she looks at me with a reassuring smile.
It's not like I'm going to disappear forever. I need to fix the issue with the path. That's all. There are people I know that need help.
Who?
It's a long story, but there are people from the past trapped underground. You guys knew them as the Holy Women, but to me, they were friends and family. If we break out of the trapped space, we can probably find people who can easily take them out and revive them. It sounds like technology has advanced a lot in the outside world. Or maybe I can get Angelica to revive them with her own power.
My bottom lip quivers, and so do my hands. You'll come back, though, right? Once you're done with all of that.
I will, I promise. You and Delilah are my friends. I'm used to losing real-life friends because of moves, but just this once, I want to keep seeing them.
I'm her friend? I'm really her friend? Nina finally lets go of my hands and then stands up. She walks up to the door and then opens it.
See you, Mercy.
I let her go without any further protest. When the door is shut, the beetles come up and give me company in my lap. I pet all of their little heads one by one. I guess we'll wait here then. The beetles jump up and nod.
As night falls over the town again and shrouds my room in darkness, I wait for her. I think you're back to...
The bunker is so silent you could hear a pin drop. Angelica and Faust face each other off in complete silence. To Angelica, this is the worst possible outcome. It hasn't been long since Faust showed up. She's constantly tried to avoid him all this time, but now the game is over. They're alone in a place far underground where nobody would be able to hear either of them screaming. Angelica doesn't wait. She makes a paper spike fly out from the wall beside her and aim at Faust.
Oh!
He barely manages to dodge it before it hits something vital, but it still grazes his side.
Oh, paper cut, huh?
Faust grunts and places a hand over the wound, but he continues to smirk nevertheless. Angelica watches in horror as the blood from his wound suddenly turns black, then bubbles up into little beetles. The beetles crawl back inside the wound, healing it completely, and even stitching his gown back together. He takes a hand off the wound and stands up to his full height.
I'm afraid that Mercy isn't going to let you do that. For you see, it's time for the hashtag Faust sweep.
Angelica starts to form paper spikes on the wall behind Faust.
So, the thing that's been coming up lately is that both Angelica and Mercy have their towns, and they're the ones that are creating the people wholesale within them, right? Because Angelica created her mom, and it looks like Mercy has created Faust. So, I don't know what to make of that, but seems to be. Why are you here? Can't a guy be curious?
The spikes fly out and pierce him from behind.
Oh, okay. Oh,
This time, they don't miss.
okay. Oh, fuck.
Blood splatters onto Angelica, and she smiles.
Whew. So you can bleed after all, huh?
She turns to leave, but the paper spikes suddenly dissolve into ink.
What the?
Faust rises. Once again, beetles come out and repair the wounds.
Once again, sweeping all the electoral votes. Something that Nina told me about, by the way. It's all Faust.
Once again, beetles come out and repair the wounds, bringing Faust back to an unscathed state. Even the blood on Angelica slides off of her as ink and returns to his body. He rights himself, using the wall as a brace.
That one got me good.
Angelica grits her teeth and steps back.
You're colder than I. Oh, come on. Let me monologue.
Spikes repeatedly stab Faust in a fury. Each time he's injured, the beetles simply come out, do their job, and return inside him. Angelica repeats this over and over until she's breathless from hyperventilating. She wants to make him feel the same way she did when he crucified and tortured her.
Oh, right, he did do that. That was a thing that he did.
Stab him endlessly, hoist him up in the air with strips of paper, and jab at him from below, just like that, over and over. But she has to stop. She can't do this forever, as much as she'd like to.
Oh. Ow.
The stabbings come to a slow. A hunk of meat, that was once Faust, plops onto the reinforced steel floor. Angelica thinks she might have done it, but as soon as she does, he slowly begins to reform.
Okay, so clearly you're not familiar with this kind of thing. The way you do it is that you have to, you see how like the temporary damage can build up and there's like a gap before I start reforming? What you gotta do is like cut me into separate pieces, isolate those pieces within a box, and then bury those boxes on different parts of the earth as far away from each other as humanly possible. It's simple. People have solved this years ago.
All of the blood and body parts return to where they belong. Faust, groaning in pain, rolls over onto his back and looks at Angelica upside down.
Oh, okay. I can't say I was expecting that one, though. So that's what that feels like, huh?
Faust gets up again.
Ugh.
Angelica's frantic now, looking for an escape. During her torture session, she made the mistake of wandering over to the side of Faust facing away from the stairs to observe his mutilation. Though it doesn't seem like Faust is about to attack her, she forms a paper spike on the wall right behind her and keeps it on standby regardless.
I said I was going to talk to you one day, and that day is today. Even though Sammy and Hector can't here, I'd like to follow up on that promise to them. Well, Angelica, why did you do it?
Angelica narrows her eyes. Do what? Oh.
Do what?
Why did you do what you did to Mercy? Haha.
The air in the room has always been cold, but now it feels like it's freezing Angelica alive.
How do you know about that?
When Mercy finally explained it to Delilah, I had already shown up in her town, so I overheard her explanation then, since she told her outside. If I remember correctly, you would hit her and yell at her and all those ugly things, all while dressed up in some paper costume you made, pretending you had a job. Is that right?
Angelica grimaces.
That wasn't me.
Oh, so that's why you put on the costume, huh? If you wear that thing while treating her like shit, you could pretend it was actually someone else doing it, right?
Who are you to judge me? You weren't even there.
Faust's smirk falters.
You've got it bad, don't you? I thought you would have been better than this.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about?
I really thought you were like me.
Angelica stomps her foot.
Why would I be anything like you?
You don't feel great when you've got someone under your heel. Wasn't stabbing me to death and shredding me up awesome?
It was. It felt amazing.
If Angelica were to honestly say those things, that would only mean one thing. She's no different from this boy, who she's categorized as the lowest of the low. There has to be something different about her enjoyment, right? She scrambles to spit out the answer.
I don't just hurt people whenever I want to, like you do. I have my reasons for doing things, but you do whatever you feel like.
And those reasons are?
Well, obviously I hurt you because you were hurting me.
Oh, was I hurting you just now?
Angelica falters. No, she's right to get revenge. She knows that. Her reaction isn't shocking or abnormal at all. She holds her ground.
No, but you did once, and I don't want you near me.
Alright, that's fair. And Mercy? Did she hurt you?
She. Angelica. Mercy.
Yes. Yes, she did.
Oh, did she now?
You were only hearing her side of the story. She was a menace to me.
How so?
She was unreasonable and out of her mind.
Uh-huh.
She would always cause trouble for me.
Go on.
My life was so much more difficult with her.
Angelica gasped for air like she's drowning. Her hair is disheveled. Beads of sweat roll down her face and splatter on the ground. She's long given up on concealing all the paper spikes she's subconsciously making. Uncaring of the weapons aimed at him, Faust rubs his chin, smiles while contemplating what to say, and then sneers.
You liar. I caught you red-handed. Do you honestly think that Mercy would let me anywhere near her? That girl can sense where I am now, after all.
Huh?
I can remember that period of time as clear as day. I've been in a kind of limbo while it was happening. My haunt was the middle of town, right where your house was. Neither of you noticed while I was there until some beetle pointed me out to Mercy. Kind of it. Your little tryst with Mercy was so similar to my home life that I guess it just stuck in my blended up brain cells.
Angelica can't move. She can't move. She can't move. If she moves, then she'll get swallowed up by something unfathomable.
Play the Faust music, baby. This isn't the Faust theme, but it's also pretty cool, so.
She tries and fails to speak, only letting out disjointed croaks as her lips open and close.
That girl could barely defend herself. She pathetically took your attacks just like she always has. Honestly, if it weren't even for my luck at being dumped nearby, I'd have known you were lying anyways. I'm not wrapped around your little finger. You can't fool me. I know Mercy. That girl has an issue with bending over backward, the likes of which you have never fucking seen.
Angelica bites her lip so hard that it bleeds. Her face starts to feel strange. The bandages on her hand feel loose.
I hate a lot of different kinds of people, but I hate self-righteous pieces of shit who always try to justify their actions the most.
You're no different.
Words finally escape Angelica's tight throat. For a moment, she thinks she's caught him, but he only laughs.
I wouldn't really call my philosophy justification. It's only that, a philosophy. I don't despise anyone for having an issue with the things I did. You, on the other hand, you are different. You just can't stand not being on top somehow, can you? That is sad.
Angelica is a bad person? She's wrong? She doesn't have it all figured out? Is Mercy right? Is Mercy better than her? Nina's better than her, and so are Delilah and Clara and even Faust. They don't need her. Is that why she's always alone in this town? They don't need her? She's going to be all alone and die.
No.
Angelica crumples to the floor. The bandage on her hand falls away and reveals that there's no wound. She can feel the scar on her face with the palms of her hands. This is where Mercy slashed her to keep her away. Nobody needs her, and nobody loves her. Without need or love, nobody will be here for her for anything. Not in sickness, nor in death. For fun times and sad times. For basic needs like food and water. What has she done? The bunker fills with her wailing. All of her paper spikes melt away. Faust stands in front of her miserable form, a hand on his hip. The sneer that had been on his face has disappeared. He sighs.
Even this shit doesn't hit like it used to.
He nudges Angelica with his foot. She moves to slap it away, and so he pulls it back.
Jeez, come on. Quit crying. You're acting like it's the end of the world.
Angelica only sniffles in response, still not looking at him.
It's not like everything is over.
What? Of course it is.
It's not.
How do you know that?
Angelica's head snaps up as she screams at Faust.
Ugh.
He rubs his ear. The echo from her shout was amazingly painful for him.
You're still alive here, aren't you? You're more alive than me. You and Mercy never died. That girl's been spending her time reviving us and making a new life for herself. What are you doing with your time? Just moping? Instead of doing that useless shit, try making it so this never happens again if you hate it so much.
Faust says nothing more, and Angelica doesn't reply. Like he did with Nina, Faust quietly leaves her be.
I don't know why I'm the fucking voice of reason here, but so it goes, right?
Angelica, now out of tears, curls up on the floor and hugs her knees. When she senses a familiar presence arrive in the town, she gets up and starts walking up the stairs. I've become very familiar with this town. Even when it's dark, I can make out where I'm going. It probably also helps that there's a full moon tonight, but it feels as if, even if it weren't here, I'd find my way very easily. Unlike before, I try the church first. The same buzzing, fretful feeling courses through me as I reach my hand out to open the door. Before I can touch it, it opens before me. Angelica is there. The moonlight illuminates her face, which now has the scar of a gash running along it. I'm taken aback. Sis?
Don't say anything.
She walks out of the church and past me. Where are you going?
Just follow me.
I do as she asks. She takes us past the church and further up the hill. We walk past the bunker's true entrance, soon finding ourselves standing before a sea of knolls. I was sure we'd be just on the verge of being able to see the ocean, but something tells me that we can't walk past this point. The moon hangs over us, like a tiny light bulb on a starry ceiling. Angelica hasn't said a word, and neither have I. Something is very different about her. Did something happen? No response. Angelica only looks at me and motions for me to come closer.
Come here.
I hesitantly come to her side. She doesn't do anything and goes back to gazing up at the moon.
Do you remember when we were hanging out here?
I try to search for some hidden intent in her words, but there's nothing. She isn't angry at all? Yeah, we came out here because we couldn't sleep. The news about the Unix bug and all the war stuff was scaring us. We had to sneak past guys who were doing late-night construction on the bunker.
And we got to see all of them install some kind of sensor, right?
Oh, there was a sensor with an antenna buried right next to the bunker, right? I think it broke off and got blown away in a typhoon while we were down there.
Yeah, probably. What a stupid thing to do. They didn't optimize their crappy bunkers for the island at all.
I'm pleasantly surprised by our conversation, but I can't help but feel deep unease. We're only dancing around the issue. If I try to steer it in a direction that makes Angelica uncomfortable, is that it for me? I want to keep my promise to Mercy, but I can't leave until I finish what I have to do here. Sis, please stop this. I wait for the stop what, but it doesn't come. Something really did change. Angelica continues gazing out at the landscape, unresponsive. I think it's time for us to actually move on.
Do you remember when you asked me what word comes to mind when I see the moon?
Fear spikes in my heart. Yeah, you said laughter.
Why do you think that I said that?
I thought it was because you were having fun that night. Angelica shakes her head.
I said it because the moon laughs at me. It always feels like everyone and everything is laughing at me.
My heart sinks. Tears spill down Angelica's cheeks.
Everyone. Everyone.
Then there never was a time Angelica was fine. She's always been suffering. Why hadn't I realized it before?
I'm just tired. I don't want to feel like this anymore. Nina, what do I do?
I think. What can she do? I don't even know what I should do. We'll free ourselves from this closed world, and then what? Just thinking about it makes me want to cry with Angelica, and so I do. I don't know. I'm scared.
Me too. I'm really, really scared.
She sniffles.
I wanted to try becoming the town leader so we could keep the priest from brainwashing us.
That's what she wanted to do all this time? I helped Delilah break the filter to get the town to usurp him.
The filter?
I try to wipe my eyes so I can see, to no avail. He set up some kind of filtration device by the reservoir to put drugs in the river.
My God, is that why the water was cloudy?
Angelica's voice chokes up as her sobs worsen, and this only spurs on my own crying. I screwed up. I screwed up really bad. Angelica says nothing. For once, she doesn't mock me for admitting my mistake. The wind picks up. Whenever the moonlight hits my eyes, they sting more than they already did. With a choked up throat, Angelica begins to sing, and I join her. This is Dun Po Sa Amin. Our mother sang it to us when we were very small. She would always sing it to calm us down. It seemed that it was the only song she knew how to sing. She really wasn't much one for singing. I can still remember the smile on her face whenever she would do so. Even though Mom wouldn't sing it for us past a certain age, Angelica and I would still sing it together whenever we were actually getting along. Sometimes I'd even catch Angelica singing it whenever doing so tickled her fancy. I think she liked it more than me. She's practically an expert when it comes to singing that song. We finish singing, our throats clear, and our tears dried. Something in the air feels like it's changed. The hum of the ocean hidden in the wind suddenly seems much more audible. Instinct tells me that if I so wished, I could now take a step forward. I smile. Wouldn't it be nice if Mom were here? She was all scared back then and could barely leave the house sometimes, but now she could probably enjoy the night sky, even if just for a little bit. And I want to tell her I did it. I broke us out of this place, and now we can save everyone. Angelica's face twists in discomfort.
Nina.
Footsteps interrupt Angelica. We turn around. Mom is here. What good timing. It's like she could hear me. Mom! Nina, Angelica, did you fix it? I beam. This is it. This is the moment I've always been waiting for. I think so. Mom smiles. Smart girl. And then she disappears. Huh? I look to Angelica to confirm I wasn't the only one who just saw that. She's looking away with a pained expression, gripping her arm and avoiding my gaze as much as possible. Where did Mom go?
Mom was never here, Nina.
Huh? What are you saying? Weren't you the one who revived her?
I've never felt her presence, Nina. That mom of yours, that was all your doing. She's still down there, in the bunker, dead in stasis. Did you never look at her pod?
Then she never smiled at me. She never praised me. My hands shake and the back of my neck gets uncomfortably hot. A strange, suffocating sensation washes through my entire head. It's so discomforting that I collapse. Mom! Mom! This time, I scream as I cry. The wind and now the ocean roar along with me, and Angelica simply stands there and watches me like her own guts are being ripped out. Why? Why? I tear at clumps of grass and beat the ground, then stand up in a frenzy. I have to get her out of there. I have to save Mom.
Shut up.
As Angelica commands, my screams catch in my throat. What?
Shut up, small fry.
She's yelling at me again now. Why? I thought things got better. The scar on her face wrinkles along with the bridge of her nose.
Just leave.
No, I need to save Mom.
So the real mom can come out and ignore you again?
She wouldn't do that. I'm sure she would be happy to see me. I've seen it. I've seen and read about all the times she's protected and fought for us. I have to go and save her right now. Angelica sneers at me. If I were in my right mind right now, maybe I'd notice that sneer looked a little bit forced.
You can't do anything. I'm the only one who can do it. So why don't you just run off somewhere else?
I try to beg by calling out her name. But suddenly my throat feels too tight for me to be able to say anything. I reach up and grab it, and my palms find bandages. Oh, that's right. Angelica killed me by strangling me until she broke my neck. I was so happy I almost forgot. Suddenly, I find my feet getting covered up by pieces of paper. They contort around me and stick to my body, and I'm pulled into the ground by them. Bit by bit, paper covers up the rest of my body as I sink. I watch Angelica's icy look all the way down.
Don't come back here. I don't want to see you. You finished your job. You're not needed anymore. The one who will get all the praise will be me.
When Angelica finishes her evil speech, her glare fades, and the last thing I see before a piece of paper covers my eyes is her lost frown.
Goodbye, Nina. Nina disappears. I copy what Mercy did to me to drop Nina outside of my scope. I don't think I shot her where I want her to go, but it's far enough. Maybe Mom really would praise Nina for everything she's done and express joy at seeing her again. Nina, however, would probably keep chasing that high and hurt herself over and over again to regain that momentary bliss. And I would watch her fall and then laugh at her. All I know is how to pretend to belittle my younger sister, so... Just like Mercy did with me, I forced Nina to separate herself from Mom, and from me with my little act. Even if just for a little bit. I know she'll come back one day. She loves us too much. I would hate enduring family bullshit by myself for too long anyways, but for now, I can handle Mom on my own. I walk towards the church.
I come to on the path. The sun is rising, my shadow getting shorter and shorter as it soars into the air. The world comes into focus, and my eyes stare at what should be its left edge. I wonder why I'm seeing more dirt. I quickly sit up in shock. Extending from what feels like the center of the long path between the towns is a fork. I get up a bit too quickly and take in a gasp of breath. My hand flies up to my throat again and still feels bandages. It aches. Ugh. As I rub my throat, I walk down the fork at a more metered pace. It's going slightly downhill rather than perfectly straight. When I see a cluster of ruins in the distance, I stop. It's over. The towns are escapable. There's nothing there for me, so I turn around and start heading back. I continue rubbing my throat all the while. I stand at the fork in the path and contemplate what to do. I want to go back to Angelica and see how she's doing. Now that my head is clearer, I realize she was up to something, but whatever it was baffled me. She normally acts a little better than that. I make my decision and take one step in that direction. Ugh. As I do so, the pain in my throat increases.
Nina! Nina!
A familiar voice coming from behind me stops me in my tracks. When I turn around, I see Mercy running towards me. She seems a little tired as she does so, like she's been running for a while. Just watching her makes me feel tired. Tired? I can feel tired again? Mercy reaches me.
Are you done?
I don't immediately reply. Am I?
Bye, Nina.
Angelica's shattered expression from last night appears in my mind for a split second. I look in the direction of her town. I almost jump when I see movement in the distance. When I squint, I can see multiple people walking down the path.
Nina?
Mercy's eyes travel down.
Your neck is up.
I rub my throat again impulsively. My voice comes out hoarsely. Don't worry, I'm done for now. I'm done for now. Let's go. Wow, that was a Freudian slip.
Whoa!
Mercy nods and leads me in the direction opposite from the crowd. A few hours prior, Angelica was bracing herself to carry out a massive resurrection. If she were to tell herself that she'd be doing something this outlandish, however many years ago, in a more familiar Itbayat, she wouldn't believe it. She placed her hands on the door to the church.
Oh, yo.
Unfortunately, she was interrupted by someone she didn't want to see.
Everyone wants to see Faust.
What is it now?
Well, I just came to say it's Faustin time, baby.
Faust, shockingly enough, shrunk at her harsh tone.
And then I Fausted all over everyone. It was great. You should have been there. I just wanted to ask you something.
Angelica sighed.
Spit it out then.
Are you going to leave?
So you figured out that there's no more loop, huh?
Yeah, so are you leaving?
Yes.
Then take me with you.
Angelica raised her brows in disbelief.
I'm not taking in charity cases.
No idea what that means, but I don't plan on being taken in. I want to see the rest of the world. I'll come with you if that's how I can achieve that. Simple as that.
Angelica opened her mouth to harshly reject his request, but sudden, harsh pangs in her stomach stopped her. Her hunger was returning. They needed food to eat. With the way things had become, it would be a while until they could leave the island to reestablish some sort of trade. It would be all hands on deck to sustain themselves in the meantime.
You can come.
Hey! Oh!
On one condition.
Yeah?
Angelica sneered.
You'll do your part.
Faust shrugged.
Sure, whatever. I could Faust all over some bitches.
And then Angelica opened the doors. When Mercy and I make it back into town, it's already noon. My feet hurt again. I'll miss being able to run back and forth as I pleased. My mouth is really dry. It's hard to breathe, too. And as for my stomach... I double over on my knees in pain when a pang of hunger assaults my abdomen, letting out a small squeak.
Nina?
Hungry. It's great that this happened at all, but it's not going to matter anymore if we just die of starvation out here. At that moment, Mercy also clutches her stomach and makes a pained whimper. Oh God, we're gonna die.
I have an idea.
Mercy starts summoning up beetles. Unlike her usual ones, these ones are big and fat like rhinoceros beetles. Without warning, she simultaneously skewers all of them using ink branches. I squeak in shock. She takes one off its skewer and then squeezes it into her mouth. A bunch of ink-looking liquid fills her mouth and spills over the edges of her lips. Mercy doesn't seem bothered about whatever it might taste like at all. Mercy? She stops and looks at me, black liquid running down her chin.
What?
What are you doing? My raised voice is punctuated with more squeaks. She tilts her head.
Doesn't Dunpo Sa'abi talk about draining and eating bugs?
Yeah, but aren't they your friends? Mercy stares at me for a moment before wiping her mouth and replying.
They can be food, too.
My jaw drops. Countryside girls have insane grit. My little city heart can't take this. I feel like I'm about to pass out, but maybe that's from the difficulty breathing. We've clicked out of it again.
Oh, I did. Oh, shit. What are you two doing?
I turn my head to see Delilah holding a couple of rations and a gallon of water. Clara is right behind her, glaring at us with a disgusted look as she holds on to more rations. Her ribbon is wrapped around her left wrist. She came back here? Mercy glances at Clara, but says nothing and quickly looks away.
Eating. Well, please wait until we have a shortage before resorting to consuming things that have dubious nutritional value. Please and thank you.
I'm about to get up to take some of the rations out of Delilah's hands to help her, but I think she noticed something's up with me because she shakes her head and mouths,
It's fine.
"Where did you guys find this stuff?"
Everyone in the town's regularly given enough food for a week, right? Disaster happening around the beginning of the week turned out to be a blessing in disguise.
Oh, good. I comfortably deflate for now. Now what?
We were thinking about trying to get into the place under the church for even more food. And then we'll start reviving more people.
The issue with reviving a bunch of mercy-hating cultists that we'll all have to deprogram aside, whose idea was this? I think back on the entry's mom. I red on the terminal, and break into a cold sweat. We can't live off of these rations forever. Then what's your solution, huh? Don't tell me you actually want to eat ink beetles forever.
It doesn't taste bad at all, actually. It's kind of tastes like the blackberry jam packets.
I hate blackberry jam packets. They taste like beetles. Delilah smiles sickeningly sweetly at Clara.
Clara, why don't you go put these in the home?
Did you see her?
Clara goes from bitch to filled with love and affection in 3 seconds flat. Yes, Miss Delilah.
Never change, Clara. Never change.
Clara immediately waddles off.
Nope.
Smooth.
Their relationship hasn't changed at all.
Should it be different?
I'll tell you some other time. What was that? Nothing. Huh. Well, I'll leave these here with you two.
Delilah hands us each a ration packet, then sets a gallon down nearby.
You're both obviously very hungry, so feel free to have them. Will you be okay, Nita? What happened?
She gestures to my throat, which I'm still rubbing from time to time. I'm fine. Don't worry about it right now.
All right, then. Clara and I will handle the stockpiling in the meantime.
Thanks. Delilah nods and leaves. Mercy plops down on the ground next to me. I hand her an MRE, then open up my own. Chili and macaroni, huh? Oh, there's a cookie in here. I reach for the gallon so I can activate the self-heating pack, but instead of plastic, my hand feels soft skin. Mercy had reached out for it at the exact same time.
We're really putting a lot of fuel on the Mercina fire today.
I quickly pull away and squeak out my apology. Sorry. Mercy smiles at me almost mischievously.
It's okay.
She then drags the gallon over for herself.
Yoink.
I scratch my neck shyly. We make our meals and eat as we watch Delilah and Clara walk back and forth from house to house. I absent-mindedly chew on the oatmeal cookie.
What did happen, Nina?
What happened indeed? I just ended up like this after an argument with Angelica. She didn't do anything, it just happened.
Oh, I see.
We eat in silence for another few moments. Hey, Mercy. She quietly looks up from her meal, chewing as she listens to me. I feel irresponsible. Mercy swallows the bite in her mouth to speak.
Why?
I pace myself as I speak, and don't take a single bite as I do so I can focus on breathing properly. I'm afraid that Mom and Angelica will, I don't know, do something because I'm not there. I feel like everything will fall apart because I wasn't there for them. Mercy is silent at first. A piece of chocolate toffee appears in front of my face, pinched between Mercy's skinny little fingers.
Here.
I blink. You need that more than me, just look at you. Mercy doesn't withdraw her hand, staring at me. I reluctantly accept the candy.
I don't have Bobot, but this is close, I think. Oh, right, because Angelica gave Mercy the Bobot that she had been supposedly saving for for Nina.
Yep. I freeze mid-chew at her words for a moment before returning to it and swallowing. What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing. I just wanted to apologize before I forgot.
I never cared that much about the candy. It was the principle of the thing. I don't say that to Mercy, though.
I think that they'll be fine.
I stare at my cookie. You think so?
Your mom is an adult, and Angelica can't lean on other people forever. Wasn't she leaning on you, too? She never did treat you well the whole time I knew her.
My injured throat spasms. I unintentionally break off a piece of my cookie. Ah. Hot tears start to spill down my cheeks without warning.
Nina?
They hit the cookie and meld with it, sometimes hitting the wrapper and sliding off onto the ground. I get it now. How many times have I cried now? How do I still have tears? I furiously wipe my eyes and force myself to stop. I don't want to freak Mercy out. I feel her hand tentatively touch my shoulder. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Don't worry about it. Even though I was so hungry before, I've lost my appetite for this cookie, so I cover it up and set it in the bag. Angelica, you dumbass. I can't believe you. Once I can finally see clearly again, I turn to look at Mercy. She's so close that the tips of our noses nearly graze.
Sorry.
Despite apologizing, she doesn't move away.
Are you sure that you're okay, though?
Yeah, I'm fine. My entire face is hotter than the sun, and my heart feels like it's about to burst out and start running. In my imagination, I'd probably say something like, I'm fine now because you're here, but I'm not the type of person to spit out those kinds of pickup lines. Wait, do I like her? I definitely like her, don't I? She's still not moving away. Does that mean she likes me too? There's only one way to find out.
CG.
I pull her over by her dress collar and give her a clumsy kiss. We both have chapped lips because we haven't had any water yet. Because Delilah didn't give us any cups. Our teeth clack together a bit too. For my first kiss, it's downright horrible. Despite that, I like it. It feels nice. Mercy doesn't seem to know what she's doing either, awkwardly setting half of her hand against my side. I can't do it for long. I need air immediately. As soon as I pull away, I hear the sound of something falling on the ground. Clara and Delilah are staring at us. It was Delilah who dropped a box full of rations all over the ground. Clara's mouth is wide open in shock. She looks at me, and then at Mercy, and then at Delilah, and then actually starts to grin.
She's like, oh, you can do that.
I get up and start jogging as quickly as I can, hoarsely screeching my apologies as my shouts peter out into deflated whispers. No, I'm so sorry.
Nina? What?
Miss Delilah, don't worry. I'm right here for you. The sunshine of the new earth blazes down on me, on Mercy, on my friends, and on my family. I don't know if or when I'll ever see Angelica and my mom again, but for now, this is fine. The door to my room opens. Hey!
Yo! That was rad.
That was a really good coda to what was already a really good story.
I know!
I was worried, how do you follow that up? It went so far into the, everything is fucked ending.
Right.
Where just Mercy walks away. And this managed to bring back the characters that we found compelling and do it in a way that fits.
Yep.
And felt like a good emotional resolution.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
Like the original did really well at showing the cycle of abuse, not just from the outside, but the interiority of both the people on the receiving end and the people dishing it out.
And it's not saccharine, but it is still ultimately hopeful.
Yeah.
Also, look at the little...
Miss Delilah!
Oh, hey,
NPC Casey worked on the accessibility features?
That's so cool.
That's fucking rad.
Oh, this game is so good. Get this game and play it, everyone.
Yeah, really. Like, even if you made it to the end here, go ahead and just get another copy. Because, you know, we want to see more.
Play it. Rate it on VNDB. Oh, Subahibi.
Yep. Oh,
I don't know all these others. We need to screenshot that, and I need to...
I've read NGE. Library of Ruina, I've heard people talk about. Oh, we're running out of time with the recording here.
Yeah.
Shoot. But, I've started reading Subahibi. It's slow to get where it's going, but it seems like it has some interesting things going on with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
And nobody here reads visual novels that take a long time to get where they're going to. Huh?
Yeah. Aw. Yeah.
In Renpai.
Thanks for 5 years. Hell yeah.
Good fucking game.
Good fucking game.
Glad we came back to polish off the extra content.
Me too. Is it still recording? Let's find out. It's still going for now, so.
Yeah. Join us the next time that Milk Plus Visual has another one.
Because it will absolutely happen. We'll play it then. We're already got to record this episode. See you all next time, everyone. Bye.
Peace.
Smash that like, comment and subscribe.